There was shouting in the street. Passers-by slowed down and stopped to watch. A couple of pensioners, a husband and wife who had lived together for many years and still couldn't agree on anything, were shouting and making a lot of noise. The man shouted that he was sick and that his health was so bad that even wild ginseng wouldn't help. The old woman tried to persuade him to go for a massage at least once. Maybe it would make him feel better. An employee of the massage parlor apologized to the old man for the inconvenience, picked him up under his armpits, and dragged him inside. The old man hysterically cursed and insulted the young man, while his wife apologized for her husband's behavior, who sometimes acted like a child. Massage therapist Da Yin stood in the massage room, filled with the smoke of incense sticks, waiting for the client to be laid on the couch. The old man, completely dissatisfied and unhappy, but resigned to his fate, was laid down in the center of the room. The masseur approached the client and said that he could feel his powerful energy concentrated in his heart and head. The young man realized that this man had accumulated a lot of negativity. The old man was dissatisfied again because he felt that the masseur was not showing him the proper respect and was communicating with him too familiarly. The old man tried to start a fight again and even grabbed the masseur's hair, demanding respect and reverence. But in the end, the young man, although he lost some of his hair, managed to break free from the old man's clutches. He quickly pressed his fingers on a couple of points and was able to calm the unruly client. The old man sat there not understanding what was happening to him, but feeling that his body had been subjected to some kind of influence, and this frightened the man very much. The masseur was tired of listening to this hysterical man, so he warned the client that the session had only just begun and he didn't want to hear any more noise. Soon, silence fell in the hallway, and the screams were no longer heard through the closed door, and then it began to slowly open. A hand appeared, followed by the head of a man who did not understand why his wife had done this to him. The man couldn't believe that a woman could hate him so much. The next moment, the door swung open, and her husband appeared before her, looking completely rejuvenated and manly. He didn't understand why his wife hadn't told him about this wonderful place right away. The old woman was shocked by what she saw and couldn't say a word. Seeing her husband calm and unruffled, the woman fell in love with him all over again. Her husband also looked at his companion with loving eyes, then picked her up in his arms and suggested they have another baby. The masseur came out to see the clients off and noted that they had a wonderful relationship. The old man said that now the masseur looked like an ordinary guy, but during the massage, he behaved completely differently. The man felt that during the session, he was being massaged by a deity who radiated an aura of inviolability. Compared to the deity, the young masseur looked very endearing. It was really funny to call a person who was known in the world of martial arts as the demon a deity. In those days when the world of martial arts was unknown to anyone and nowhere described, the young man, for reasons unknown, found himself in that world. And in this world, he reached unprecedented heights thanks to his demonic power. He was nicknamed the Heavenly Demon. Whether he wanted to or not, the guy killed again and again, and did so constantly. He fought everyone around him until there was no one left who could challenge him. Just as suddenly as he had once entered the forgotten world of martial arts, the young man suddenly returned to the present day. He looked around, trying to understand where he was. Fortunately, it was his beloved homeland, South Korea, and the young man decided not to figure out how he got back there. At that moment, some woman shoved him onto a bus, telling him not to cause traffic jams. The young man was shocked by this attitude, because someone had just dared to push the heavenly demon. An unfamiliar man told the young man to quickly tap his card and not stand there. He was referring to the student card the young man was holding in his hand. He had to tap it on the sensor to pay. The man helped him do this, but it turned out that there were not enough funds on the card, and the young man finally realized that he had completely lost his strength. He was thrown off the bus, but the young man thought about his life and realized that even if he had no strength now, he could always develop it again. He saw no swords or blades around him and realized that this was a peaceful city. Here he could live a normal life without unnecessary problems, and hundreds of thousands of people would not try to kill him. It was a wonderful new life. At that moment, his phone beeped and sent him a message from his old friend Sun Hyun, who offered him a part-time job as a massage therapist. The young man remembered that he had studied at a physical education institute and had a massage therapist license. A heavenly demon working as a massage therapist? People would be shocked to know this. On the other hand, why not? Especially since his landlord had written that it was time to pay the rent, and the young man clearly didn't have any money. So the young man decided to accept the offer. But then he realized that he had become human and felt terrible heat. After all, as a heavenly demon, he had felt neither cold nor heat. Suddenly, a friend sent him the coordinates, and it turned out that it would take a very long time to get there. And in the heat and without money for the bus, everything became even more difficult. Tai Han decided to use his skills. After all, he was a student at a physical education institute for a reason. The young man made a lightning-fast dash and ran through the streets of the city. But the limits of a mere mortal's abilities upset him, because his speed was low and his legs felt like they were falling off. The guy decided to find a mountain to train on. Sun Hyun was very surprised that his friend had arrived on time, because he was always late, but today he showed up right on time. Perhaps he had really decided to start a new life. The friends greeted each other, but Tai Han's behavior surprised his friend, because the young man had never bowed before. The blonde man suggested that they stop fooling around and discuss work, because time was running out. His friend immediately said that the salon where they would be working was very strict, and if the newcomer pulled any stunts, he would be fired. The manager greeted the guys with a smile and noted that they had arrived early. After that, the blonde guy told the manager that the new guy had passed the exam on his first try and was the best in his field in the entire institute, even though the manager thought the young man looked like a weakling. While Sun was lining up in front of the boss, the heavenly demon realized that his friend knew about his lack of money and had deliberately brought him here with some selfish motives in mind. At that moment, his friend reminded him not to forget who had found him the job and added that the boss already liked the young man. After that, they went around the premises to figure out what was what. Sun Hyun pointed to a man who was about to come to them for a massage. Sun Hyun could tell how clients were feeling just by looking at them and knew that most of them were exhausted office workers. They suffered from terrible headaches and constant stress. In addition, the stranger had been at a party the night before with a lot of alcohol to celebrate a promotion at work. In the morning, he felt hungover and tired. His head was splitting, and he was tormented by a terrible thirst. The man's gaze fell on an advertising stand listing the types of massage and prices. The client thought it might make him feel better, so he booked a massage, lay down on the couch, and prepared to relax. At that moment, Tai Han was sorting through washed and dried laundry in the laundry room. He folded it and meditated at the same time, convincing himself that he now had a new and interesting life. Then he put the clothes away in the closets and thought about using his martial arts skills for cleaning. His students would be surprised to see him here. At that moment, the angry manager came running in and started shouting that visitors had arrived, while the second masseur, Sun's friend, went to the bathroom. The manager calmed down a little and turned to the young man again, reminding him that he already had a job. At that moment, a customer's call came over the loudspeaker, demanding that a masseur be sent urgently. The manager thought that, of course, you can't trust newbies, but now he had no choice, because lately there had been few customers in the salon, and there were almost no employees left. The manager pushed the newcomer into the office at his own risk, deciding to take payment in advance and deal with any complaints about the massage later. Tai Han was left alone with the client, who was in a hurry and tired of waiting. The guy knew he could help with energy circulation or fix twisted meridians. He looked more closely at the client and saw the problem. It turned out that the man had an imbalance in his spine, and his blood circulation was not working properly, which was causing him headaches. The massage therapist said that alcohol was not good for him and that he was already sick inside. The man slept poorly and did not get enough sleep. After that, the young man asked him to take off his shirt and show his back. He found the right spot and touched it with 2 fingers. New, previously unknown sensations appeared in the man's body, and he was simply amazed. The massage therapist felt that the flow of the controlling vessels was disrupted. He understood this by placing his palms on the client's back. There could be 2 reasons for this condition. Either the man was overdoing martial arts, or he was eating fatty foods and drinking alcohol. The fat not only enveloped his stomach, but also tightly clung to his internal organs. The man's body was crying out for help. The masseur explained that he needed to add exercise to his life. The guy continued to massage the man, removing problems in his body and explaining what kind of life he should lead. The massage was quite painful, but this was due to the man's improper treatment of his body. Suddenly, the man felt like he was in water, or more precisely, in the ocean, which was very clean and pleasant. Marine fauna swam around him. Then the man emerged from the water and exposed his face to the soft rays of the sun. After coming ashore, he sat down at a beach restaurant, where the waiter greeted him and said that the Maldives were especially beautiful at that time of year. After that, a bottle of cool, delicious champagne was opened with a loud pop. and the man began to relax, enjoying the soft rays of the sun with a glass of champagne on the island of his dreams. The masseur asked if the client felt better and then asked him to turn over onto his back. Tai-Han continued the massage and felt the life force of Qi with his hands, meaning that it existed not only in Murim, but in all living beings. The man's problem was that he was destroying his body by not allowing Qi to flow normally. If there is too much Qi or it is blocked, it needs to be balanced, and the young man was doing that. But then he felt another problem. The masseur realized that the only way to heal the man's body was to use the absorption of stars technique. The young man placed his hands on the man's stomach and began the technique of absorbing the Qi of another being. After a few minutes, the process was complete, and the client was able to breathe more freely and felt like he had come back to life. Tai-Han was enveloped in the energy he received from the visitor. He left the massage room, leaving the client to rest. The manager was very worried and waited for him to come out, but the masseur reassured him, saying that everything had gone smoothly. The manager thought that the client must have been angry, but at that moment he heard an announcement that the flight was arriving at the massage parlor. The announcement sounded like it was at an airport, but this was just a regular massage parlor. Something strange was going on. At that moment, a happy man came out of the salon and greeted the manager. The client said that he had enjoyed a wonderful massage, as if he had spent a month on vacation. Although he had never experienced anything like this before, for the first time in his life, he felt so refreshed. After that, the client demanded that the manager give him the name of the therapist who had worked with him. He needed it, of course, for the reservation, and he wanted to pay for the most expensive and longest course of sessions right away, at least 10 procedures. Tai-Han was surprised that the demonic energy he had absorbed from the martial arts masters came in handy here, and since he had brought it here, he had to purify it and make it his own. This had to be dealt with urgently, otherwise the demonic possession would take this energy for itself. After many years without practice, the breathing exercises literally made his head spin. The young man felt that he might lose consciousness, so he decided to absorb the energy quickly and get rid of the bad energy. When the murky energy dissipated, only pure energy remained, which merged with the young man's personal energy. After that happened, the energy was completely absorbed, and the young man's mind cleared. He finished his practice and felt much better. Tai-Han realized that he would have to accumulate internal energy until he found a suitable mountain. The young man realized that his internal energy had doubled. Tai-Han understood that it was difficult to accumulate energy and earn money at the same time, and he would have to go to the mountains to dispel the remnants of the murky energy. Sun Hyun called out to him, saying that the manager was calling him, and very urgently. The manager announced to the massage therapist that a couple, a man and a woman, had come for a joint neck and shoulder massage. The guys had to work together. They accepted the order and went to the clients. Two rather well-fed people were lying on the couches. Massaging them was not easy. Sun Hyun reassured his friend not to worry and asked him to repeat after him. The clients were difficult and capricious, but soon the woman stopped understanding what was happening to her. It felt as if she was being massaged by a god. She was Sun Hyun's client, and the guy immediately imagined that she would complain about him to the manager. These thoughts immediately made his stomach churn, and unable to bear it any longer, he rushed to the bathroom. The woman couldn't understand where her masseur had disappeared to, and Tai-Han was left alone with two clients. She was about to leave the massage parlor and told her companion that it was time to go, but then she saw that something was happening to him. The man was completely relaxed, and his energy radiated like sunlight. The masseur decided to get to the root of the problem first, so he stimulated the middle epigastric point, the heavenly pillar water point, and the large transverse point. Finally, he let the energy flow through his entire body. The woman watched in horror, thinking that her companion was dying. By this time, Tai-Han had finished with the man and was heading toward the woman, saying that she also needed to get rid of the causes of her pain. It didn't take long, and soon both clients were in excellent shape and radiating amazing energy. They felt strength in their bodies and were as beautiful as in their youth. Their bodies were almost perfect. Their skin was firm, and their hair was thick and silky. Listening to their contented cooing, the young man remembered that he had not yet been to the noodle bar, but he would definitely do so after work. The masseurs were walking to the break room when they were stopped by the manager with a twisted face. Sun Hyun decided that he was going to scold them and immediately began to apologize for the two, promising to do better next time. But the manager snapped at the young man, telling him not to dare treat the precious body of the massage parlor's best employee carelessly. The clients were very satisfied, took business cards, and want to be regular visitors to Taihan. After that, the manager handed the young man an envelope with his monthly salary, which he decided to pay him as a bonus for doing such a great job on his first day. Taihan went to the restaurant that belonged to his father. While the young man was studying at the institute, he didn't really do anything, but with this money he would be able to buy a gift. The doctor warned the man that if he continued to pull and roll noodles, not only his health would suffer, but his entire business would suffer as well. But the man did not want to listen to the doctor's words, believing that he knew his body better and could still work. He hoped that nothing bad would happen if he continued to work in the same vein. However, as soon as the cook's hands touched the dough, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. This pain had been bothering the man for a long time, but he knew he had to hold out for another year until his son finished college. Because of the pain that pierced his body, the man did not hear his son enter the noodle shop and put his hand on the sore spot. The man irritably pushed his son's hand away and said that he should not pretend to be his son because he had asked him to stop. The boy was very upset and taken aback that his own father did not recognize him. The man calmed down and looked closely at the visitor, who really was his son. They had rarely seen each other lately, and the young man had not even called his father, but now he had come to see him. It was clear that the father was offended by the young man, but a father's love is strong, and soon the man began to ask his son how he was doing and if he was hungry. The father said he would prepare food and send his son to rest in front of the TV. The thought of eating his father's black bean noodles for dinner after so many years made the young man happy. The man continued cooking when suddenly he felt something strange. He scolded himself for not being able to cook a plate of noodles for his own child, when suddenly he felt something new in his body. It turned out that his shoulder didn't hurt. It was incredible, and the noodles rolled out on their own. After a long break, the cook was able to show off his skills again, stretching the dough into long strips. Soon his signature dish was ready and standing in front of his beloved son. The young man thanked him for the meal, and his father sat down next to him to watch him and talk to his child. The boy happily ate the noodles with beans, while his father thought about how his son's sudden arrival had frightened him. The man also noticed that his shoulder did not hurt at all. And when his son bowed before him in gratitude and said that the dish was divine, that every bite was cooked just right, he didn't have time to look back before he had eaten everything, and his father's cooking was filled with great meaning. The young man saw his father's happy face and realized how foolish he had been not to visit him, expecting to return home only after he had achieved success. His father also looked at his son with suspicion, thinking that he might need financial help. His son's actions surprised him because Taihan didn't usually visit him just like that. The young man said that everything would be different now, and then asked his father to show him his back. Taihan wanted to massage his shoulders. His father immediately warned him that he was not ready to put up collateral for him, give him loans, or pay his debts. Decades of hard work had hardened his father's body, and constant labor without proper rest had completely exhausted him. The man's body was so overloaded that it was as if he wore rusty armor every day. All these years he had held on because he was raising his son alone. The young man put his hands on his father's shoulders and began the treatment. He breathed new energy into his parents' worn-out body, and soon the man felt a breeze, because he was on board an airplane. Taihan suggested taking a refreshing parachute jump. The man tried to resist, saying he wasn't mentally prepared, but there was no need to worry. His son threw him out of the plane. The man flew, expecting to go to heaven after hitting the ground and dying. Taihan, looking at his father, thought about how difficult it was to be responsible for someone else. Now he is ready to take responsibility for his own life and ask his father to live for himself. At that moment, the man's armor crumbled and wings grew on his back. His father understood that this was most likely a dream in which he was flying, but he felt as if he were soaring in the heavens, and it was wonderful. Taihan asked if his father felt rested, bringing him back to reality. The man remembered that his son had once studied massage at college, and now he was ready to help him at any moment. The young man was happy to be able to repay his father in some way. It brought him great joy and satisfaction. At the end of the day, his father walked his son to the bus stop, still not believing that his hand was working normally and that such things could really be learned at college. It was a real miracle. Taihan promised to come back soon and give him another massage, and in return, he would only accept the restaurant's signature noodles. When his son left, his father was very touched, because his child was busy with his studies, but still made the long journey. He did it not for profit or money, but to help his father and return to business. After all, the son had always avoided his father before, saying that his clothes smelled like food. It seems that the child has grown up. As soon as Taihan returned to work the next day, the manager showed him a huge list of clients who had already booked massage sessions. The manager admitted that the guests had insisted that he book them all, so he couldn't refuse. Taihan was ready to get to work, but the manager suggested they discuss an idea, how they could make serious money together. The boss suggested having tea to discuss the plan of action. The essence of the proposal was to create a premium course that would be taught by massage therapist Taihan. This would increase his salary. The manager admitted that all clients request this particular young man, and this course will satisfy the employee and also allow the massage salon to earn money before the guy leaves for another company. This course will be called the exclusive VIP massage course from Kang Taehan. For the entire course, the young man will receive an excellent profit and a guaranteed 10% increase in income. The manager watched the young man and waited to see if he would accept or reject the offer. But the guy remained silent, and his silence could mean anything. Taihan confirmed that he was satisfied with everything, but he did not want to skip his studies and hoped that the job would not interfere. The manager promised to adjust the schedule to fit the masseur's schedule. Taihan was very naive and simple-minded in this matter, and considered himself lucky to have a manager who treated him with genuine respect, while other scammers took advantage of young workers. The manager was touched by this speech and offered to have tea to celebrate this amazing day. The man took a few sips and felt a crazy rush of energy. The tea was delicious, and they drank it near a beautiful mountain river that flowed between green trees. Each tea was different from the other, but the masseur chose the leaves that were perfect for Manager Juan, and it was amazing. The manager couldn't understand how the masseur determined which tea was right for a particular person. He realized that all this was only possible thanks to Taihan's abilities, and the more often the manager saw him, the more impressed he was. Juan reported that he had told visitors about the new massage course, and someone had already booked a session. That guest turned out to be the young man's very first client, the one who had once suffered from a severe hangover. After that, things started looking up for the manager. He became the best on the team and prepared an excellent presentation, which he presented to the executives. The company president sincerely thanked him for his work and positive attitude, but noted that until the contract was signed, the presentation would have no real significance. The manager was once again faced with a huge responsibility. He had to prove himself to the CEO. After another massage session, he gathered his courage and actively set to work to prove that he was indeed a good employee. And just when he thought everything was going smoothly, his life was subjected to new trials. While signing the contract, the director of the new company suggested having a drink before continuing the negotiations. The young man refused, which upset his interlocutor, who complained that he had been feeling heavy and generally unwell lately. The employee realized that he needed to seize the moment and decided to tell the director about a way to replenish his energy. Taihan welcomed visitors to the massage parlor with words that in this unknown paradise, tired people could find peace. This greeting was invented by manager Huang. It seemed strange that such a tiny massage parlor could recharge one's energy. The director thought the young man was just laughing at him and did not believe that this place could help anyone. The employee understood that if the massage went badly, he would be blacklisted. But he hoped that everything would change after the session. He persuaded his boss to try it at least once, assuring him that massage was ideal for people who had lost their energy. It was clear that the director did not believe a word he said. The director was extremely skeptical. He felt that his employees thought he was a fool for suggesting such a solution to problems. However, since he had already come to the office, he decided not to leave. He lay down on the couch and thought gloomily about working for a company where no one understood him or shared his concerns. Without even touching the man, Taehan sensed that he had many internal problems. He saw that the man's body was filled with dark energy that clouded his mind and prevented him from functioning normally. Nevertheless, the masseur promised to clear his mind and help him. He started with the Chang Mono acupuncture point, designed to relieve pain in the chest, side, and stomach. Taehan said that first he needed to concentrate the flow of energy in his own body before drawing out the dark energy. The director continued to scream, but soon felt that his stomach was getting better. Then the masseur warned that the real treatment was about to begin and that the client could scream as much as he wanted. To reduce the noise, the master activated several points on his neck. He did this not to avoid complaints, but to help the director's voice recover and strengthen more quickly. The man listened to him and thought he had ended up with a madman. The masseur noted that pain is part of youth and must be endured. Manager Huang, sitting in the reception area, was surprised by the unusual silence. He was glad that the session was going smoothly because complaints from neighboring establishments had already begun to cause inconvenience. The masseur continued his work, while the director, silently opening his mouth, desperately screamed that he was dying and asked for help. Meanwhile, Taihan worked calmly and reflected that his job was unique. It allowed him to earn money and accumulate inner strength at the same time. Unlike in the world of martial arts, here he was benefiting not only himself, but also others. Tahan's father's noodle shop was operating as usual. Customers thanked the cook for their favorite noodles and were surprised at how well he looked, since he had recently said that he would leave because of pain in his shoulder. The cook said that his son had given him a massage and that his injured shoulder was now working perfectly. A local blogger was sitting at one of the tables who had come to write a negative review because many people had complained that the restaurant had lost its former spirit. But the rumors turned out to be false. The master was full of energy again thanks to his son's massage. The review was positive, and the establishment's reputation was restored. The employee waited outside the door for the director's session to end. No one could match the masseur's skill, but the man was still worried whether his boss would like it. As soon as the door opened, he immediately rushed to the director to find out his impressions. The director came out looking gloomy and immediately lashed out at his deputy, Nam. He was angry that his deputy had not told him about this place earlier. Now his head and body felt much clearer. The director immediately rushed to manager Juan to book his next visit, but it turned out that the entire month was already booked up. He offered to pay for several procedures at once, but this did not help to move up the queue. He had to accept the situation as it was. While changing in the locker room, the director and his deputy discussed the changes that had taken place and couldn't believe that their long-standing fatigue had really disappeared. The deputy decided it was time to discuss work issues with him and promised to bring him back again. But the director said he no longer needed it, as he had reviewed the contract and accepted its terms. This was wonderful news, and the deputy didn't even know what else to offer. The employee realized that his idea with the massage therapist had worked. Now both his work and his relationship with the director had improved. He bowed low to the masseur, saying that he owed his life to Taihan. Ever since the young man returned to the modern world, everything around him seemed strange. In the world of martial arts, people constantly tried to kill him, but here they thanked him, and it began to seem real. The day after the review was published, a huge line formed in front of Taihan's father's restaurant. The young man was seriously frightened. He decided that something bad had happened to his father, but it was difficult to get inside. When he reached the dining room, he rushed to his father, but his father was completely calm and busy with work. He said he was just about to call his son. The man wanted to ask for help. Today, he couldn't manage on his own. At the end of the day, tired but satisfied, they tidied up the restaurant. His father noted that after his recovery, the establishment had become lively again, and thanks to reviews on social media, many young visitors had come. He added that after the massage, his shoulder didn't hurt at all, which made him very happy. The man said that he had raised a good son and was sincerely grateful to him. But another thank you still embarrassed Taihan. His son said that he would stay with his father for a couple of days and would not leave today. However, it was not just a desire to help. The young man was going to go to the mountains. This seemed strange because as a child he hated hiking. His father decided that his son simply did not want to work and was using hiking as an excuse. But the young man did not notice his doubts and said that next time he would take his father with him, because now he would be coming every week. Although his father assured him that at his age he would no longer be able to climb mountains, it was clear from his voice that he would very much like to. But now Taihan had a special goal, and he went to the mountains alone. The mountains delighted with their majestic landscapes and were considered one of the best places for geomancy. The young man sat on top of a rock, admiring the view, and thought that some things were impossible to do in the city. For example, there was no pure energy there, the real treasure of Korea. He received enough energy from the mountains to cleanse himself of the accumulated dirt. The process was completed successfully. Taihan felt relieved and realized that he had done the right thing by coming here. Now he would repeat this every time the murky energy became too much. As he was about to leave, he noticed 3 tourists climbing the same mountain. The place was well known and attracted travelers, although it was ideal for cultivating energy. The men were also surprised to see him, but they greeted him politely and offered him a cup of coffee. One of the tourists, Jung-ho, approached the edge of the cliff to admire the view. He explained to his friends that the best view was from the edge, but the rocks beneath his feet shook and began to crumble. The man realized that something irreparable was happening. The rock collapsed and Jung-ho fell down, disappearing into the gorge. One of his friends tried to jump after him, but it was madness. He could have fallen himself. The tourist in the cap tried to calm his friend, saying that Jung-ho had already survived once after eating a poisonous mushroom and might survive again. They needed to call the rescue team. Taehan assessed the height and realized that even if the man was alive, he was in great danger. The tourist warned the young man not to go near the edge, as they had just witnessed a tragedy. But the young man replied that he would be back soon and jumped off the cliff. The tourist screamed, certain that he too had died. However, Taehan, completely unharmed, descended the ledges in a few jumps. He had to use his sensory vision. He could hardly feel the presence of the fallen man. The man was on the verge of life and death, his energy too weak to be sensed from a distance. Fortunately, Taehan realized that he could still be saved. After checking the man's pulse, he realized that his condition was serious, but not critical. The Heavenly Dragon is conducting a rescue operation. It would sound ridiculous to the world of martial arts. Upstairs, the tourists were sure that the young man had also died. But soon Taehan climbed up the path, carrying their friend in his arms. The men saw that the victim's life was not in danger. At that moment, the rescuers, who had been called in advance, arrived. The tourist explained that the victim was the same man the young man was carrying. It seemed incredible. The student had climbed down the cliff and pulled the victim out. The rescuers decided that the travelers were probably drunk. Their story sounded like nonsense, but there was no time to figure it out. The patient was placed on a stretcher and taken to the car. The remaining tourists began to thank Taehan for his help. They wanted to reward him, but they had nothing of value with them. Then one of them said that his only treasure was aged wine made from bellflower roots. This drink was considered an excellent remedy for men's health, and the young man, seeing the roots floating in the bottle, felt their energy. He asked to try the drink, and it turned out to be delicious. Taehan believed that this drink could be called a true elixir, and if the bellflower root grew in the ground, the place could become sacred. The young man said he felt better immediately after drinking the wine. The tourist boasted that he had made the drink himself and collected the roots on a mountain belonging to his wealthy friend. The young man was delighted and asked to be introduced to his friend, as he wanted to visit this mountain. The man assured him that the mountain would be accessible to the young man if he wanted it. The owner of the mountain where the bellflower root grew was the man whom Taehan had saved. After finishing his walk in the mountains, the young man returned to the city to continue his studies and work. He replayed in his mind the words of his new acquaintances, who had agreed to meet as soon as Jung-ho recovered. He wanted to meet his savior. Still unable to believe that he had saved people, Taehan recalled images from his past life. About 60 years ago, he entered the world of martial arts. Two men were watching someone and thought they had never seen such clothing before. Most likely, this person was wearing the garb of a demon cult. Their attention was drawn to a guy in a t-shirt, sweatpants, and sneakers. He looked exhausted, emaciated, and thirsty. The young man could barely stand on his feet and couldn't say a word. His tongue seemed to have gone numb. He tried to walk a little, but realized that this was the end, and felt himself falling into someone's arms. At that moment, a powerful slap brought him back to consciousness, and the guy came to his senses. He didn't understand how he got there, or what had happened to him. His cheek was burning, and there was a man standing next to him. He said that the whole village was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and if the young man didn't want to get stabbed, he should go to the woman. They walked through the streets of the city, and the young man heard the residents whispering that his neighbor was taking in people of unknown origin and helping them. It was probably because of her kind heart. When everyone around him was wary of the young man, his mentor was the only person who reached out to help him. She taught the young man how to survive in the world of martial arts, where strength is power, and gave him the ability to be independent. Unfortunately, the mentor was killed by a former heavenly demon. Taehan found her bloody body and tried to give her medical help. He was very concerned and wanted to call a doctor to save the woman. But the mentor told him to follow the natural order of things and asked him not to seek revenge. After all, she had not taught him that. The woman explained that she was the first to extend a helping hand and use her power to help others. Therefore, she wanted the young man to also help those in need and promised that the time would come when he would receive help from people. If he lived by this principle, Taehan would never be alone again. The boy promised to fulfill her last wish, but once disobeyed her, asking for forgiveness. He declared to the heavenly demon that he would not let him live, choosing the path of revenge, and killed many people. For the sake of revenge, he killed again and again until he was finally able to take full revenge. However, after that, he himself became a heavenly dragon, and it was too late to follow his mentor's will. Suddenly, the young man returned to the modern world in his young body and began giving massages, receiving sincere words of gratitude from people. He realized that now he could fulfill his mentor's last wish and live differently. His thoughts were interrupted by people's cries. They noticed a car moving very strangely down the street. It became clear that the driver had lost control. Passers-by shouted to each other to run away, except for one girl wearing headphones who did not notice what was happening. Taehyun tried not to use martial arts in crowded places, but he had no choice. He rushed towards the car just as it was approaching the girl. The wind blew her cap and headphones off her head, and she looked around in bewilderment. The young man, completely calm, held the car with his hands and warned her to be careful when crossing the road. He realized that his skills were not lost or rusty. The girl realized what had happened, but Taehyun said that the driver had handled it himself, and everything had worked out without his intervention. She was terrified, and the young man realized that she was even more frightened now, even though the danger had passed. He watched the stranger, trying to understand how she had accumulated so much dark energy. Taehyun put his finger on her neck, saying he could help. The beauty did not allow him to do anything to her, but the young man firmly and confidently ordered her to straighten her back and take a deep breath. After her breathing returned to normal and she calmed down, she was finally able to relax. She felt as if she were in the mountains, on the very path she often walked as a child. The girl lay on her back and rested as she used to. It was pleasant, although she hadn't practiced such memories for a long time. Returning to the present, she did not understand where these pleasant memories of the forest house had come from. At that moment, her savior, whom she wanted to thank for his timely help, said that it was time for him to go to work. The stranger finally took off her mask and explained that she was not a suspicious or mysterious person, but that he had seen her on television before. Her name was Yusia. She was very attractive, but the young man couldn't admit that he didn't watch TV. There was no such thing in the world of martial arts. Looking at the beautiful girl, the young man began to mumble something about the beauty of her name and how it sounded. He became embarrassed again, said he was late for work, and said goodbye to the stranger. The girl called after him and asked for at least his phone number. The guy continued to mumble awkwardly. In the end, Yusia managed to get his number, and the young man went about his business, leaving the beauty confused. The massage parlor employees shared a delicious and nutritious lunch. At that moment, a commercial was playing on TV, and Taehyun recognized the girl as the beautiful stranger he had saved the day before. Sun Hyun was happy that his friend had returned and was paying attention to girls again, because he had been very serious lately. Taehyun said that he was not going to become a fan of this beauty, and that was not something to think about. The next news item was from the sports section. The announcer was talking about the tragic fall of player Choi Tae-jun. Due to constant failures, the Korean baseball team suffered defeats, and Choi let the team down. Since last year, the pitcher had not been in the best shape, and this season his results had deteriorated even further. Sun Hyun noted that manager Hwang was a fan of the team and was now very nervous about the losses. Manager Hwang was upset every time his team lost. Taehyun watched the player, who had not been doing well since last year and had recently experienced a complete decline. Last year, Choi injured his shoulder and was unable to fully recover, which had a significant impact on the team. This is a common situation. Promising talents reach their peak and then fall back. In such cases, players either give up or choose the wrong methods. However, recovery is possible, and Taehyun went to work because his reservation was approaching. Manager Hwang was in a state of stress, as if he had seen a ghost. He reported that there was a guest in the massage room who was hiding his face. Hwang couldn't say a word, only making gestures reminiscent of baseball pitches. Sun Hyun suggested that it was some kind of athlete, but clearly not a superstar. They don't come to places like this. Hwang regained his ability to speak and turned to Taehyun, telling him to be careful because the fate of the whole world depended on it. Baseball player Choi was lying on the massage couch. He recalled the last final game, when whistles, boos, and insults rang out from the stands. The athlete tried not to pay attention and to focus completely on the game. Choi refused to run in 3 consecutive serves. Since his injury, he had not been able to return to his previous form, and it was unclear whether he would be able to get out of this situation. The shot was made and the ball flew at tremendous speed. It was clear that it could hit the target. However, the ball flew over the fence. The baseball player refused to run again, and the organizers called the coach to give instructions. After that, the coach decided to make a substitution. The team owners lost patience and Choi was taken out of the game early. After the match, the team returned home in a bad mood. Choi didn't understand what was going on. The doctors said that the injury had healed, but the sensation in his arm had changed. If this continued, he might be transferred to the reserve team. That would be terrible. At that moment, a teammate approached him and spoke to him in a friendly manner, offering advice. He suggested going for a massage. Choi had been working hard and was very tired. And there were interesting rumors about Tai Han. They said that after a session, some people's lives seemed to return to normal. Why not try it? It couldn't get any worse. Choi was very worried about his problems in the game, so he immediately agreed and went for a massage the next day. He didn't understand how a massage therapist could fix what the hospital couldn't. Tai Han immediately noticed the terrible condition of his right shoulder. The athlete had pushed his body to the limit. Even with exceptional talent, you couldn't neglect yourself for so long. Chu didn't like these words and dark energy began to manifest in his body. The masseur saw that not only his shoulder was blocked, but all his energy flows as well. Due to impatience, hard work and overwork are not the same thing. The player felt the burden of responsibility because after his injury, the team's performance had declined. Choi was annoyed that some obscure masseur was trying to lecture him. Taehan ignored this and believed that the accumulated dark energy was harmful not only to the body, but also to the mind. Taehan decided not to put off the problem until later and to deal with everything at once. He worked on all the acupuncture points on the athlete's body. By the end of the session, it became clear that the energy in Choi's neck was not circulating properly. The masseur took the young man's neck in both hands and began to stimulate the necessary points. Tears streamed from the young man's eyes. When it was over, Choi said indignantly that the guy had almost broken his neck and that he would definitely sue the salon. The baseball player was clutching his throat, but overall he felt better, even though he didn't admit it. Tai-Han, ignoring the client, noticed another problem area and moved on to stimulating it. It was the athlete's sore right arm, which prevented him from working normally after his injury. Choi stopped arguing and froze, as if spellbound, feeling the warmth spreading through his arm. The masseur explained that the energy was gradually returning to normal. Tai-Han said that it would not work unless the acupuncture points were properly cleansed, but it seemed that the athlete already believed in the healing power of massage and stopped resisting. He felt pain in his arm, but he knew he had to endure it. The massage therapist continued to stimulate the arm and asked the client to clench and unclench his fist as quickly and strongly as possible. The young man tried his best despite the pain, but he had almost no strength in his arm. He couldn't clench it tightly. The guy was almost ready to give up, but he persevered, and finally his fist became as strong and powerful as before. Completely stunned, Choi Tae-jun came to his senses and began to scream hysterically that he just wanted a massage, but they were pulling on his injured arm. Taehan calmly watched the client and asked him to try to be compliant and not break down. Finally, the young man came to his senses completely and could not understand why his body had become so light. The masseur had managed to remove all the burden of responsibility from him. His arm was also amazing. He felt pleasant sensations returning to it. He felt like he could throw a ball right now. Tai-Han told the client that now he could fly high for himself. He had energy, and it was as if he had grown wings that made him happy. Choi still doubted himself. His performance was not the best. He was afraid of disappointing his fans and letting his team down, and even on vacation he could not feel free. After listening to this, the masseur prescribed him a remedy. The young man was forbidden to read the news on the internet. He should focus on the words of people he trusts rather than listening to strangers. If the athlete fulfilled this condition, he would be able to reach his full potential. His athletic career would see some excellent strikes. He would send batters to the bench and not allow anyone to reach base. Consistent interceptions and serves will show that the young man is back in the lineup with his team, a true return of the king. Sports commentators suggested that the decline in Cho's career was preparation for a powerful leap forward, because now he is scoring non-stop, a confident and magnificent comeback. Manager Huang burst into tears when he heard the news. He believed that the baseball player had natural talent, and his skills were improving thanks to the right direction. After that, the manager rushed to the masseur and hugged him tightly. The athlete's improvement was directly due to Tai-Han. The young man received a message from Yu Seo. She wanted to meet him for dinner to thank him for saving her life. Just then, there was a commercial break in the newsfeed, and the beauty was broadcast across the country. In addition, the girl was famous after participating in a TV series, and only the most oblivious person could not recognize her face. Taihan immediately watched the news and read that his new acquaintance had become one of the most sought-after actresses, and that great success awaited her. Of course, the masseur saw that she had a bright and unusual appearance, but he had no idea that she was so famous. Taihan realized that he needed to apologize for his rude behavior when the girl tried to thank him for saving her. The guys noticed that Taihan, who was always serious and focused, seemed to be captivated by the beauty too, but the young man said that this was not the case and reminded his friend that today was the last day to register for the course. Sun's son threw a real tantrum. He needed to make an urgent phone call and didn't know what to do. The manager let him use the company phone because the guy often forgot things, and Huang himself went to the bank. Taihan struggled to type a message with one finger and marveled at the beauty's talent for typing so quickly. She must have some kind of superpower or talent for telepathy. At that moment, the door swung open and another masseur entered the room, looking for manager Huang. After that, the young man asked Taihan when he had become close with the manager. He noticed that lately all the clients were going to the young man, and thought that the manager was directing clients to his favorite. Such rumors were circulating among the Sona employees. Thinking about his past lives, Taihan could have put an end to the rumors once and for all, but now he noticed that the masseur's neck was stiff. He offered to give him a massage, and the guy agreed. Besides, there was a free room, and the young man hoped to learn the new guy's secret. He wanted to get proof and report it directly to manager Huan. Taihan sensed that his colleague was unhappy, which was understandable given the number of lost customers. It would be better to make him an ally. Taihan began the session and performed it with complete dedication and skill. After just a few minutes, it seemed as if a young boy was lying on the massage table instead of a man. He felt as if he were back in the neighborhood where he had spent his childhood. His father repaired his bicycle, but promised to buy him a new one when he had earned enough money. After the repair, the bike could be faster than most motorcycles, so the boy had to be very careful. Son Hong did not believe his father's words and thought they were a joke. He got on the bike and rode off. The bike sped through the streets of the neighborhood, and the boy felt stronger and faster. He rode around and returned to his father with gratitude, thanking him and saying that he also wanted to be able to repair broken things. His father promised that his son would definitely have such a talent, and they exchanged words of love. Sun Hong understood that the masseur's skill and reputation were excellent. The young man understood why all the clients wanted the new employee and asked Taihan to share some massage techniques with him. Taihan immediately agreed. Now he enjoyed receiving gratitude and making people feel good. Such kindness and sincerity surprised Sun Hong. He was amazed at how easygoing this man was and how willing he was to share his knowledge. The guy was ashamed of his previous bad thoughts. As a token of gratitude, Song Hoon invited Taihan for a drink after work, but was refused. The masseur had a date that evening. Yuxia arrived at the restaurant a little early. She was nervous because she hadn't invited anyone in a long time, and people usually sought her attention. The girl replayed scenes of her conversation with her savior and couldn't understand why she had been so nervous and aggressive. The beauty decided to show herself from a different side, modest and confident. Taihan arrived on time and greeted Yuxia. They exchanged jokes and a few compliments. Taihan confirmed that he now knew who she was. It seemed that everyone around knew the television superstar Yuxia. The beauty wanted to say that even though she was a star, she had arrived first. This showed her modesty. They proceeded to the restaurant to spend the evening there. Taihan felt the restaurant's good energy. The meat and vegetables were all fresh and high quality. The waiter showed them to their table, handed them the menu, and Yu Sea chose her dinner from the first courses. Suddenly, the girl noticed the prices and tensed up. Last time she didn't pay because she was invited, but now the bill seemed very expensive. But as a major television star, she couldn't show herself in such a light. Besides, she owed her life to the restaurant and could at least pay for dinner. The fancy steaks were served shortly after. The meat was raw with vegetables. The girl didn't want the waiter to cook the meat and decided to do it herself. The beauty realized that she had surprised the waiter. The main star was cooking for herself. However, she soon became disappointed. It turned out that the waiters cooked the meat for all the customers because she was a star. Taihan came to her aid, offering to cook dinner himself and taking the tongs from her hands. When dinner was ready and they began to eat, the girl realized that the meat was cooked perfectly and was amazed by the taste. It felt like her body was melting. She couldn't understand how food could be so delicious. Yusura asked her companion if the food was always this wonderful and suggested that he often cooked on the grill. This was true. In the world of martial arts, he often grilled meat over an open fire. However, now he was a massage therapist, and the beauty was immediately interested in his acupressure skills. The girl held out her hand and said she would like to try acupressure right now. Tai-Han agreed, but began by measuring her pulse. She found this action funny and primitive. No one ever checked their pulse on television. Tai-Han was serious and said that the beauty had a congenital heart defect that no one knew about, even though she had health problems as a child. The masseur showed her a point on her palm that she should press as often as possible. This would help prevent illness in the future. Suddenly, the girl felt a sharp pain. Her heart began to pound. She froze and thought. Then Yusea took her hand away and wanted to stop the massage. Tai-Han remembered a remedy, wine made from bellflower root, which could also help with heart disease. Dinner proceeded as usual, but the masseur already had a plan in mind: to visit the injured tourist, get permission to collect herbs, and bring the girl some suitable plants as a thank you for dinner. The next day, the young man went to the city hospital. The doctor said there was no good news. The man was still in a coma. He was lying in a hospital ward, hooked up to machines, effectively between life and death. Tai-Han asked permission to take the patient's pulse. No one objected, and the young man began the measurement, saying that he had learned how to do this a long time ago. He touched the patient's hand and analyzed his body using energy. There were no serious problems. The doctor confirmed that the examination had revealed no abnormalities, but the man still could not regain consciousness. The doctor claimed that he could not cope with the patient's condition. Tai-Han asked permission to try to wake the man up. The doctor laughed out loud when he heard this idea and said that he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. The man felt depressed because his friend was not coming to, but the young man's joke cheered him up a little. The doctor put his hand on the young man's back, trying to stop him, but Tai-Han said that the patient would wake up soon and that they just needed to prepare the post-operative ward. After these words, the doctor became angry. The joke had gone too far, and he would have been angry if the young man had continued in the same vein. The doctor was very angry, but the young man insisted. The doctor said he would give him the whole hospital if the patient woke up, but if not, nothing. Tai-Han said that the man was being reckless. He was no longer at an age to talk nonsense. The masseur said that promises should not be made lightly because one word could lead to disaster. The young man put his hand on the patient's chest. Energy began to circulate in the man's body, and blood rushed through his veins faster. He felt young and healthy. The man was in a field picking peppers into a basket when he heard a voice calling him to dinner. It was his beloved grandmother who had brought him lunch. His grandmother praised the peppers. They were delicious and firm, so her grandson's work would go well. The man said he was busy expanding the golf course and hoped everything would work out. The grandmother confirmed this. She said that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry, and that now he needed something to drink, handing him a cup. The man carefully took the drink from her hands. The feast continued, and the man felt that the grandmother cared for him. The grandmother said that after the meal, it was time to meet the benefactor. The man understood that picking peppers symbolized successful work, and now after the meal, it was time to meet the benefactor. The grandmother held out a spoon and said that it symbolized inheritance. She was glad that she was able to pass everything on to her grandson before he woke up. The man did not understand what dream she was talking about. Then the grandmother lightly tapped him on the forehead with the spoon and said that they would see each other later. Now it was time to say goodbye. The man woke up and came to his senses with a cry. The doctor was amazed. Modern medicine had been unable to wake the patient, but he had woken up on his own. The man did not understand where he was. His last memories were of mountains and a wonderful landscape. Tai-Han was calm. He knew he could wake this man up. Suddenly, the doctor remembered how foolishly he had made promises when he swore to give the young man the hospital. It was an absurd statement, and now he hoped that the guy had taken it as a joke. Tai-Han was about to turn to Jung-ho when suddenly a woman's scream came from the receiver. Everyone jumped and turned around. The scream was like a martial arts technique based on sounds. Junho's wife was talking on the intercom. She was happy that her husband had regained consciousness and was telling him about his dream, where he had met his grandmother. The man was going to tell his wife all the details as soon as she arrived. The woman did not keep him waiting and arrived at the hospital a few minutes later to hug her husband. Junho thanked the doctor for his treatment and care. The doctor did not take the credit for himself, but pointed to the young man as the real savior. Junho remembered meeting this young man on the mountain. The doctor confirmed that it was the young man who had saved Chung-ho when he fell off the cliff. Even modern equipment could not explain the patient's long sleep, but the young man performed a miracle by waking him up with his bare hands. The doctor confirmed that the young man had helped Jung-ho regain consciousness. Everyone was happy, and the woman asked if the hospital now belonged to the young man. The patient did not understand what she meant, and the young man tried to come up with an explanation. Taihan said that the doctor had promised to give him the hospital if he woke Jung-ho up. The woman heard the conversation through the home camera and saw how the young man brought her husband back to life. Junho remembered that in his dream, his grandmother had predicted a meeting with a benefactor. Perhaps it was Taihan, or maybe it was his friend Park, who had turned the hospital upside down to help. The doctor realized that he needed to resolve the situation and told the young man that it was legally impossible to transfer the hospital. But the young man interrupted him. Taihan said he was joking and warned the doctor to be careful with his promises. When the property issue was settled, the doctor began to ask the patient about his memories. Taihan recounted how he approached the cliff and fell. Now he didn't understand why he was left unharmed. Perhaps he had become a superhero or a deity on par with Captain America. The man realized that this was complete nonsense and turned to his savior. He didn't get the hospital, but maybe he wanted something else. Taihan was still not used to the fact that he now helped people and regularly received gratitude, so he was slightly confused. Junho wanted to thank the young man and asked if there was anything he would like to receive as a token of gratitude. The doctor immediately hinted that the patient was a very wealthy man and that the young man could even ask for a whole house. While the young man was thinking, an argument broke out between the doctor and Jung-ho. They began to accuse each other of not being able to properly thank a savior like Taihan. In any case, everything turned out well. Jung-ho was the owner of the mountain where valuable herbs grew, and now the young man would not have to face any difficulties in getting there. Manager Huang was exhausted from constant phone calls. All the clients wanted to see Master Kang Taihan. All appointments were booked for the coming months. The phone was literally boiling, and even the premium course proved to be very popular and was sold out. Massage therapist Song-hoon went out to the reception area and asked if there were any clients for him. Manager Huang noticed that the guy had significantly more work. The masseur confirmed that his income had increased, and after a session with Taihan, he saw a big difference in his technique. The manager did not like this news at all. He was furious. His subordinate had received a massage from the master, while he who organized the reception still had not. Sun-hoon tried to calm the manager down, explaining that it was a training session to practice technique, not a full massage. The young man understood. Judging by the energy emanating from Taihan, this was a man who had been training for decades. It was simply impossible to possess such skill at his age. Sun-hong admitted that he would like to learn from the guy if his pride didn't get in the way. Manager Huang supported this idea and suggested formally asking Taihan for training while he was still working at the salon. It wasn't a threat of dismissal. The guy was just extremely professional and would most likely receive a lucrative job offer elsewhere. At that time, the young man was discussing mountains with Junho. Both loved them very much, and now Junho was sharing his favorite places. The young man liked the place Jung-ho suggested. The energy lines of the mountains intersected with the river. Across the river were sacred mountains, historically guarded by twin dragons. According to legend, tigers also guarded the area nearby, and the combined energy of the mountains and the proximity of water made the place ideal. Taehan believed that this area had good energy qualities. Chung-ho noted that the mountainous terrain was harsh, but he was ready to go with the guy. He wanted to collect the bellflower because these herbs were truly special, but he was concerned about safety. Taihan was going for his father, who loved herbal tinctures, but wanted his son to gather them himself for home recipes. Junho said he saw no problem with that. The land was unused and nothing grew on it. Spiritual energy is not always beneficial, especially in its raw form. Pure spiritual energy can be harmful if a person lacks the strength to cope with it and absorb it. After getting permission and leaving his companions, Taihan went to the mountains in search of the herbs he needed. He wore modern sneakers bought with his earnings, and the journey was comfortable. The density of spiritual energy in this area was incredibly high. It was amazing to feel it in the modern world. The guy found a suitable plant and pulled it out by the roots. The root was full of spiritual energy, like bells. Taihan was amazed that he had found such powerful herbs at the beginning of his climb. What would happen next? He decided to survey the area and scanned it. The data shocked him. It would take months to collect all the elixirs and herbs. This untouched place was a real stroke of luck. Scanning the slope, he saw a bright, energetic glow. Energy of this color meant that his trip to the mountains had not been in vain. Tahan rushed forward, realizing that he had stumbled upon a gold mine. But what he saw exceeded all expectations. He came to a clearing where every blade of grass was at least 20 years old, and some were over 50. He wouldn't be able to gather them all today. He pulled out one blade of grass, examined the root, and decided to try it. The bellflower was about half a century old. The guy chewed on the root and froze in anticipation. Streams of energy filled his body instantly. An impressive sensation. The red energy he had felt before was different. This ginseng was probably over 600 years old. A few years ago, the head of a large corporation bought a 650-year-old ginseng plant. The plant cost him a fortune, equal to the price of 4 apartments. Holding the root in his hands, the young man realized that he could have become a real estate mogul. His friend's son Hyun had always dreamed of a life of leisure and wealth, just to tease his friend. But first, the young man must take care of the health of the landowner and his father, and use the remains of the root to strengthen his own power. The young man threw the root into his backpack, glad that now his father would not have to deal with minor ailments. A sudden sound caught his attention, making him alert and listen. Someone was rushing through the bushes toward him at tremendous speed. The young man used his powers of suggestion and ordered the stranger to stop immediately. He understood that such an event was bound to happen, because from the very beginning of his climb up the mountain, he had sensed an unusual presence. A huge wild boar with glowing eyes declared that this was a sacred place and that the young man should put the ginseng back into the ground and leave immediately. The young man thought that if the animal could speak, then it must be a spiritual creature, a fact that was mesmerizing in a world with such energy. He realized that this was because of the sacred mountain, and that he was probably standing before a mountain god. The wild boar confirmed that he was a mountain god, but was surprised that the young man was not afraid of him. He radiated an energy unusual for a human being. The boar realized that he was facing a monster in human form and rushed to attack. But instead of killing the young man, the beast crashed flat into the mountain. The boar realized that the monster had disappeared and was able to dodge the attack of the mountain god himself. Taehyun had not heard anyone called a monster in a long time, and now he was ready to show the mountain god what awaited those who called him that. The mountain god did not understand what the young man was talking about, but he knew that he could not allow the herbs to be taken from the mountain. If the boy wanted them, he would have to defeat him first. Tahan realized that the god still did not understand who he was facing. The boy jumped up and held out his hand. He placed 2 fingers on the head of the huge monster and said goodbye to him forever. In the next moment, the huge wild beast with the essence of the mountain god lay on the ground, taking its last breaths. The animal was already dying and began to smell the earth. It understood that it would never return to its territory, but the smell was unusual. The mountain god realized it smelled like soil. His favorite thing was bathing in yellow clay, which he had long dreamed of. It had been a long time since he had last dipped into the clay. It was a heavenly pleasure. He remembered that he used to travel every few months for the sake of yellow clay, to protect the mountains, tend to the grasses, and look after the children. The animal swam in the clay and felt renewed. A century of fatigue seemed to melt away, and he couldn't stop enjoying the moment. Suddenly, the man sitting on his back woke up and ordered him not to move. He explained that the boar's skin was too thick, making massage difficult and moving even more difficult. The boar thought he had gone mad. Suddenly, he realized that the refreshment was due to the massage, or more precisely to his children, whom he had completely forgotten about. Tahan was tempted. He could kill the mountain god and take his inner core. But behind the animal, he noticed small, defenseless creatures. They were his children. The man spared the mountain god for the sake of the children. He couldn't leave them orphaned. However, the young man planned to take the inner core when the god naturally reached the end of his life. The mountain god understood. The young man would not kill him now, but might seek help later. He also asked if the god felt any lighter. When the animal focused on his sensations, the wild boar felt life force spreading through his body. Tahan understood. The mountain god had exhausted himself protecting the mountain alone while raising his children. He unblocked his energy centers and relaxed his muscles. He would feel better for a while, but the young man promised to come once a month and give him a massage. In return, he asked for a favor. He wanted the mountain god to prepare the necessary herbs for him in advance. The young man could not constantly come to the mountain and look for herbs on his own, so he suggested a mutual benefit. The mountain god did not understand how to identify the necessary herbs, but the young man warned that today's massage was just the beginning. Thus, a partnership was formed. The partners agreed to help each other regularly and effectively. Today's lunch looked gorgeous and tasted wonderful. Taehan invited his colleagues to a restaurant to treat them at his expense. Sun Hyun asked his friend when he had learned such massage skills and why he hadn't taken him on as an apprentice. What a selfish person. Taehan simply replied that his friend would not have lasted long. Manager Hwang asked the young man to give a special lecture to the staff. It would be a great opportunity for the company. The young man replied that it was impossible. His colleagues continued to pressure him, promising high pay for the training. Finally, the young man couldn't take it anymore and said that his mentor had already passed away. The guys felt a little ashamed of their persistence, but they understood that the teacher would most likely have been pleased. They assumed that the young man would be able to continue her legacy. He is very talented and he will succeed. Taehan agreed to teach his friend between clients. Sunhoon also volunteered to become an apprentice, and Taehan suggested that he join Sunhoon. It was a great idea, and Manager Hwang immediately began calculating how much money they could earn once all three of them mastered the same massage technique. The manager saw such enthusiasm in Sun Hyun for the first time and realized that Taehan would now be even busier. Taehan said that the manager should join too, and although Hwang had no intention of learning, he had to become a guinea pig. The man decided that Taehan would massage him while he was being trained, but the young man disappointed him by saying that it would be Sun Hyun and Sun Hoon. The manager tensed up. He knew that unpleasant sensations awaited him because these beginners could do everything wrong. Sun Hyun began the massage using his usual technique, and Taehan put his hand on Sun Hyun's hand, saying that he should reduce the force of the massage to a third. Taehan realized that little would come of this training. His friend had weak internal energy, which needed to be built up first. Sun Hoon was next to take on the training. He put his hand on the manager's shoulder and began to massage him. The manager confirmed that Song Hun's actions were much better than the first ones, but Taehan's skill was still on a different level. Taehan took his colleague's hand and began massaging with him. Manager Hwang felt refreshed, as if a powerful waterfall had fallen on his shoulders. He relaxed and looked completely satisfied and amazed. Taehan noted that Sun Hoon had enough energy for a normal person. Although he did not yet know how to use it, it was impressive. Sun Hoon suggested organizing a festive dinner in honor of the first day of classes and thanking the mentor together with Sun Hyun. Manager Hwang was in a great mood and noticed that Taehan had become more physically fit. He was clearly working out. Taehan had indeed gained strength. His internal energy had increased and his body had become more muscular. Now he wanted to test his strength after work. The young man told his colleagues that he needed to train today to maintain his mental balance, energy, and blood circulation. The guys decided to postpone the holiday dinner if their friend was busy. After work, the young man went to the local gym. The gym was modern and designed for ordinary people. Their internal energy could not compare to that of martial arts masters, so everyone trained hard. The young man walked around the gym and realized that it was a real blessing to train in such a spacious and peaceful place. His attention was drawn to the corner with barbells and weights, and he decided to start with them. Taehan loaded a huge number of plates onto the barbell. The total weight exceeded 200 kilograms. All the local athletes watched the stranger with interest. The young man was squatting with a huge weight when an unfamiliar man approached him. The man said he had never seen a beginner with such a weight and that he could harm his health. While the man was talking, Taehan continued to squat calmly. Soon, all the athletes in the gym were watching the young man with interest and enthusiasm, asking him about his diet and supplements. Taehan listened to them and thought about people who were dedicated to fitness and possessed pure energy. They had no bad intentions, so the young man decided to help them a little. The line formed quickly. There were many who wanted to help. Among them were girls who wanted to check their figures and choose equipment. Soon, a scandal broke out between the men and women. They asked them not to interfere and to mind their own business, not to bother the guy. Another newcomer appeared, sent by the team leader, who noticed that the young man looked exhausted. Seeing the barbell, the newcomer decided that this was a suitable exercise. Lee Dongchun was surprised. Training could increase fatigue because he would get even more tired. But the young man trusted the leader, grabbed the barbell, lowered it to his chest, and tried to lift it. The weight was too heavy, and the guy began to suffocate, losing consciousness. At the last moment, someone's hand helped him lift the barbell, and he was able to breathe deeply. Looking at the stranger, Tai-Han realized that there was someone in the gym who needed help. The video game company was located in a huge building in the city center. The design of the latest game characters was terrible. Players would not like it, and it would not help promote the game. The boss called the manager and demanded that the design be redone, reporting the results at the next meeting. The young man went out onto the roof with a cup of coffee, thinking about how to tackle the task, feeling constantly tired. The chief manager was surprised to see the assistant designer there in the evening when he should have been resting. Lee Dongchan said that he had been assigned by the team leader to work on the changes. Not long ago, the young man was a genius in the gaming industry, but now he felt that his heyday was over. The manager disagreed with this opinion, believing in the designer's potential. The manager shared a secret. Through training, he increases his endurance, and when the work becomes particularly difficult, it is easier for him to cope with it. He believed that when the body is filled with energy, the mind becomes clear, and the senses return more quickly, so training is essential. After hearing this, Lee Dongchan went to the gym, where he almost injured himself due to improper use of the equipment. He was already mentally dying and writing a suicide note, reflecting on what a difficult life he had lived. Although short, it was full of achievements. The guy didn't have time to finish writing that he could die peacefully before he was saved. Tai-Han noticed that the young man's energy channels were blocked and asked when he had last had a good night's sleep. Hearing an unclear answer, Tai-Han explained that he needed to recover before engaging in physical exercise. If he continued training in his current condition, it could be fatal. Tai-Han put his finger to the designer's forehead and said that the young man needed to rest immediately. Lee Dongchan couldn't understand what had happened. He touched his forehead and looked around. The designer realized that he was inside the game he had developed himself. Streams of energy and fire rushed past him. The young man jumped back, not understanding what was happening, and a huge mark remained on the ground as if someone had passed by with a plow. The man from the gym was also there and asked how he was feeling. It turned out that they were not alone. Besides them, there was a huge red fire-breathing dragon. Lee Dongchan had to break through the last level and deliver the final blow. It all seemed unbelievable, and at that moment the dragon spat a fireball in their direction. Don Chan didn't know how to destroy the dragon. Tai-Han suggested that he needed to deliver the final blow to become the first to defeat the boss. Did the guy really want to give up now? Lee Dongchan would have liked to give up, but he heard that he would be the first on all game servers. This awakened his competitive spirit. He remembered that he hadn't heard that word in a long time. He used to love being first in everything. He would arrive at school before everyone else, and it was more important to him to be first than to be the best in the class. On the bus, he would calculate in advance where to stand so that he could be the first to get on and take a seat. He also liked to be the first to swipe his card on the subway and be the first to get off. He did all this calmly, without tension, strolling and catching his breath to look like he was first. Along the way, Lee Dongchan had lost his competitive spirit, but now the chance to be the first to defeat the boss reignited his former enthusiasm. The guy understood that such an opportunity would not happen again. He prepared his sword and was ready to strike decisively. The words "do it," "be the first on all servers" were imprinted in his mind. Dongchan literally felt his stats increase, his inner energy filling his body, and he believed that he could do it with his current abilities and equipment. When the dragon spat out a fireball, the young man did not give up, raised his sword and rushed forward. He advanced through the fire, cutting through it and approaching the dragon's mouth. The guy wasn't going to let first place slip away. He did it. Lee Dongchan came to his senses on the warm-up mat, where an unfamiliar guy was helping him. The programmer couldn't understand what had happened to his body. He felt strong and rested again because Tai-Han had quickly unblocked his energy channels. Not only his body, but his mind was clear too. The fog in his head had dissipated. Lee Dongchan admitted that no matter how much he slept, he never felt rested, and even healthy eating didn't help. He wondered how beneficial a full massage session would be if a few massage touches had brought such benefits. The programmer believed that a real miracle had happened, and Tai-Han was the magician. A new concept for a system of improvements in the game came to the young man's mind, which he would definitely apply so that modifications to body parts would increase freedom of growth. He sincerely thanked Tai-Han for his help. Now his excitement instantly dissipated. The guy wanted to get his thoughts in order and then start implementing the new features into the game. Tai-Han advised him to act immediately. As soon as the young man understood what changes he wanted to make, that would be the path of a true professional. A few days later, at his father's restaurant, Tai Han was helping to tidy up at the end of the working day. The TV was showing how anyone could improve any part of their body, and gaming industry genius Lee Dong-chan guaranteed the best entertainment in a game that ranked first in all major app markets. Even the owner of the noodle shop noticed the developer's magnificent physique. Taehan suggested that the programmer worked out a lot, and then asked how his father was feeling and if his shoulder hurt. His father replied that business was going great, old customers had returned, new ones had appeared, his shoulder was busy all the time, but it didn't hurt at all. Taehan suggested that his father take a day off and spend time with his son. Such an offer is priceless. Spending time with his adult son is a real joy for any father, especially when his son is busy and has found the time. Taehan noted that it would be difficult to do this every week, but sometimes it was quite possible. His father thought about it and remembered that he had always dreamed of trying golf. But the man understands that golf is a very expensive hobby. However, after hearing about the game once, he now thinks about it constantly. Taehan admitted that he had plenty of money and that they would definitely play once a year. A few days later, a pleasant meeting took place in the tea house. Yusha booked a table at this lovely little restaurant, and the young couple enjoyed a wonderful atmosphere and mood. The girl drank tea while they waited for their food to arrive, and a wave of pleasant sensations washed over her. It was as if she had been transported to some very distant pleasant memories there. A cool breeze rustled the leaves of the trees and smelled of grass. She felt both cozy and refreshed at the same time. The tea brought back memories of where they used to live. She noticed that the guy knew a lot about tea, and that maybe they should meet more often so that she could learn more too. Tahan didn't want to talk while drinking tea and suggested that his companion simply enjoy the taste and not think about anything. The girl couldn't relax at all. She drank tea but talked constantly and remained tense. Tahan advised her to just drink tea and not think about anything, to enjoy herself and relax. Yusha tried very hard to enjoy herself, and sometimes she even succeeded. Finally, she was able to concentrate and not be distracted by thoughts of anything. The young man said that today he would pay as a token of gratitude for the beautiful woman introducing him to such a wonderful tea house. The girl said that this time she was going to do the same. Tahan said that he did not consider today's meeting to be business. Rather, he simply enjoyed the time they spent together. Yusha asked him again if he really enjoyed spending time with her. She stuttered and choked on her tea. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case and that he enjoyed spending time with her, because there was no reason not to enjoy lunch and tea in the company of a good person. This answer delighted the beauty. It meant that the guy saw her in a good light, and she decided to invite him to go with her to a music show the next day. The young man refused, and Yusei barely restrained herself from smashing the cup over his head. She hadn't encountered such insolence in a long time, and no one had ever refused her before. The girl understood that he was talking about another woman. Taehan told her that he was going to play golf with his father. It would be his first time, and it would also be his father's first time. The beauty realized that the young man had a wonderful relationship with his father and was the perfect son. The young man believed that one should treat one's parents well while they are still around. Of course, this was a cliche that everyone knew, but sometimes it was difficult to do even if you knew it. Yusia suggested that they play golf together sometime in the future, saying that she wasn't very good at it but would try her best. Taehan said he would definitely let her know when he was ready for a round. After that, the girl immediately began to wrap up their meeting, saying that she was fine. But the guy saw that the energy around the beauty had changed dramatically. The next day, all the participants gathered at the golf course. Tahan treated the man to a gift of an infusion he had made himself. It was a syrup made from bellflower root, and it should have suited the man's physique. It was unbearable, so the man immediately began to try it. It felt as if he were in a sauna, but it wasn't even ginseng, just bellflower root, but very bitter. Takan explained that this infusion was useful for relieving fatigue and replenishing energy, so it was advisable to drink it regularly. Finally, the man noticed Taehan's father. Kang Hoyeon introduced himself and said he hoped his son had not bothered the gentleman with any unreasonable requests. But the man reassured him, saying that he was delighted when Tahan contacted him, and now he could see how much the young man resembled his father. After all, it was a great joy to raise such a son, and the man's name was Jo Wan, and he owed his life to the young man. The man told how Takan saved his friend's life by risking his own on the rocky slopes of the mountain. The men continued their pleasant conversation, admiring the young man and talking about how indebted they would now be to each other for the rest of their lives. Finally, Taekwon couldn't take it anymore and reminded everyone that they were going to play golf. Finally, everyone moved to the course and began practicing. The game was not particularly difficult, but it did not go as well as the players would have liked. Jo Wang explained the details using special vocabulary, and soon the father and son realized that they didn't understand anything, but most likely it sounded like a compliment. Perhaps they should have studied somewhere in advance, but in the end they came to learn, so they just needed to hit the ball and enjoy life. The young man was glad to see his father slowly relaxing and beginning to distract himself from his daily worries. He realized that he should bring his dad here more often. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure whose energy was very blood red. The young man looked closely and realized that it was a girl. She was about to strike, but she was in a disastrous state. Taekwon saw balance and grace in her movements. There was absolutely nothing superfluous. Judging by her clothes, she must be a student preparing to become a professional, and her physical abilities seem well honed. But that's what made the situation even more unfortunate. She was physically perfect, but was falling apart on an energetic level. Taekwon knew that in her current state, the girl would not be able to pursue a career. The stranger understood that her body was fine, but for some reason her shots were not as good as before. Taekwon sat down on a bench next to the girl and said that he felt she could have sent the ball much further instead of making such a disgraceful mistake. The girl looked back when she heard the voice and asked if the guy was talking to her. Taekwon replied a little rudely that since there was no one else around, of course he was talking to her. Who else? The girl found this answer a little absurd, but she decided that the guy was just flirting because she was quite pretty. However, the young man began to deny it, explaining that he was talking about her body balance and did not mean anything romantic. Taekwon insisted that he was referring exclusively to her professional skills. He assumed that the girl was training hard to become a professional golfer and warned that excessive training could block her energy flow. The stranger denied this, explaining that she had no intention of becoming a professional athlete and only played golf for fun while she was still in school. The young man disagreed. Since childhood, she had won all the local tournaments, and giving it all up now would be a real waste. No one knew that she had once been a youth sports star, and the girl thought she was dealing with some kind of fanatic stalker. Taekwon pointed to the wall behind her, which was covered with photographs and awards featuring the girl. The stranger stopped arguing and admitted that it had been a long time since she had won anything, and now no one recognized her. She had started having some problems with her body, and it had happened suddenly. The young man said he could temporarily fix her condition and asked her to give him her hand for diagnosis. Despite her doubts, the girl trusted the young man. He looked trustworthy. Taekwon took her hand and pressed his finger on one of the acupuncture points on her wrist. A deep warmth spread through the girl, and she felt very good and comfortable. She felt as if she were in her grandmother's country house, cozy, her body relaxed and sleepy. The stranger said that he had improved her condition for the moment, but that it would take more time to solve the overall problem. He offered his services and asked her to contact him at any time. The young man handed her a business card with his phone number, saying he was ready to help if necessary. After that, the young people said goodbye, and the girl went to the locker room. The men noticed the beauty who had left and decided that Taekwon had come not to play golf, but to flirt with pretty girls. Cho Won added that athlete Yun B was not the type to open up to people easily, which meant that she really liked the guy. The men began to recall how they themselves had flirted left and right in their youth, and how girls lined up in front of them. At that moment, Shin Junho, who had already been discharged from the hospital, joined the players. He was active and healthy again. The men said they had finished training and were planning to go out for a bite to eat. Jo Won added that they were going to try the most delicious homemade noodles from the best noodle maker. Junho was happy to meet his savior's father and learn that he made the most delicious noodles. The men immediately hit it off. Taekwon realized that everyone was fine and comfortable with each other without him and decided not to interfere. But Jung-ho called out to him. The young man said he needed to go to the mountains for medicinal herbs. He planned to take the bus and return late in the evening, but wanted the men to relax and enjoy themselves. Junho detained his savior, saying he had a small matter to discuss. Without going into details, Mr. Shin put the young man in his car and drove to his home. A white car was parked near his house. It was not new, and Mr. Shin was going to sell it, but decided it would be better to give it to Taekwon for a bargain price. The man set a price that seemed ridiculous even for a guy like him who didn't have much money to spare. The young man was surprised. He couldn't believe that no one else had bought the car for that amount. Finally, Junho admitted that he just wanted to give the car to the young man, but was afraid of embarrassing him, so he offered him a deal. This way, the young man did not feel obligated, could pay for the purchase, and Mr. Shin was reassured about his gratitude for saving his life. The situation suited both parties, and they decided to test the car right away to make sure that, even though it was used, it was still in top condition. The men inspected the car and took it for a drive around the neighborhood to test it out. Tai Han was pleased. He understood that Mr. Shin had been tactful, and now he had to repay him properly. The car sped along at high speed, much to the delight of its passengers. Junho was surprised by the young man's skill behind the wheel and wanted to know who had taught him. Taehan said that this was his first trip. He had obtained his license many years ago, but had only recently completed his training. The young man sincerely thanked Mr. Shin for the car and promised to drive it carefully. The next day, the young man received a message from golfer Chae Yunbi, saying that she would be arriving soon and would be using his services. Sun Hyun noticed that his friend was texting someone. He made a jealous scene, accusing his friend of choosing love over him. After all, he, Sun Hyun, was his only friend. When the passion subsided, the masseurs turned their attention to the visitors. Among them was baseball player Tai Jung, whom Tai Han had previously rehabilitated. He was not alone. Next to him was the manager of the Hani Hawks team, Oh Jae-yoon. The manager said that everything around was modest and not as luxurious as he had expected, even though the place had been recommended by the coach's wife. Choi replied that he had felt something similar last time, but after the massage, he felt healed both physically and mentally. The manager admitted that he sometimes feels a slight sense of guilt when his best baseball player shares his problems with him. It turned out that Choi had given up his massage appointment for the manager. He believed that all this was for the good of the team and hoped that the manager would be able to realize his ideas and at the same time improve his own health. The team manager insisted that he was not there for himself, but for his work, and that he was thinking exclusively about his players, about the guys. Taehan greeted the clients, and baseball player Choi announced that he had brought his coach with him today. The man said that his wrist and shoulders were slightly bothering him, and his knees were also a little sore, but he didn't mention the problem in his lower back, wanting to see if the massage therapist would notice it. The guy immediately said that these were minor issues, but there were more serious problems than it seemed, and the team manager was very surprised to hear this. After finishing their greetings, the men headed to the massage room. Jae-young was a little tense, but decided not to be afraid and hoped that everything would go well soon. Sitting on the couch, Jong-yoon told the masseur that only his wrists and shoulders were bothering him. Taehan placed his hands on the man's back and noted that the real problem was hidden in his lower back. The masseur gently probed his spine, moving lower and lower until a terrible pain pierced the client's body. He stood completely alone and miserable in the scorching desert. There was no one around, so the man set off in search of people and water. The heat made it difficult to breathe and his throat was parched. On top of that, his head began to spin. Jae-young did not understand where he was or why he had ended up here. The man realized that he needed to return as soon as possible and continued walking through the desert under the scorching rays of the sun. Soon fatigue and heat took their toll, and the man fell to his knees, realizing that he could not go on. The next moment, there was a surfboard under his knees, and next to him, on the neighboring board, sat a masseur who said that the man had gone too far and it was time to have some fun. Jae-young couldn't understand where the guy had come from or what it meant to have fun in the desert. The masseur replied that he had come to arrange a short vacation because the man was too busy to allow himself a break, and especially surfing in the desert. Some sound caught the manager's attention, and he couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Besides, he demanded that Taehan take him away from there and stop joking around, because the man had a huge pile of work waiting for him. The masseur did not respond to Jae-yoon's words, and soon a shadow began to gradually cover the two vacationers. The next moment, huge waves picked up their boards and the men were carried away on the waves. The manager still couldn't relax and screamed desperately, even though the young man suggested he enjoy his rare vacation. Taehan asked him to trust him and suggested that the manager stand up. The masseur's sincere, honest, and kind gaze was endearing, and a few moments later, the man was already standing on the board. The sensations were simply wonderful, refreshing, feelings he had never experienced before. He was able to truly relax. Taehan realized that the client was already feeling better, his back was fine, and now he could get down. Jae-young was simply happy. He had no idea that massage could improve the quality of life so much. Tai-han praised him for his endurance and noted that the man had endured severe pain with dignity. The massage therapist suggested that next time he would massage more vigorously to finally deal with the problems in his back and lower back. And then finally, the manager admitted that he had not actually come for the massage or to improve his health. He had come to hire Tai-han as a personal masseur for the baseball team. The man fell to his knees, begging him to fulfill his request to become the exclusive masseur for the Hani Hawks. Sun Hyun was ready to bite his nails out of envy when he heard the news. Tai-han saw no reason to refuse such an offer and was going to start work the following week. Manager Huang overheard the guy's conversation and began to worry about the salon's profits and his earnings. The man had hoped to enjoy the good life thanks to Tai-han's work, but now he could kiss his dreams of a vacation goodbye. At that moment, Tai-han offered his friend a position as an assistant on the team, but Song Hyun declined, saying that he valued his clients very much. Tai-han promised to bring baseball balls autographed by the players as soon as he had the opportunity, and manager Huang realized that the young man was not quitting, but would be helping the team on his days off. Tai-han confirmed that he would not be leaving for Hanko and had just extended his contract here. Another wave of happiness and gratitude swept over manager Huang, and he rushed to hug his lucky ticket. The man admitted that he was very worried about what would happen to the clients if Tai-han left them. But the guy said it wasn't about the money at all. If he only wanted money, he wouldn't have become a massage therapist. To simply earn money, the young man would have taken up mixed martial arts. The guy did not explain why he made this choice, leaving the man to find the reason himself. Sun Hyun said he would always be there to protect and support his old friend. Manager Huang showed great sensitivity and told the young man not to bother Tai-han. The young man noted that the manager had experience and insight, although he still worried too much about money. Tai-han felt a strange sensation seeing his clients and loved ones relaxed after a massage. When he was a heavenly demon, nothing like this happened, but now the feeling of satisfaction brought him true pleasure. Tai-han looked at his colleagues with love and affection, realizing that there was no need to leave this place. The young man still wanted to enjoy this naturalness and harmony. At that moment, a group of girls appeared in the sauna, taking pictures and posing for each other. They discussed all kinds of beauty tips, shared recipes and life hacks. The men noticed that these customers had not been in their salon before, or rather, they had looked completely different before. The manager recalled that when he gave them the key to the locker, they looked like squeezed lemons, tired, exhausted, and worn out. Now their bodies were full of life and energy. It was unclear how one massage could have done such a thing. It seemed almost like magic. Son, watching his friend, couldn't understand how the young man managed to serve all the customers without getting tired. Perhaps he had a huge debt and was forced to work so hard. The manager believed that the situation was quite different. It seemed that Tai-han glowed from within, and his muscles were strong and powerful. Sun Hyun was about to leave work because he had an appointment, but Tai-han was going to stay because he still had customers. His friend couldn't take it anymore and started asking about the young man's debts and how much he had lost, because now he was working nights to make up for his losses. Sun Hyun even thought that his friend was addicted to gambling and was losing huge sums of money, which was no longer funny and required urgent intervention. Tai-han reassured his friend, saying that he had not lost anything, and on the contrary, his finances were in perfect order. This completely baffled Sun Hyun. It was unclear why the guy was working so hard. Chae Yunbi tried to get to the right place as quickly as possible because she didn't visit Seoul often and didn't know her way around the city very well. In addition, the girl's back began to hurt, and she was still traveling. The pain did not go away. The golfer underwent numerous tests and examinations, but the doctors were unable to give a definitive answer. Without a clear understanding of the problem, they could not find a solution. The young golfer's physical condition continued to deteriorate. She realized that she would soon take her last swing before leaving golf forever. But meeting a stranger and his help began to change her condition. Yunbi felt better every day. She didn't understand how he did it, but decided to attend his session. The girl found the spa and was ready to meet Tai-han. Yusea was on a film shoot when, sitting at a table in a cafe, she dropped a cup and spilled her drink. The director rushed over to her, asking if she was hurt and how she was feeling, because she was playing the lead role. The director noticed that the beauty looked unwell. Sia said she was just scared, but most likely she had low blood sugar. The director offered to bring her a new drink, but Yu Sa-a felt that something bad was happening. A strange, incomprehensible feeling of anxiety overwhelmed the beauty. At that time, golfer Chai Yun-bi was having a private massage session. The girl looked around the salon and decided that it wasn't so bad, even better than she had expected. She took a fresh look at the massage therapist. He was tall, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a very handsome face. Last time she had hardly noticed him because of the pain that tormented the athlete. The young people looked at each other, thinking about different things, but it was time to start the massage and treatment. The guy laid the client down and began to feel her body to figure out the problem. Overall, she was perfectly healthy and had a strong, toned, athletic body without excess fat. However, the presence of pain indicated that the golfer had a problem with her lower back. Most likely, it was a congenital weakness in that area. The energy in these points was somewhat unstable and intertwined with the surrounding meridians. If left untreated, the flow of energy could stagnate. In the future, it could turn into negative energy, worsening her overall health. The young man promised to cure the athlete, and she just needed to relax and trust him. It sounded a bit like quackery, but why not give it a try? However, the young man understood that the treatment would be difficult. Yunbi insisted that the young man not hurt her, as she had a low pain threshold. No one likes pain, but the energy blockage had to be removed, so she had to endure it a little. The masseur pressed his elbow into the spot. Yunbi cried out loudly in pain. The masseur felt that the blocked energy had begun to flow and that it was time to move on to the next step. Taehan armed himself with gua sha scrapers to improve energy circulation. The guy announced that with this tool, he would disperse the blood and energy, and soon the pain would completely go away. When the massage was over, the girl fell asleep on the couch, exhausted. Taehan knew that energy circulation would soon become more active, and the golfer's overall condition would improve. It was important not to overcool the body or turn on the air conditioners. The energy flow had to be allowed to circulate calmly throughout the body to relieve the tension. Yunbi tried to get up and leave the room, but the masseur did not allow her to do so, as the process was not yet complete. He insisted that the girl sleep a little so that her blood circulation could be restored and her energy flow could be regulated. The girl's eyelids became so heavy and her whole body so weak that she couldn't even close her mouth, and a trickle of saliva flowed out of it. Taehan picked up the client and carried her to a special restroom where she could fully recover, rest, and get herself together. The director was screaming wildly on the set because the star of the film was once again unable to play her role properly. The director announced another break so that the girl could concentrate and do her job properly. Sei felt that everything was going wrong today ever since the glass broke, and it bothered her. A constant feeling of anxiety did not leave the beauty, and suddenly she realized the reason for it. Her anxiety was related to Taehan and his female clients, who were probably pestering him and acting very clingy. At that moment, the actress's thoughts were interrupted by an actor who called out to her. Sei was so lost in thought that she didn't hear her colleague approach. Yu Saya looked at the young man and remembered that he had recently been suffering from severe migraines. He probably needed help. The guy was very embarrassed because he had come to help his colleague, but instead he had made her worry. The young man confirmed that as soon as a new project started, he practically stopped sleeping, but considered it just part of the job. The young man tried to find an opportunity to lie down and rest, and said that he would gladly go for a massage now to fix all his problems. Sia, upon hearing about the massage, immediately realized that she needed to contact Taehan. She promised to take Oleg to him when they returned to Korea. This man is not like other masters. He works real miracles. Saya believed that the migraines could disappear completely after the first session because the masseur was truly a master of his craft. The friends sealed their agreement and friendship with a finger promise. It was nice to see them caring for each other. Yusia was almost happy. She had wanted to check everything for a long time, but now she had a wonderful reason to watch Taehan closely. And if anyone dared to flirt with her Taehan, she would make sure that it would be the last day of that woman's life. In the lounge, golfer Yunbi was fast asleep, but she continued to moan and toss and turn. The masseur watched her and realized that the girl was very anxious. Perhaps her meridians were not yet completely cleansed. Suddenly, the young man had the feeling that someone was nearby. He sensed someone else's energy. There was no one specific in the office or near him, but there was a distinct feeling of intent to kill in the room, and the young man could not understand where it was coming from. With a loud cry of, "Wait!" Yinbi, all sweaty and disheveled, woke up and came to her senses. She sat up on the couch and at first couldn't understand what was happening to her or where she was. Taehan appeared next to her and asked how her body felt. The girl began to feel herself, puzzled and not understanding what was happening. The pain that had interfered with her life for years was gone. Yoonbi happily announced that she felt incredibly rested. Taehan was delighted and offered the girl some tea that he had specially prepared for her. Standing up, Yoonbi was amazed because her body felt unusually light. A faint hope appeared in her mind, and the athlete thought that she was able to return to her former physical form. Of course, it sounded ridiculous, and it only happens in comics, so it seemed untrue. The dogwood flower tea was brewed in a beautiful teapot. It was supposed to help restore her back and knees. She had to drink it to improve her overall blood circulation. The drink was very fragrant and incredibly pleasant. Eun-bi had never tasted such tea before. She was particularly struck by the fact that the young man had made this tea especially for her. Taehan confirmed that every person needs different drinks at different stages of their life, and no one had ever flirted with her like that before. There was a certain tension between the young people. Yoon-bi didn't really like calling the young man sir because he was still too young. She suggested calling him Appa since the difference between them was not that big. The athlete was happy. This brought her one step closer to Taehan. The young man was clearly very dense and didn't understand the beauty's hints. He was only interested in how she was feeling. Yoon-bi felt much better. It was as if she had returned to her former physical shape. Nevertheless, the massage therapist warned her not to overdo it in the near future to avoid a relapse. It seemed unreal. The masseur was able to fix everything in one session. Taehan asked her to take it easy for 3 days, which made the girl burst out laughing. The time frame seemed absurd. Just recently, she was ready to give up on her dream, and now she had to wait only 3 days. Taehan thought that the athlete did not believe his terms and promised that she would not be disappointed. Taehan unexpectedly received a message from SCA, who was very interested in his affairs. The last semester had begun at the university, and the students were happy to see each other after the holidays and discuss their plans for the future. Sun missed the class and thought that he should have gone with Taehan after all. He remembered how he had refused to become an assistant masseur for the Hanyun Hawks team, citing his large number of clients and the need to earn money. Now the young man was ready to kick himself for even opening his mouth. Suddenly, the lecturer decided to take attendance to check attendance. The professor called out the students' names and they responded. It was Kang Taehan's turn. Instead, Song-hyun raised his hand and said that his friend had not come to class today because of work. The professor had already heard that the young man was working with the Hanwha Hawks. This news surprised everyone present, and the professor confirmed that the student had started working for them as a massage therapist, which was impressive because the young man had worked so hard even before graduating from university. His classmates did not consider this to be something remarkable, as the team was always in last place, and in general, the young man could be blamed for the team's lack of improvement. The professor understood the students' concerns. He also believed that simple massage would not lead to a dramatic improvement in the player's performance. But they were all wrong, because the team's usual training day now looked absolutely phenomenal. It was difficult to guarantee consistent stability in the game, but it was possible to try to gain practical experience in this area. Even if Taehan failed and returned, the professor himself would applaud him for taking on the challenge. The coaches watching their team train couldn't believe their eyes. These guys had been incapable of anything just a short time ago. But the secret to their excellent physical condition and great play was Taehan's massage. The young man came out to see his players, and the coaches rushed towards him with enthusiasm. They greeted Taehan, saying they understood how tiring it was for him to travel to another city. But now the guy was not just a masseur, he was the masseur of the Hanwha Hawks, Kang Taehan. The coaches jumped up to him, began shaking his hands, and expressed their gratitude to the specialist. One of the coaches, with tears in his eyes, said that thanks to Taehan, his players were full of enthusiasm. He hadn't seen them so fired up to win in a long time, and it was a very exciting event in his coaching career. Taehan said that these changes did not happen because of him. The young man explained that the changes were due to the coach, who was willing to bend over backwards for his players. The masseur only took care of their physical condition according to the needs of each individual player. These words greatly embarrassed the coach, and he realized that Taehan was a wonderful person with a capital W. The masseur reminded the guys of the goals they had lost and the dreams they had lost. He gave refreshing massages to those who needed rest and adjusted the pressure for some. This individual approach helped the whole team, and now they could be satisfied with the result. It sounded incredible, and the assistant coach thought that the player's vacation could be replaced with a massage course. At that moment, a loud shout drew the men's attention to the game. Another hill run was completed, and the coach enjoyed the view and the play of the guys, who were full of energy. The entire team was sincerely grateful to their support group, represented by their coaches and masseur. The coaches themselves were in tears and couldn't let go of each other's grateful embraces, congratulating each other on their hard work and long-awaited victory. One of the players wondered whether this game would take too much energy away from the team's official matches. The player was one of the most talented and professional, and he hoped to play on the team for several more years. But unfortunately, athletes' careers are too short. The player did not recognize the team and thought that the coaches had bought new athletes. Moreover, the score on the scoreboard indicated that there were new forces on the field. At that moment, Choi Tae-jung made a serve, and it was just perfect. Even the coach himself looked younger, and the other players were full of strength and energy. The athlete thought that something strange was going on. Everyone had become younger and full of strength and energy. The coach said that the player could also become like that because now the team had a solution. He just needed to entrust his body to Mr. Tae-han, and the coaches pointed to the young masseur standing aside. Tae-han was completely focused and did his job well and consciously. He was ready to fix anyone who came to him for a massage. The player did not believe that it was the masseur's doing and thought that all these words were just exaggeration and some kind of advertising campaign aimed at promoting an unknown specialist and giving him the opportunity to earn money. The coaches tried to convince the player that the masseur was really good, but the athlete believed that the success in today's game was due to the player's good mood. The player said that he would just go to a recovery training session and had no intention of visiting the masseur. When he walked past Tae-han, the latter nudged him with his shoulder. The young man announced that 30 seconds would be enough to heal his shoulder girdle. Despite the anger in the athlete's eyes, Tae-han explained that he could do it in 30 seconds, and the baseball player would be back in top form. With that in mind, he could win the championship title this year. The man immediately realized that the masseur was well-versed in sports because the team would need to win every remaining game of the season to win the championship. Tae-han said that the team would easily manage this, and at this point the player lost his temper, grabbing the young man by his shirt and trying to intimidate him. The player was sure that the masseur didn't understand the intricacies of the game and thought the championship was something like a neighborhood sporting event, while he had worked so hard for the team for so many years. But now all those years had been wasted, because in the end, he didn't win the championship. Tae-han took the player by the hand, and the man immediately felt a refreshing energy begin to rise up his arm. The masseur said that after his session, the player would feel this refreshing sensation for the rest of his life. He was ready to treat the player if he changed his mind. The coaches teased the embarrassed athlete, who did not believe in the miracles happening to him, so he decided not to think about it, but to do what the coach advised and see for himself what kind of masseur he was. The player approached the locker room door, and it seemed very large and unfamiliar to him, not like before. He opened the door, and a bright light illuminated him so much that he had to close his eyes. Inside, there was no locker room, but a school classroom, which was very strange and inexplicable. His classmates greeted their friend, waving and saying hello, but the baseball player didn't understand what was going on. The teacher looked the same as usual, but his body was filled with tremendous strength and energy. He secretly told him that he had gotten a massage to stay in shape before retiring. The teacher said he didn't think any of this was right. He decided that he would not retire and would fight for the championship title before he left, because he felt full of energy. It was overflowing. Tae-han entered the locker room and called the player to follow him for a massage session. Even when the player lay down on the couch, he remained skeptical about the massage and thought it would be better to go for another training session. Although his teammates were playing better, he wasn't sure if massage was right for him. Tae-han did his job, working his magic on the athlete's sore and injured body parts while the player screamed in pain. The young man announced that he was finished, but the player felt as if something had been sucked out of him, and now he wasn't sure he could even stand up. Tae-han completed the final stage and stimulated a few more areas. The young man said that the player's shoulder problem had been completely resolved. This news did not please the baseball player, who was about to quit the sport, but it turned out that all problems could be solved in a few minutes. But when the man got up from the couch, he noticed that the chronic pain in his shoulders had disappeared. Tae-han warned that he would now do something even more important. But could anything be more important than the player's physical condition? It turned out that mental problems could also be treated. Tae-han promised to fix the athlete's damaged mental state during today's session. Although the player claimed that his mental health was fine, the young man did not believe it and began to influence certain points on his head. Soon the player's consciousness cleared, and he seemed to sink into an incredible stream that took him back many years. At that time, he was the team captain and the most sought-after rookie and incredible player. After joining professional teams, the young man immediately became the #1 star, and now the Han Hawks hoped to win the championship with him. The game continued, but for some reason it didn't go well, and in the end, the result was disastrous. The Hawks lost in the final game of the Korean series. The young man was crying, but the coach tried to calm him down, saying that the player had performed very well for his debut season. However, this did not calm the boy down, because the team he had dreamed of his whole life was never satisfied with this. He vowed to win next year. Years followed, one after another, until the team came to a unanimous conclusion. Taepyeong missed the ball and his shoulder crashed into the fence. It looked very serious. The medics took the player away, and it was clear that, given his age, he would not be able to recover. The situation was tragic. The young man wept because of his injury, and the championship became even more unattainable for him because he would not be able to win it with his abilities. And all that remained was to be happy that he could simply play on the team. All this flashed through Taepyeong's mind. He came to his senses with a loud cry of, "No!" The player realized that no matter how old he was now, he was not yet too old to give up. The masseur asked if the athlete's competitive spirit had returned. If not, the young man was ready to stimulate certain points on his head. Tahan, continuing his work, learned that most of the team's players had been bought as the best with the greatest potential. These players respected and valued Taepyeong very much, even though he had failed to pull their team through. They wanted to emulate their older teammate, who was once determined and hardworking. Therefore, now the player must lead the team, not only fulfilling his dream, but also making everyone else happy. The masseur has opened the solar acupuncture point, and the player's mind will now be clear and his concentration heightened. The next day at the game, he will be able to repay his teammates for the respect they have shown him over the years. He must repay them by showing the highest level of concentration, focus, and excellent play, and lead the team to victory. The next day, the stadium was full of fans who couldn't believe their eyes. The Hanyun Hawks were performing brilliantly. Player Taepyeong stood out in particular, full of determination, just like in his debut years. The pitcher made his first throw. Kim Taepyeong managed to hit the ball, but something incredible happened. The player got ready to catch the ball and did so, giving the Hawks a chance to attack. It turned out that this was not the end. The ball flew over the fence. The opposing player, who usually played flawlessly, made many mistakes today, and thanks to teamwork, the Hawks won their first victory of the season. In the next game, the athletes will show themselves to be even stronger and more confident. Manager Hwang watched his team play and realized that the credit for this victory belonged to Tai Han. The man rushed over and hugged his subordinate, begging him not to leave the team until they won the championship. The young man was confident that this would happen this season. The news literally stunned the manager in a good way, but he couldn't leave this life until he saw the championship through to the end. At that moment, Tai Han's phone received a message. It was from actress Yoo Se-ah, who was planning to visit a massage parlor in the coming days because her colleagues really needed help. A few days later, the actors did indeed show up at the salon. The girl introduced her colleague named Jo Chang-hyuk, whom she had already mentioned. He needed help. The guys greeted each other and the masseur led Jung-hyuk away. Se-ah was determined to gather evidence that the masseur was flirting with other clients and intended to investigate. Taehan wanted to make tea for the girl so she could enjoy it while the actor was having his session. But the beauty refused the tea and asked to be present at the session, as she was very concerned about the health of her senior colleague, whom she truly respected. These words literally brought Chang-hyuk to tears, and the masseur did not resist and allowed the girl to attend. Everything went according to plan. If the beauty saw even the slightest hint that the women were trying to flirt with her Taehan, she would rebuff them and teach them a lesson. Lost in thought, she was almost late for the session, and when she ran into the office, she was stunned. She looked at the masseur and thought it was just incredible. How cool this chic and handsome guy looked during the massage. When his strong, muscular hands touched someone else's body, his gaze was thoughtful and calm. At the same time, his fellow actor Chang-hyuk looked completely unimportant. Taehan understood that everyone was going through difficult times, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do about it. To become better, the guy would have to go through it himself. The young man found himself in an unfamiliar place. He was dressed in knight's armor, and on his head was a metal hoop that fit tightly against his hair. This outfit looked completely ridiculous, and the young man was holding a sharp sword in his hands and did not understand how he had ended up here. He guessed that he had ended up in a comic book, and the genre had taken a turn for the worse. Suddenly, something flew past the young man's ear, and he felt a cut on his cheek. The flying object hit the wall and exploded. The young man looked around and saw strange figures approaching him. These people looked disgusting, scary, traumatized, armed with various weapons, and demanding their money back. The guy didn't understand what money they were talking about. At that moment, one of the men lunged at him and demanded the money his father had invested in the business. The young man continued to fight and said that he had worked for years to pay back the money with interest. He had worked hard for many years to pay off the debt. He started out as an extra in historical dramas, playing minor roles with only one line, and the other actors paid no attention to him. But the guy achieved his goal of protecting the family that relied on him and earned the money to pay off his debts. Now he demanded that the stranger stop tormenting him. After that, the guy heard a voice asking how much money he had already spent this month. The voice said that his neighbor had returned from a trip to Europe, and now that the debts were paid off, they wanted to go on a trip too. One of them wanted to learn to play the violin, and the guy had to pay for lessons at the academy for the sake of his family because he was a good son and would help his relatives. After all, he was the best son, and his parents were very grateful to him for being so respectful. They were happy. The young man, of course, agreed to fulfill their wishes because they loved him so much. The boy was ready to do anything and take care of everything they asked him to. And at that moment, someone's hand was squeezing his throat. But as long as his family was satisfied with his sacrifice, that was enough, even if it was almost impossible to breathe. Suddenly, someone's hand touched him. Taihan said he needed to pull himself together. The masseur was able to destroy the negative energy around the guy and made him feel free from the other people who had latched on to him. The young man woke up, not understanding where he was or where his family was. He was angry at Taihan for driving away his loved ones, who were so important to him. Taihan said that the young man should not dare to talk back to the person who saved his life. After that, the masseur ordered him to open his eyes and watch carefully. Did the young man really think that these were his parents who loved their son? If they were really his family, they wouldn't have suffocated him. And even in difficult times, they would have shared the responsibility with him and supported him. After all, actor Jang Hyuk himself had personal problems, but he took on the burden of difficult times and supported his entire family. Realizing what was happening, Yang Hyuk felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and he found himself alone in the world, completely unprotected from problems and difficulties. Taihan understood that it had been very difficult for the guy all this time, so now he needed to be careful. Chung Hyuk seemed to be at the beginning of his journey and did not understand where he should go. Taihan pointed out that he needed to climb to a great height, and the guy had no idea how to do it. The masseur said that now his body felt lighter, and he would be able to jump. And once he got out, he needed to start taking care of himself. The guy said goodbye, but Chung Hyuk still had doubts. He didn't believe he could do it, even though he felt better and lighter. He wasn't sure it was even possible to jump there, but he decided to take a chance and did it with all his strength, even though the jump seemed pointless. Soon he was floating in the air, amazed that he had been able to do it. When he came to his senses, the actor thanked him for the massage, saying that it helped relieve his accumulated fatigue. Taihan warned that if the guy ever had a headache again, he shouldn't hesitate to come back for another treatment. The guy said goodbye and promised to meet again. Yusia said she would walk her colleague out a little, and then suggested meeting at the restaurant where they had dinner last time. Taihan said that the food there was quite expensive, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Seo wanted to thank him for the session he had given her colleague, and was again ready to pay the bill. The massage therapist was still thinking about his last client. He was sure that he had removed the negative energy and mental stress that caused headaches. The guy should have felt a surge of strength, and the headaches should have disappeared, but for some reason he didn't mention them at all. Perhaps the masseur did not fully control his negative energy, and in that case, Chung Hyuk could lose control of his body and mind. Soon, his internal energy could become distorted and even harm him. Yu Se-ah accompanied her colleague, but she couldn't shake a strange feeling. It seemed to her that the actor was trying to escape, and he showed no emotion when talking about his feelings about the massage, as if he had visited a regular masseur. The girl was upset by this reaction, and even assumed that her colleagues might be dissatisfied with the massage. During dinner at the restaurant, all of Taihan's thoughts were occupied with his last client. He was sure that he had removed the negative energy and mental stress that caused headaches. Seiya saw that the young man was thinking about something very seriously, but he did not want to share his thoughts. Doubts continued to accumulate in his head. Perhaps he had not worked with the negative energy correctly, and if so, urgent action was needed before Chang Hyuk lost control of his mind and body. The young man was so lost in thought that he hardly listened to his companion. The girl noticed that he seemed absent, sitting next to her at the table. Taehan could no longer bear it and asked Seiya to take him to the actor's house right away. Taehan stated bluntly that Mr. Jo Chang-hyuk could die if something went wrong. Just then, the guy returned home and loudly announced this to all his relatives. At that moment, his parents were discussing the handbags and outfits they had managed to buy in exclusive stores, which were expensive and rare in the country. They discussed that there would be a new collection tomorrow and that they had to get to the stores in time. The young man repeated that he was home. His parents decided that they needed to buy high quality, expensive, and the best shoes. He said again that he was home. Summoning all his strength, the young man shouted with tears in his eyes that he was at home. Finally, his parents looked up from their shopping and looked at the screaming boy. His mother asked, "Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? If you're home, you need to wash up and go to bed. You have work again tomorrow." The young man replied quietly and indistinctly, and his parents did not hear him. They immediately became active. "Tomorrow is the day to pay the balance for the construction for our brother. We need to make sure that the money is transferred in advance to avoid problems." The young man felt an iron hoop squeezing his head and told his parents that he had something to tell them. Chung Hyuk announced that he was going to move out of the apartment, at which point the steel hoops squeezed his head. At that moment, Taehan and Seiya were running through the streets of the city in alarm. The young man was running so fast that the girl had no chance of catching up, and she was amazed. She didn't understand how a person could move so fast, and the young man was sure that something was definitely wrong with Chung Hyuk's energy. The masseur thought he had missed something, but couldn't figure out what it was. The young man was sure he had done everything necessary. The only thing he understood was that he had to hurry and act as quickly as possible before the actor lost control. Suddenly, on the sports field, he saw a man sitting on a swing. It was none other than actor Jo Chang-hyuk. Taehan ran up to the actor, asking if he was okay and how his body felt. The actor was surprised to see the masseur in his yard. The men's eyes met. The masseur noticed that the actor's entire body was covered in bruises. Jang Hyuk said he had something to tell him. Taehan suggested discussing it later, because right now it was important to urgently rid the man of the negative energy that could destroy him. However, Chung Hyuk began to thank the masseur because with his help, he was freed from the shackles that had bound him for many years. Memories came flooding back to the young man of how strangers had thanked him with a low bow. He also remembered his father, who was happy knowing what a good son he had raised. And now Chung Hyuk also thanked him with complete sincerity. The only thing that was unclear was what kind of wounds covered the young man's body. Chung Hyuk explained that it was natural to feel pain from parting with things that had become part of his life over many years, as if they had grown together with his body. Taehan understood and realized that he needed to take responsibility for his own life. It's not easy, and now the masseur is sincerely proud of the guy. It will be difficult for a while, but later Chung Hyuk will be glad he took this step. He was torn by doubts about the rightness of his decision, but he had to start his independent journey through life right from that moment. The next day, while drinking tea together, Seiya said that she had never seen Jung Hyuk cry before. She wanted to understand why this had happened, because he had never shown weakness in front of others. In fact, Seiya wanted to ask directly what the guys had been talking about while she was away, because when she arrived at the playground, the conversation was already over. Seiya claimed that they had ignored her and hadn't told her anything about what had happened. She didn't understand why Chung Hyuk hadn't shared it with her, since they were close friends. Taehan didn't want to discuss other people's problems with the girl, considering it unethical, and replied that it was just a normal guy talk between them. The beautiful woman clearly did not like this answer, and she decided to take action. The girl declared that if he continued to behave this way, she would stop providing him with new clients. CA had added a huge number of clients to her notes, but then the news shocked her. She opened her mouth and started screaming. Taehan asked what had happened. The news was astonishing. The newspaper reported that actor Jo Chang-hyuk was going to get married. Seiya had no idea that he had a girlfriend and the love of his life. Taehan reacted calmly, but inside he was happy for his friend. He had found a serious reason to risk his life. Taehan suggested celebrating the event and congratulating Jang Hyuk, at least among themselves. They clinked cups of fragrant tea, wishing the newlyweds great love and a happy family life. Taehan thought about how he sincerely cared about and hoped for the guy's happiness throughout his life. Shin Jun-ho came to the hospital with his wife for a routine checkup after the accident. The doctor confirmed that the man had no health problems and was feeling better than before. Jun-ho was sure that the masseur was really special, and the doctor had nothing to argue with. He completely agreed with his friend. The doctor was glad that his friend was fine and was about to go to his office for an appointment. The men began to say goodbye, and at that moment Mr. Shin's wife, getting up from her chair, felt a sharp pain in her hip. The doctor knew that the woman had problems with scoliosis and pelvic displacement, and now she had joint pain. But she tried to pretend that everything was fine. The doctor had noticed for many years that she avoided examinations and did not trust the clinic. Then he had an idea, to suggest she try a massage from Taehan. The woman looked at the doctor in bewilderment, not understanding how massage could help. After all, her health problems had lasted for years, and no clinic had been able to cope. Mr. Shin also looked at the doctor skeptically, saying that he did not expect such a suggestion. But the doctor was completely calm and confident. He was doing the most important thing that every doctor should do. Every doctor must prescribe treatment that is appropriate for a specific patient. In this case, the doctor prescribed a remedy named Kang Taehan, the best remedy for her condition. The doctor immediately dialed the masseur's number to arrange a consultation. But there was a small but serious problem. The young man was in the wild mountains. The young man recognized the doctor and confirmed on the phone that he remembered their meetings, and at that time he was massaging the mountain god in the form of a wild boar. The young man promised that he would soon go to the doctor's house. After finishing the conversation, Taehan told the mountain spirit that he had to leave, even though the spirit wanted to continue the massage, not having fully recovered. The young man advised him to take a nap to feel better and promised that they would see each other next month. He reminded the mountain spirit to prepare everything on the list. Taehan had almost left when the mountain spirit asked him to stay for a few more minutes. The mountain spirit was interested in whether the masseur could help anyone else. The young man thought that another spirit lived nearby and offered to bring him. He still had energy that could be used. The mountain spirit said that it wasn't necessary to do it right now, but there was one problem. Those who would later become mountain spirits were now too full of energy, and 3 wild boar cubs were rushing to their father to play with him. The 3 cubs immediately began to demonstrate their techniques: biting attacks, headbutts, quick and powerful strikes, and multi-attacks. The unfortunate mountain spirit, the father of the family, could not hold back his tears and asked the young man to calm the mischievous cubs down a little. The 3 cubs were very active, but the young man massaged them, and they became completely immobile, lying happily. The spirit believed in the power of the masseur. The process proved to be effective, and his offspring fell asleep next to him. Taehan warned that the babies would sleep for a long time, so their father would have enough time to rest. The mountain spirit could not contain himself and sincerely thanked the young man, saying that he loved him very much. The young man left the mountains, satisfied with his way of life. Soon he was standing at Mr. Shin's house. The owner personally opened the gate, saying that he and his wife had been waiting for him and were surprised at how quickly the young man had arrived. Taehan said that he had been gathering medicinal herbs in the wild mountains. Mr. Shin hoped that the young man had found something suitable for making men's liquor, but Taehan had brought medicinal herbs for his wife. The woman was happy to see the young man in her yard and greeted him, while her husband asked him not to forget about the special herbs for men. Taehan assessed the condition of the lady of the house and realized that he had misunderstood the situation last time. Now her condition was worse than her husband's when he fell off the cliff. The cause was routine housework and accumulated internal injuries. The host wanted the young man to rest first after his journey, but he said that there was no time to rest given the woman's condition. These words greatly surprised the hostess. The young man realized that this would be the most difficult massage of his life and suggested going to the bedroom. The house smelled of the sweet aroma of organic vegetables grown under the bright sun. The smell of meat was also rich and fresh, coming from a happy cow, which allowed the young man to appreciate the host's efforts in preparing the dishes. The woman insisted that they should have dinner first, and then the massage would be more effective. The young man did not refuse and, bowing deeply, thanked her for the invitation and the meal. The table was laden with a huge number of dishes. The young man had never seen such a feast before, and Mr. Shin said that his wife had made a real fuss preparing these dishes. The woman said she hadn't done anything special and invited him to eat more, adding that she was always ready to cook more if he wanted. She brought in a dish filled with energy that lit up the room with bright light. In a huge frying pan lay the herbs and roots that the young man had just brought. The woman happily added them to the dish. Taihan was amazed that his medicinal herbs were being used in everyday food. The young man understood that eating this dish would increase his internal energy. He cautiously tried the vegetables. A few moments later, he was bursting with inner strength. The energy spread throughout his body, but the young man pretended to be simply eating dinner. Of course, the amount of medicinal herbs was too much, and he had to calm down to harness the energy, breathing deeply and restoring his condition. The hospitable host asked him how he liked the food. The young man confirmed that everything was indeed delicious and that the woman had every right to be proud of it. He looked at the stew and realized that it was not just a mushroom dish, but practically a medicinal one, and he had accidentally gained a year's supply of internal energy. Thanks to this reserve, he would be able to give even more effective massages. Soon, lunch came to an end. The woman lay down on the bed so that Taihan could give her a massage. Without even touching her body, he could see that her body was exhausted, and it wasn't just because of the overwork of recent years. The young man asked Mr. Shin about his wife's health in her youth. The man claimed that she had always been full of energy, but had spent it all on supporting his business, and now this had led to disastrous consequences. She cooked 3 meals a day, did the laundry, and ironed his clothes so that he would look presentable, then gave birth to and raised children, and the man realized that he would never be able to fully atone for his guilt. No matter how well a husband treats his wife, it will never be enough. The woman believed that there was no need to bring up such things, because thanks to her husband, they lived without problems. She told the young man that their child was born late, is now in elementary school, and often asked to go to the amusement park. The woman constantly refuses him, unsure if she can handle it, hoping that after the massage she will be in good enough shape to go there. Taihan considered this quite possible and offered to treat her. He warned that the massage would be painful as the problems had accumulated over the years, and hoped that the woman would be able to endure it. For the sake of her child, she was ready to endure any pain, which in the end was necessary for her as well. Taihan exchanged glances with his client and prepared for the session. Bad energy had accumulated in the woman's body over the years. If internal energy was introduced recklessly, it could damage her organs. The guy cautiously started with the cervical spine. As he massaged her neck, he saw the woman struggling to hold back tears from the pain. If she could endure this, then she would soon be ready to enjoy the amusement park. A park employee asked to check the seat belts, and the woman, not understanding what was happening, sat in the carousel with her husband. After checking the belts, the swing started, and the couple began riding the roller coaster. After relieving the tension in her cervical spine, Taihan noticed that her energy began to circulate normally. Soon, the woman was no longer afraid and turned to her husband to show him the beauty around them. She remembered that it had been a very long time since she had last been in a place like this. Not once since the birth of her child had she enjoyed such beauty. The young man gradually moved down her spine, and the energy spread throughout the woman's body. She screamed with childlike delight as the carousel descended. Thanks to the energy she received, she felt revitalized, and the masseur corrected her curved spine. With the curved parts restored, the woman felt refreshed and was happy riding the roller coaster. Suddenly, her husband tensed up more than usual and began to shout warily. He noticed that something was happening ahead. It turned out that the roller coaster had broken down, and their car was about to fall from a great height at full speed. At this time, Taihan continued to massage the thoracic spine, moving towards the lower back. When his hands reached her lower back, he discovered a severe blockage. The young man understood that this caused terrible pain, but he had to clear the point on the spine to ease the woman's suffering. The client was lying almost unconscious, covered in sweat, and the young man was not sure if she could withstand the pain. The cabin raced down the slopes, and Mr. Shin had already said goodbye to the world, greeting his grandmother who had died several years ago. His wife reminded her husband how many obstacles they had already overcome, and that if they stayed together, they would be able to cope with this one too. These words made a strong impression on Mr. Shin, and encouraged, he said that they had been through worse situations, so now they just needed to hold on tight. The cabin continued to rush forward at full speed, but soon returned to the rails. Mr. Shin realized that they were not going to fall and were unlikely to be injured. It turned out that the cabin was flying through the air, and it was wonderful. The rails appeared under the carriage as the couple moved forward. Thus, the couple had overcome the enormous, winding path of life. Over the years, the couple had supported each other, taking care of their health and creating a cozy home. Now they were going to pay even more attention to each other. He told his wife that she didn't need to strain herself for him or the child because her health was the most important thing, and asked her to take care of herself. She had worked hard all this time, and her husband loved her very much. After the massage session, the woman fell asleep without pain for the first time. She looked completely relaxed, happy, and even rejuvenated. Mr. Shin noted that her expression showed how much better she felt and thanked the young man for the treatment. Tae-han guaranteed that the woman would no longer suffer from joint pain, but that next time, attention would need to be paid to her pelvis and spine. Mr. Shin was surprised and slightly alarmed that the young man was going to give her another massage. Tae-han received a lot of help from the man, and the dinner prepared by the woman was so delicious that he felt it was his duty to work some more. Mr. Shin couldn't understand how such a blessing had come upon them, for he had lived an honest but difficult life. Now he believed that it had all been worth it. Next time, he would personally bring his wife for a massage. He was happy to see his beloved wife sleeping peacefully, something that had not happened for many years. He sincerely thanked the young man once again for his help. There were many athletes at the training ground of the Women's Professional Golf Association. Choi Eun-bi was happy to be playing her favorite sport again, without feeling any pain or heaviness in her body. The girls greeted each other and soon announced that the preliminary test participants needed to proceed to their holes. Behind her, she could hear the surprised voices of the other participants. They were amazed that Eun-bi had come to the tournament. Some of the rude golfers expressed surprise at seeing her there. They doubted that she would be able to play, given her previous health problems, and advised her not to participate so as not to embarrass herself. Eun-bi realized that years had passed, but her rival's attitude had not changed. She declared that her injury had completely healed. Soon, a participant named Choi Eun-bi was invited to the tee. The girls wanted to see what skills the promising athlete, who was nearing the end of her career, would display. She approached the ball, concentrated, and prepared to strike. Eun-bi knew that now she would find out how effective Tae-han's massage was. The shot was perfect. The ball flew far, and Eun-bi believed that the massage had helped. Of course, it was too early to judge the result. She had to wait until the ball reached the right place. The ball had to land near the hole marked with a red flag and not stop prematurely. The ball had to roll right into the hole marked with a red flag, and it did so in the next few seconds. It was an amazing shot that hit the target on the first try. All the contestants were amazed by its accuracy and precision, and Eun-bi herself was delighted with the result. The girl wished the other participants good luck and immediately began typing a message to the person who had brought her back to the sport, her massage therapist, Tae-han. At that moment, the young man was busy with another client, and in her message, the young golfer thanked him for his help and, as a token of her gratitude, suggested they have dinner together. Meanwhile, the young man was preparing food in his kitchen. Soon, new messages came from Eun-bi. She reminded him that Tae-han had not yet replied. The young man explained that he was busy with another client and apologized for the delay. Eun-bi sent him a photo. She said that she had participated in the competition to get back into her usual rhythm, but had reached the final and was now considering whether to resume her professional career. The guy supported her decision, considering her to be very talented, and suggested she come for a massage before the final stage. Tae-han agreed to have dinner with her to discuss her future career. All this time, risotto was cooking on the stove, and soon the young man realized that the dish was almost ready. A faint light was coming from under the lid. Everything turned out exactly as he had expected. Rice with pine mushrooms. The young man added mushrooms and roots obtained from the mountain spirit to the dinner. He wanted to prepare a dish that would significantly increase internal energy. The taste was amazing. The seaweed and shrimp provided a salty flavor. Everything blended perfectly with the deep aroma of the mushrooms, and the roots were added in just the right proportion. The combination was fantastic, and the young man's body was filled with spiritual energy. He thought it would be worthwhile to add such ingredients to his food regularly. The encounter with the mountain spirit seemed like gaining a powerful ally. His thoughts about working together were interrupted by a phone call from the hospital director, Park Ho-yoon. The young man answered, realizing that the call was important. He would not have disturbed the director late at night for no reason. Ho-yoon asked if Tae-han was planning to visit their city in the near future. The doctor asked him to stop by the hospital when he was in the area. The director had a personal request related to his parents. Tae-han couldn't refuse. The next day, straight from the bus, he went to the hospital to help his friend, the doctor. Director Park immediately thanked the young man for his visit, despite his busy schedule. The doctor looked sleep-deprived and lacking in energy. The young man immediately got down to business, asking how he could help, but it turned out to be a long story, and the doctor invited him into the ward. They entered a dimly lit room with air conditioners on the ceiling, running at full power. Taihan felt a cold energy filling the room, and his hands broke out in goosebumps. A patient lay in bed, his life energy almost depleted, reaching its limit. It was an elderly woman, the hospital director's mother. The woman had cared for the director's father, who had been suffering from dementia for more than 10 years, for many years. Dr. Park had hoped that his parents would be able to enjoy a peaceful retirement, but his father suddenly developed dementia after retiring from the fire department. The director suggested sending his father to a nursing home, understanding how difficult it was for his mother, but she always refused and cared for him through the night. Despite her efforts, the dementia worsened, and then a tragic accident occurred. The woman was preparing lunch when the radio reported a fire nearby. Residents were being evacuated. Her father took advantage of her distraction, left the house, and got lost, ending up in a park where he sprayed passers-by with water and demanded to be evacuated. The man's mental state deteriorated until his wife and son found him. He no longer recognized even his family members and could no longer take care of himself. At one point, the father did not recognize his wife and demanded that she let him go. But the main problem was not him. While caring for her sick husband, his mother became very weak and contracted pneumonia, which further worsened her condition. During her illness, her condition improved slightly. The woman understood that her life was almost over, but she wanted to fulfill one last wish. She asked her son to talk to her husband as he used to, but even modern medicine could not help the dying man. Dr. Park suddenly thought of Tai Han, who had been able to bring Mr. Shin back to consciousness. He knew it sounded crazy, but he wanted to fulfill his mother's wish, perhaps her last. The doctor asked the young man to bring his father back to consciousness, at least for a few moments. The man was in a mental hospital, looking like a baby in an old man's body. He enjoyed drawing with crayons, especially fires and firefighters. Dr. Park came with Tai Han to visit his father. The man suffering from dementia saw before him the true face of the masseur, an old man in traditional Korean costume. Dr. Park introduced the young man, saying that he was a student named Tai Han who would take care of his health. Tai Han was not offended by the old man's words at all. On the contrary, he decided that the man was very perceptive. This man's life cycle was almost over. He had practically no functioning meridians left, but he was clinging to the last particle of his life force. Even if the patient's consciousness is not fully preserved, the fact that he is fighting for his life suggests that he wants to do something. Dr. Park thought that he had given Tai-Han too difficult and responsible a task by calling him urgently. Now he understood how risky it was. Tai-Han was deep in thought and soon voiced his opinion. He would handle the problem. The doctor found it hard to believe what he had heard. It was hardly possible to restore the sanity of a patient with dementia. At that moment, a phone call distracted him. The clinic reported that Dr. Park's mother's condition had deteriorated sharply and that he needed to come to her room urgently. The situation was such that the woman could no longer hold on. Tai-Han sent the doctor to his mother and promised to bring his father back in time, before it was too late. Dr. Park, struggling to hold back tears, grabbed the young man's hand and asked in a trembling voice to help his mother fulfill her last wish. As her son, he had to make sure his mother's wish was fulfilled. Although the request sounded presumptuous, he begged Tai-Han to come to the woman quickly. After that, the doctor rushed to the ward, eager to spend the last moments of his life with his mother. Tai-Han approached the patient to analyze his condition. He understood that human life energy is extremely unstable. The young man turned to the old man, saying that his wife could no longer wait. She had very little time left. He understood that the only reason the man was clinging to his last ounce of energy was his desire to prove himself a real man one last time. The sick man listened to the young man and said that first they needed to put out the fire. He couldn't do it alone, but he knew for sure that someone was waiting to be rescued and was asking for help. Tai-Han did not argue and agreed that they would first help the people caught in the fire. The man was happy to hear this support. Tai-Han focused all his inner energy and promised the patient that together they would overcome the problem. The young man placed his fingers on the man's head, and pure, healthy energy began to flow into the sick man's body. It literally pierced his body, causing terrible convulsions. The next moment, Mr. Park found himself sitting on the ground, dressed in firefighter's gear. The bright, hot light made it impossible to open his eyes. It was the fire of a huge blaze. The man saw a multi-story building with an apartment on fire and suddenly realized it was his own apartment. A woman appeared on the balcony, screaming and begging to be saved. It was Mr. Park's wife. The man instantly woke up, jumped up, and shouted to his wife to stay where she was, promising to save her. An unfamiliar young man addressed the firefighter, and the man shuddered with surprise. He saw no one but the fire. Taehan handed the firefighter a hose, suggesting he take it with him, saying it was better than nothing. The firefighter knew that such a hose was difficult to control. The pressurized water made it heavy and unpredictable. The woman's screams continued, and it became clear that time was running out. The firefighter thanked him for the hose and rushed toward the house, dragging the firefighting equipment behind him. The man understood that he had to extinguish the external flames first and turned on the hose, struggling to control the water pressure. Soon he felt that the pressure was completely different from the hoses he had encountered before. Controlling such power required incredible willpower. Taehan helped increase the flow so that the fire could be completely extinguished. The man strained with all his might, but he had enough strength to direct the stream of water exactly where it was needed. After a while, it became clear that the firefighters' efforts had not been in vain. Everything had worked out. The smoke cleared from the house and the fire went out. The firefighter knew that the flames could flare up again, so he rushed back into the stairwell, hoping that the woman had waited for help. Taehan watched from the sidelines, realizing that he had come into the sick man's life not too late. The man woke up with a cry. His mind cleared, he understood where he was, and he could recognize himself and his loved ones. He was immediately taken to the ward where his wife was. He made it in time to take her weakened hand and say his last words of love and support. The woman, though a little tired from waiting, was happy that her husband had arrived in time, and they spent the last minutes of her life together. Having fulfilled her last wish, the woman could die in peace. Mr. Park did not understand what she was talking about. He had come to her, and now she did not need to leave. Memories of their life together flashed before the man's eyes. The years they had spent together, the joys and difficulties. They had a child, married off their son, and grew old together, remaining happy. But now the woman could no longer live. After saying goodbye to her husband, she had no regrets. She said she would go first and her husband should not rush to follow her. The next moment, the woman closed her eyes and died, peacefully and piously next to her beloved husband. The man wept uncontrollably, thanked his wife for going through so much with him, and wished her a happy journey, promising to follow her soon. Taehan remembered the teachings of his mentor, who had instructed him to use his power to help those in need, and that one day he himself would receive help from them. His mentor died in his arms, believing that her student would not be alone if he followed her advice. Taehan promised to fulfill her last wishes and hoped that he would be able to do so. And now he lived by his mentor's last instructions, using his power to help those in need. Thanks to this power, the doctor's father was able to say goodbye to his wife. But the man used up all his remaining energy and soon followed his wife. Although Dr. Park suddenly lost both parents and was devastated, he had to quickly organize the funerals. At the same time, the man seemed calm and peaceful, despite the sadness and grief of the situation. He shook Taehan's hands with immense gratitude and said that he would be grateful to him for the rest of his life. Dr. Park understood that he was able to give his parents a dignified send-off only thanks to Taehan. The man immediately said that he would like to repay the young man for the great service he had done, which had made 3 people happy, each in their own way. Taehan thought that the doctor wanted to give him the hospital or sell it to him for a ridiculous amount of money. But of course, it was a joke. Park Ho-yoon appreciated the young man's sense of humor, but said that he had already thought everything through and hoped that Taehan would take it as a sign of his immense gratitude. However, given the circumstances, they would have to discuss it later. They were busy with the funeral, so they decided to meet again in a while. A friendly match was held at the Hanyunhawk Stadium, with the grand prize being a massage session from Taehan for the winning team. The players were determined to fight to the death. The athletes had already restored the basic functions of their bodies, and their energy was literally bursting before the start of the match. They were not just players but real animals, ready to tear their opponents to shreds. They looked like dragons, breathing fire with every throw of the ball. In addition, they managed to provoke each other, declaring that with such weak movements, their opponents would never get a massage from Master Taehan. The ball flew at a crazy speed, and the guys tried to focus in order to win. The player caught the ball and wondered which part of his body he would ask to be fixed today. They showed no mercy to themselves or each other, and the game looked amazing. The team demonstrated the highest level thanks to their excellent form and tremendous motivation. Taihan watched the game and saw that when the players were in such good shape, there was no point in worrying about the winner of the subsequent matches. The coaches completely agreed with the masseur, but told him about a small problem. The players had already noticed that the masseur had arrived at the stadium, and their attention shifted to the young man. They immediately began to demand that they needed a massage right there and then. The coach yelled at the players not to get distracted and to focus on training, otherwise none of them would get a massage. The player was focused. The coach had promised a massage only to the winning team, and so far there was no clear winner. The score was tied, and he realized he needed to try something new to change the course of the game. The guy pressed his hand to his shoulder and said that he had pain in his shoulder girdle and was afraid that he would not be able to serve the ball properly. Taihan examined the athlete and found no real problems with his body. At that moment, the player literally burst into tears, claiming that a massage would help him feel better. The coach began to accuse the athlete of faking it, suspecting that he was not actually in pain, and the player realized that his ploy had not worked. The game continued and Taihan made an awesome shot. Another player fell to the grass, winked at the coach, and said he had injured his back. Today, their team really seemed to deserve a massage. Soon, other players began to complain of pain. The coach knew they were lying because they were in better physical condition than ever. But as soon as the players saw the masseur on the field, they immediately began to feign injuries, literally screaming in pain and dying on the grass. The coach knew their behavior because he had studied the team. Although the athletes denied it, the man understood that they were pretending. After listening to this, Taihan reassured the coach, saying that getting the players back in shape was easier than it seemed, and that he had a solution. The young man remembered that as a heavenly demon, he had a method suitable for such situations. In those days, celestial demons did not help people, but rather punish villains. Taihan decided to apply his hellish experience to this situation and asked the coach to gather the team. It sounded strange, but the coach already completely trusted the young, experienced, and professional masseur who was helping his team. The team players did not understand why the coach was calling them, because the game was not over yet. Perhaps the new strategy would work. All the athletes pretended to be weak, and now the coach might call them for a massage because he felt sorry for the guys playing in terrible pain. The athletes decided that this was indeed a reason for a break. They were happy that they were able to fool everyone and get a massage from the master. The guys discussed their future relaxation, noting that they had been waiting for this day all week and hoped for a refreshing effect. Taihan addressed the entire team and asked those who were feeling unwell to raise their hands. Absolutely everyone raised their hands, saying they were feeling unwell. Some even claimed to be suffering the most because they were older. One player held his head, complaining of pain in his shoulders, back, and knees, claiming that this was the result of all the effort he had put into the team. Taihan said that the player was indeed in bad shape and that they needed to start helping him immediately. The masseur announced that 1 minute would be enough, placed his fingers on the athlete's head, and promised that he would never complain about his body again. A minute later, the young man announced that the session was over and the player could leave. While Taihan's fingers touched the athlete's head, the masseur explained an important truth to him. At the end of the session, he asked how the man was feeling, and he replied that he now felt great, even though he looked like an exhausted old man. Taihan offered the athlete another massage, noting that he looked simply magnificent. But the player refused, saying that he was in excellent shape and did not need any massages. He was afraid that if he continued to pretend, he might harm himself. Energy literally poured out of him, and he swung a baseball bat, feeling that he could hit any ball. The coach and players were amazed by the massage therapist's incredible effect. The rest of the team became excited and began to argue, because they also wanted to get a massage and feel as great as he did, thinking that it was just trickery. Taihan did not argue. It seemed that many more people needed his help, and now he was going to show them his hellish experience. He lined up all the guys and walked over their heads. The procedure was painful, and one of the athletes saw camellia petals falling in front of him. When he woke up, he noticed another friend nearby. It turned out that the guys had somehow been transported to an island with mountainous terrain and lakes. They realized that the massage had not even begun, but they already felt as if they were on top of a mountain. The masseur's skills were truly incredible, but their mood was immediately ruined by a huge wild boar that scattered the guys like bugs. They scattered in different directions, not understanding what strange thing was happening to them. When the players came to their senses, they saw a huge black pig with a man standing on its head. The man greeted the guys in Hell Camp, and his voice seemed familiar to them. Soon they realized that it was Monsieur Kang Tae-han standing on the boar's head. The players tried to explain themselves, asking for a massage, but the boar suddenly attacked them. The masseur addressed the athletes, reminding them that in team sports, it is not only the individual player who suffers, but the whole team. Now they were in for a lesson. The black pig would deal with them, and depending on their behavior, they would either get a delicious lunch or become food themselves. The players realized that this was no joke and began to gather their strength, otherwise they would face death. Thus began the training. The cries and screams of the players echoed throughout the area as they begged for help, apologized, tried to negotiate, and finally decided to act together. At one point, the ball hit a black boar in the head and it let out a death rattle. The boys achieved a result, and it seemed that they had learned something. When there are comrades in a team, there is nothing they cannot achieve together. If players are not willing to make sacrifices, they will not achieve anything. This must be remembered and kept in mind. Tae-han was glad that the guys had learned their lesson. Now the young man was ready to reward everyone with a massage with the flavor of black pork belly, inviting them to come out one by one. A sudden phone call interrupted the training, and the guys, not understanding what had happened, lay on the field relaxed and rested. It was the hospital director, Dr. Park Ho-yoon, calling. He said he wanted to discuss the payment he had mentioned earlier and called to arrange a meeting. The young man tried to refuse, but Dr. Park was determined and said he would come to Seoul the next day for a serious conversation. Taehyun had no idea what the conversation would be about and was intrigued. Park Ho-yoon came to the sauna, knowing that this was where Tae-han's massage parlor was located. He saw a huge stream of exhausted people walking one after another, thinking they needed a massage. A short time later, these same people looked completely transformed, healthy, energetic, refreshed, and feeling great. Everyone hoped to get another massage session, realizing that it would give them the strength and opportunity to change their lives. Dr. Park was convinced that the massage therapist truly had incredible skills and a huge workload with a constant stream of clients. At that moment, Manager Hwang noticed the doctor, whom he had not met before. He understood that the young man was booked up for 2 months in advance, and if the doctor needed a massage today, he would have to see another specialist. The man replied that he had not come for a massage, but to discuss a personal matter with Tae-han. Dr. Park informed the manager that the meeting had been arranged in advance and would not affect the schedules of other clients, and asked him to call the massage therapist. The situation seemed suspicious to Manager Hwan, and although he went to find Tae-han, he was curious about who was looking for his best employee. The manager thought the man might be the CEO, but the positive aura emanating from him confused him. This was no ordinary manager. Tae-han greeted the director with a firm handshake, and Manager Hwan realized with horror that he was standing in front of the director of another massage parlor. Tae-han told his boss he'd be back soon, but Manager Hwang's mind was already far away. He understood that the young man was too talented for such a place, but he didn't want to let him go so quickly. After all, there were still bonuses, vacations, and all the other victories ahead. While Manager Hwang sat there upset, imagining all his hopes crumbling, Sun Hyun approached him. The guy had come out to take a break between clients and couldn't help but notice his upset boss. It seemed that the Hawks had lost again. Manager Hwang spoke in riddles, saying that in the modern world, one cannot count on the affection or sacrifice of others, and that soon they would all be taking a break. At that moment, an important conversation was taking place in a cafe not far from the massage parlor. Dr. Park handed Tae-han an envelope with documents, the main reason for his visit. The envelope contained the plans for a building invested in by the doctor's father and other acquaintances. Now Dr. Park wanted to open Tae-han's massage parlor in this building. The doctor said he would allow the young man to open his own salon with cafes and restaurants below and a hotel above. The building was in a very lucrative location and would generate high rental income, so the young man could not afford to rent it on his own. Money was not of primary importance to Dr. Park. He noticed how happy people felt after receiving a massage from Tae-han. Even the doctor's father, who suffered from dementia, was able to smile genuinely until the last moment of his life, thanks only to Tae-han's help. Before he died, the man told his son to support the massage therapist who brought happiness to so many people. The young man remembered his mentor, who advised him to use his strength to help those in need. It seemed that now it was his turn to receive help. Tae-han understood that he could only offer a limited number of massages, as one person could not serve everyone who wanted one. If the salon worked efficiently, he would be able to serve more people. Cooperation with the hotel would increase customer satisfaction. Dr. Park begged the young man not to give up because it was his father's last wish, and he himself wanted to fulfill the deceased's will. Doubts tormented Taihan. He dreamed of having his own salon, but it would be unforgivable to lose such an opportunity. The young man said he would do everything possible to fulfill his deceased parents' last wish. Dr. Park was sincerely glad that the young man had agreed to accept the offer. The man was sure that his parents would be proud of their son and would live happily in heaven if they knew about his decision. Manager Juan's face was sad and pensive when the young man returned from his break. Taihan was also pensive, but before going to the next client, he made a request to the manager. He asked that no one else be scheduled to see him, and the manager understood his request. Taihan looked at his colleagues and was surprised by his boss's calm reaction, who didn't even ask for an explanation. The manager replied that he didn't need an explanation. He understood anyway, because the young man was leaving the salon, and he was curious to know where he would work now. Taihan announced that he was not going to another salon, but would open his own. This news surprised his boss, but the young man wanted to ask the manager something. Taihan offered Manager Juan a job working with him. The boss stood speechless, then clutched his heart as if in great pain. The man was so touched by the offer that it seemed less like a job offer and more like a marriage proposal. In the manager's eyes, Taihan looked like a prince on a white horse. Manager Huang looked like an embarrassed bride, because the feelings were just as exciting. Taihan explained that the manager was a very capable person and that his help would allow him to focus exclusively on massage. The young man confirmed that he wanted to leave the management of the salon and all general management to Manager Huang. Since Taihan joined the team, customers began to come more often, profits increased, and he could dream of expanding the business. If the manager takes over the management of the new salon, the young man's plans can come to fruition. He would become famous, give interviews, lecture, write a book. Manager Juan was ready to join him. He gratefully and sincerely shook the young man's hand, promising to repay his trust and even more. At that moment, Sun Hyun entered the reception area, surprised to see his colleagues holding hands. The young man joked that it looked suspicious. Weren't they going to eat something tasty without him? Taihan told his friend that he should get ready too, and asked Manager Juan to tell him all the details while he went to see the client. The manager, overcome with happiness, hugged Sun Hyun and promised to explain everything on the way to the restaurant. Juan left Taihan's salon under his care and went to take care of Song Hyun himself. The manager didn't let go of the surprise guy, explaining that this was better than any restaurant and that he was really lucky to have a friend like Taihan. Inviting Huang to the new salon was the right decision. The work had to be organized for the stability of the business. In the presence of the manager, the young man would be able to focus entirely on massage without being distracted by everyday issues. At that moment, a woman approached the salon and greeted Taihan. The young man thanked Madam for her efforts, but emphasized that he was the one who deserved thanks for taking her on overtime to ease her condition. Taihan immediately led the woman into the massage room and invited her to lie down on the couch to begin the treatment. The young man noticed that the woman's overall well-being had improved significantly, and she confirmed that she now felt much better and was able to do her housework without feeling as tired as before. Taihan was happy to know that his actions were making people's lives easier. However, the woman admitted that she still didn't have enough strength for long walks. With autumn approaching, she wanted to go on a trip with her husband to admire the falling leaves. The woman asked if she would be able to go hiking next year while continuing her massages. Taihan assured her that it would be possible in the near future and that she wouldn't have to wait until next year. The woman lay down on the couch and the masseur prepared for the procedure, which promised to be difficult. Taihan decided to strengthen her endurance for the upcoming trip, turning her into a real hero living in the mountain region. The massage began, and in the next moment, the woman found herself in the water. She was swimming in the sea, and Taihan was nearby on a scooter. The water was refreshing and pleasant. However, there was no time to relax. Soon other swimmers would catch up with her, and she would not have time to see the autumn leaves. Taihan warned her that to see the leaves, she had to be the first. After swimming, cycling training began. The final stage of the sports program was a marathon, which the woman also won. She endured the most difficult process to the end, and now her body was strong and muscular. The guy handed her the gold medal and announced that she could go admire the autumn leaves. Standing on a pedestal during the award ceremony, Lila cried with joy. Not only had she won, but she had also visited amazing places. After the massage, there was a traditional tea ceremony, and the client said that her body felt light and that she felt ready to go hiking right away. She looked like a real athlete. Tae-han was very happy for her and hoped that the trip would fill her life with wonderful memories. The woman invited the masseur to join her on the trip, promising to prepare refreshments. She still felt awkward about the fact that their previous dinner had been difficult. Tae-han hoped that she would not organize a restaurant on the street and would be able to distract herself from her worries at least a little, but catering seemed like a good idea to the client. She also told him about the upcoming opening of Tae-han's own massage salon and handed him a paper envelope. The woman understood that without the young man's help, she and her husband would have long forgotten the importance of a full life. It all started when he saved her husband's life after he fell off a cliff, and then restored the woman's overall health, allowing her to feel life in all its fullness. She understood that starting a business required a lot of money, so she handed him the envelope, asking him to accept it so that he could use it for this purpose. Tae-han tried to refuse, explaining that he helped people without expecting anything in return. But at the same time, he understood that this money would be very useful for opening the salon. Inside were checks totaling 30 million won, an amount he had never even dreamed of. He did not know if it was right to accept this money because he had always helped people selflessly. But he remembered his mentor, who was the first to reach out and teach him to help those in need so that he could later receive help from others. Living by this principle, the young man no longer felt lonely. He helped people selflessly. Now he hoped that his mentor was watching over him, and he no longer felt lonely. Upon hearing about the offer of help, Tae-han could not refuse. He bowed deeply and said that he would gratefully accept it. Sun Hyun was delighted and rushed to his friend to confirm whether he was really opening his own salon. Tae-han confirmed this, and Sun Hyun, not understanding why he was so excited, remembered that manager Hwang had already told him everything. Sun Hyun considered it a large undertaking and realized that he would have to hire other massage therapists. He asked how the salon would be financed. Had his friend won the lottery? Because then they could share the money. Tae-han replied that he hadn't won the lottery, but he had made connections comparable to a lottery win. He did not explain the details, only further confusing the curious Sun Hyun. After that, Masseur Kang went to his next client, leaving his friends to wonder where he got the money. Sun Hyun decided it was better to stop pestering him and start sucking up so that he could become a manager in the future and earn a decent salary. Tae-han entered the massage room and was surprised to see the next client. The young man immediately remembered the coach of the Hanhyun Hawks team, who had asked him to become the exclusive masseur for all the players. Looking at the man sitting on the couch, Tae-han felt the same way he had before. The Charlotte Gray team was relaxing at the spa, and one of them talked about the miraculous massage. The coach advised him to take this information seriously or at least try it as a refreshing procedure. Even in the worst case, there would be no harm if the head coach decided to go for a massage. There were rumors obtained from the Hawks coach that the team's success was linked to this particular massage therapist. It seemed incredible that players approaching retirement could be restored to top form. Head coach Shim understood that the Hama Hawks team had surprised everyone by finishing 6th by the middle of the season, but with such momentum, the chances of winning the championship next season were high. Head coach Shim decided to personally verify whether the information about the magical masseur was true. The coach looked closely at Tae-han, trying to understand his energy. Over the years, he had learned to recognize people in this field, but he could not assess the depth of the young man's aura. The masseur asked if there was any part of the man's body where he felt discomfort. The question caught the coach off guard. He hadn't thought about it beforehand and was now hastily considering which part of his body to indicate for massage. Head coach Shim tried to formulate an answer, but couldn't determine where exactly he felt the most discomfort. Tae-han suggested that the problem was in the man's shoulder, and this guess surprised the coach. Still unsure, the man lay down on the couch. He was impressed that the young man had identified the problem so accurately, but he thought that someone so young could hardly be a master. Perhaps Master Song had not exaggerated after all. Tae-han concentrated, activated his energy, and prepared for the massage. He warned the client that it would be a little painful and began working on his spine. The man suddenly felt a chill and decided that the air conditioner had been turned on. Tae-han smiled and said that his massage would be more pleasant than any air conditioner, and proceeded to the thoracic spine. The man screamed with overwhelming energy. His body had never experienced anything like this, even in its prime. Suddenly, he realized that he was in a baseball stadium, not just on the coaching bench, but participating in the game, standing on the mound. On the field were the coaches and his old teammates from the championship days. It was the fifth game of the Korean series of the 90s. The stadium was buzzing. The spectators were cheering for their players, and the atmosphere was tense and exciting. Taeyong felt that he could handle anything, and this tension was familiar to him. But the stadium seemed to stretch out before the players' eyes, and he realized that the goal seemed unattainable. The ball would not reach that far. The words of the fans could be heard. A beautiful name, like a flower. It was a song sung by fans of the Charlotte Gray team, chanted throughout the stadium. In those days, the team was united with the fans, and the athletes believed in victory despite the difficulties. The players' determination to win was strong, but over the years, the man forgot those emotions, immersed in a series of defeats. Taehan's massage awakened his confidence. He took his position and prepared to receive the ball. The game was won, as was the championship, and the players celebrated the victory in unison. Shim Tae-yoon woke up on the massage table with tears of happiness streaming down his face. It seemed like a dream, but he wanted to relive those emotions and win another championship. The coach was a little confused when he heard the masseur's voice. It seemed as if he was back at the stadium with the team. Shim asked Taehan directly if he knew why the player wanted to meet him in person. The young man guessed that there was only one reason for the visit: to invite him to become the personal masseur for the Charlotte Gray team. Taehan thought about the offer for a few minutes, weighing the possibilities. In the end, he declined, causing obvious confusion for the coach. The young man explained that he had already signed an exclusive contract with the Han Hawks and could not switch to their opponents. The head coach was literally stunned by the refusal. He tried to find a compromise. Maybe at least a few players could receive massages, but that proved impossible. Then Taehan suggested another way. He does not refuse clients who visit his salon directly. This means that if the players make an appointment themselves, he will serve them. The coach grabbed his phone and started checking the team's game schedule. There were games coming up in 2 weeks, and if at least a couple of players were in good shape, the Charlotte Gray team would have a chance to win. Even 5th place in the second half of the season would be a good incentive and give the players hope. Shim asked to reserve spots for 2 players on specific dates, but faced another disappointment. Taehan explained that he was not accepting new reservations at the moment as he was preparing to open his own salon. This was terrible news for the head coach. His hopes for a good season were fading. Of course, cancellations are possible. Clients may not show up, fall ill, or even die. The coach decided to check with manager Juan and rushed to reserve spots on the waiting list. The manager checked the schedule, and the coach was disappointed again. The dates were already taken. But Juan promised to let Shima know immediately if any cancellations came up. As he was leaving, the coach asked Taehan when it would be possible to reserve spots in the new salon in order to prepare for the next season. The schedule had not yet been approved, so reservations were not being taken yet. But as soon as the information was available, Shim would be notified. Manager Huang introduced himself, saying that he would be managing the new salon and handling organizational matters. The head coach was delighted. Meeting the new management meant a chance to get reservations. He named Huang vice president, which melted the manager's heart. Bowing low, he folded his hands at chest level and said that the fate of the team depended on the vice president's mercy and hoped that he would contact him when the reservations were canceled. It was touching and strange. The coach felt desperate and was ready to take extreme measures. Manager Huang reassured him once again that there was no need to worry and that he would be sure to let him know if anything was needed. The visit ended with low bows, many thanks, best wishes, and an exchange of pleasantries. Finally, the very busy Taehan had a day off and invited Sia on a date. The girl was delighted. She was happy that the day fell on a weekday, when the roads were less congested and the rest was more enjoyable. On weekends, there are always traffic jams here, making it impossible to relax and enjoy the moment. For an actress as famous as Sia, a weekday vacation was especially valuable. There was less chance of being recognized by fans. Now she was going to spend every Wednesday with her boyfriend. As she happily ate her food, the girl noticed that Taehan was busy driving and couldn't eat freely. She apologized and handed him a potato on a skewer to feed him. Taehan gladly accepted the treat, and the moment was sweet, intimate, and touching. Sia got so into her role as a caring mommy that she demanded the young man admire the process and say that the potatoes tasted better because she was feeding him herself. Taehan agreed, but the girl was already offended, even though he said that the food tasted better thanks to her care. In the end, the guy had to apologize, and Sia thought that when he blushed, he became even cuter. The next moment, the beauty was already chattering away, and Taehan didn't understand how quickly her mood changed. Girls are incomprehensible. Sia admitted that she had wanted to visit the Gopyeong area for a long time and was happy that her dream was coming true. She had not come here during her student years. In those days, the girl had a very difficult life, supporting herself every day. She also paid for her studies, and that was more important than spending time with friends. Taehan suggested calling the trip a student outing. They were going to have a barbecue, play games, light a bonfire at night, and just have fun together. Seo realized that they would only be doing all this together and felt that she could leave her past torments behind. The trip to the countryside together seemed almost like a fairy tale. Too good to be true. They arrived soon, but it started to rain. Although it had been forecast, the young people hoped it wouldn't interfere. It was disappointing that on the day of their long-awaited vacation, the weather could ruin everything. CA came up with a solution: to carry their luggage and set up the tent in the rain, and if they got cold, they could go inside to warm up. She could already picture herself sitting in the tent, snuggled up close to Taehan. The girl was so lost in her dreams that she blushed. The car stopped in a city parking lot, and it was raining cats and dogs. There was no choice. They had to set up the tent quickly. Taehan suggested waiting a minute and got out of the car. A few minutes later, he showed his companion 2 tents that had been set up despite the rain. He had unloaded and unpacked all the luggage himself. Sia's plan collapsed when Taehan suggested she rest in her tent while he prepared dinner. But a noise caught their attention. The young man's tent had been torn by a falling branch. There was only one solution. CA's tent was large enough for both of them. The young people realized that they would have to share the tent all night. It was perfect, but they couldn't say it out loud. The girl agreed to spend the evening that way. This was followed by a delicious dinner prepared by Taehan, the most delicious meal Seo had ever tasted. There was also amazing tea that warmed her from the inside. Taehan claimed that tea tastes better when you drink it with someone you like. The young man was convinced that the same food can taste different depending on who you eat it with. Cia felt that the young man had started flirting with her, and they discussed how they would spend the night together in the tent. It soon became clear that there was no other option. They would have to sleep together. The tent was spacious enough for 2, and they had to arrange themselves so as not to disturb each other. Cia became very nervous and blushed, feeling that Taehan was rushing things a little. The couple climbed into the tent. It was raining, but they felt good together, despite the weather and the lack of amenities. There was tension between them. Both were afraid to move too much, so as not to embarrass each other. They tried to talk about unrelated things, discussing the quality of the tent and the weather to hide their embarrassment. Youth, mutual attraction, and hormones did their job. Taehan's hand rested on Sea's. The girl did not pull her hand away. A silent exchange of emotions took place. They both understood that they liked each other. The next day, on his way to work, Taehan received a message from Sea saying that she had really enjoyed their vacation together. Taehan finally arrived at the building where his salon would be located and realized that it was a huge and impressive building, even larger than he had imagined. A man named Hwang Yun-soo, an interior designer, appeared before him. He was tasked with designing the interior of the future salon and carrying out renovation work. Yun-soo had come on behalf of Mr. Shin and said that he immediately recognized Taehan by his stunning aura, although in reality the young man was just standing in front of the building, watching intently. The designer suggested going inside and looking at the future salon to show how the interior work was progressing. The designer was surprised that the young man was so young. Rarely at such an age can one afford to open a salon in such an expensive building. It was impressive. Taehan, in turn, said that he had heard that the designer was very busy and difficult for clients to get an appointment with. Young-soo did not understand how Taehan had managed to rent this space, as it was not listed as available real estate. The young man explained that one person, the owner of the building, had helped him, and thanks to that, he had received an offer to rent the space. Taehan didn't like that the designer thought he was deliberately getting to know influential people. In reality, it was a happy coincidence. It all started with a chance encounter. Once in the mountains, Taehan saved a man who had fallen off a cliff. Through him, he met Dr. Park, who offered the building in gratitude for helping his parents. Mr. Shin's wife provided the funds to start the business. In the end, Mr. Shin Jun-ho introduced the young man to this famous designer. All these people were involved in the opening of the salon. Thanks to these connections, the young man was able to develop faster than ever before in the world of martial arts. He never even thought such a thing was possible. As they walked through the corridors, Tai-han noticed the energy surrounding the designer and realized that Yoon-soo was sacrificing his health. He wouldn't last long like this. Soon they approached the future massage salon and met workers busy with repairs. The workers were hammering nails and carrying heavy beams. They worked diligently and seemed very experienced. Suddenly, the designer asked the young man to wait a minute. He had something important to do, and he smiled very kindly. But a moment later, that kindness was replaced by a stern look. He approached a worker and asked what he was doing. Yoon-soo shouted that no one was allowed to be idle, otherwise he would stop paying them, and that the current employees had no sense of responsibility. The worker apologized for the short break, but the designer continued to yell, saying he would make him work day and night without a break. Then he turned to Tai-han again, suggesting that they continue inspecting the premises. The designer had a pleasant surprise. The massage room was already ready, and the young man could inspect it. The room was gorgeous. A spacious, bright room with a couch in the center, a bathroom for steaming the body nearby, and everything decorated in pleasant, relaxing colors. Tai-han wanted to thank the designer and offered to give him a quick massage. Young-soo tried to refuse, but the masseur insisted, noticing that the man looked tired with dark circles under his eyes. Tai-han noted that the designer's mind was clouded and that no amount of coffee would perk him up anytime soon. He said he understood people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to open a massage parlor in such a place. He really did have incredible insight. Without delay, the young man invited the designer to lie down on the couch and relax. Young-soo was delighted at the opportunity to get a massage he had heard about, especially for free. He wondered which part of his body to choose, but realized that his whole body needed attention. Tai-han didn't ask any questions and immediately began working on specific points on the man's back. The designer realized that he couldn't move or say a word, which even frightened him. Tai-han activated his energy and said he would give the client time to understand the true intentions of the massage. The young man wanted the client to return as a different person, so he began to work on the problem areas. Yoon-soo came to his senses in an unfamiliar place, covering his face and screaming for them to stop. Soon he realized that he was in the office of his university faculty. The manager reminded him that the tuition payment deadline would end in 20 minutes, and even manual registration would no longer be possible. He had to hurry with the money transfer. Yoon-soo remembered that his family couldn't afford the payment, so his mother had run around borrowing money. The deadline had passed, and he had no choice but to beg in person. The young man stood in front of the manager, asking him to delay registration for a little longer until his mother arrived with the money. Soon, a breathless woman ran into the auditorium and shouted that she was ready to pay. So the family managed to pay for the tuition again. His mother was greatly relieved. She had made it in time and had not let her son down. The young man realized that his mother had come running in her work clothes without even changing, and swallowed his anger at their poverty, rejoicing that she had made it in time. Holding back tears, he hugged his mother and vowed to work tirelessly and succeed no matter what. The boy did not understand how his mother had managed to get the money for his education. At that moment, the phone rang, and the woman reported that she had arrived safely and was able to pay for her son's tuition. She then thanked the person on the other end for their help and for the money they had lent her, which had enabled her son to go to college. This guardian angel turned out to be the team leader from his mother's company. Her help was invaluable. Yoon-soo picked up the phone and thanked the woman for her support. The woman replied that it was nothing. The family always did this, and he should have just asked her earlier. Hearing this, the young man remembered the reason why he had been so eager to succeed. The designer remembered that he had worked very hard to pay for the help he had received and repay his debt. However, he did not notice how he had turned into a selfish monster. The person on the phone said that she was very proud of him anyway and asked him not to forget the people who had helped him when he achieved success, and to always treat his mother with kindness. Yoon-soo was sure he would never forget this. The young man felt light and pleasant, especially his mind seemed clear. Suddenly, the designer asked the masseuse to leave him alone for a moment because Yoon-soo wanted to talk to his team members urgently. Yoon-soo entered the room where the workers were working and suggested they take a short break. The guys immediately sensed something was up and decided that today they would have to work overtime and stay up all night. They had to eat delicious hot pizza, nuggets, chicken wings, and much more during their next break. The designer said that there would be no overtime and that they needed to take care of their health while working. The guy promised to take better care of his subordinates from now on. The workers gobbled up the treats and said that despite everything, they had learned a lot from their boss and were working hard because they wanted to be like Yoon-soo. The designer was very pleased to hear these words. Tai-Han did not stand aside and quickly helped the guys, giving each of them literally a few seconds. After these manipulations, the workers felt that their bodies had become light, and their energy was literally bursting at the seams. Today, they would cope with the workload faster and better than usual. Joking and discussing the latest news, the whole group had a wonderful lunch break and was ready to continue working. Young-soo thanked the massage therapist for helping his team. Thanks to this, everyone regained their strength, and now the workers will be able to create something amazing. Yoon-soo felt that he would do everything possible to make the massage parlor project a masterpiece of architecture and design. Manager Hwang felt his brain was boiling. He studied the papers and realized that it didn't make any sense because raw material prices were so high that minimalist interiors had become the trend. But the construction estimates said otherwise. The prices were normal, and moreover, realistic deadlines had been set. Tai-Han explained that this was not a scam, but a design, and that all the work would indeed be done perfectly. Tai-Han recounted the entire chain of his acquaintances, from Mr. Mashin, whom he had rescued in the mountains, to the clinic director, and then it all gradually led to the famous designer. Manager Hwang was very pleased with how the construction and renovation were progressing, because such deals are very difficult to conclude, and the young man's connections were truly impressive. After all, the owners of the mountains, the clinic, and the golf club could certainly be trusted. In the world of martial arts, blinded by a thirst for revenge, Tai-Han did not think about connections or relationships. But in his current life, by doing his job, the guy helps people, and they in turn help him. And that can be called connections. Tai-Han was modest and said that he was just lucky and that there were a lot of good people around him. But Manager Hwang was sure that it was because of the masseur himself, because he was a good person. Tai-Han also considered the manager to be a good person, but suddenly tensed up because he was afraid that the young man would fire him and not hire him at his salon. Sun Hyun finished with another client and went into the break room to rest. The guys started joking with each other, calling each other boss and employee. Sun Hyun wanted to know what they had been talking about before he arrived, and Manager Hwang explained that the men had been discussing the salon's interior. Sun Hyun reminded them that they urgently needed to come up with a name. It had completely slipped his mind, but they had to register the entire business under a specific name. Once that was done, Manager Hwang would start taking reservations for future massages and earn money faster. Tai-Han admitted that he had not yet decided on a name. The manager suggested using English, since there would be a hotel with tourists in the building, and his friend just wanted to throw out a few cool options. But everyone understood that this was Tai-Han's own salon, and he had to choose the name himself. Something meaningful to him. Thanks to his mentor, the young man became a heavenly demon. Also, thanks to his mentor, he became a massage therapist and built wonderful relationships. He was both a heavenly demon and a massage therapist. The name of the salon would be Heavenly Demon Massage. Of course, the name was very strange, and Sun Hyun, who thought his friend had read too many martial arts books, didn't like it at all, but the manager supported Tai-Han. He thought that such a unique name was very appropriate, perfectly suited to the young man, and went well with the new interior. Sun Hyun was furious. His brain was boiling, but no one paid any attention to his protests and cries. Manager Hwang added that there had been a cancellation in the schedule today, so he urgently contacted the Charlotte Gray team players, and they would be arriving at the salon shortly. The head coach of the Shim team brought two players who didn't understand why they had been dragged to this shabby sauna, but the coach told them to shut up because there was a man working here who could help them reach their full potential. Soon, the athletes met Tai-Han, and the head coach bowed respectfully to the young man, the massage therapist. He pointed to the players who needed a massage today. They were players named Choi and Kim. They had an important game that evening, but the guys didn't believe that a massage could help them in any way. But then the athletes realized that they were not on today's team roster. They rushed to the coach and begged him not to kick them off the team because the guys had been working hard, even though the whole team kept losing. The coach tried to calm them down, saying that he wasn't going to kick them out, but that the guys just needed to go for a massage. The guys understood that this was an order from the head coach, and they simply had no choice. So they had to resign themselves and agree to this adventure. The athletes felt uneasy. They didn't understand what the catch was and didn't know where it would all lead. Besides, it was unclear why they needed a massage today if they weren't even scheduled to play. It was all very strange. Usually before a game, the head coach insisted on team training, But now the guys were just lying on the couch. Perhaps this masseur's skills were truly magical and exceptional. Surely that must be the case. Otherwise, why would the head coach bring them here right before the game? The massage must be very good, cleansing the whole body and making you feel like you're floating. The guys hoped that the massage would rejuvenate their bodies. It would be truly amazing if they could become younger and play at full strength for their teams again. The guys continued to chat about all kinds of versions of events, then moved on to discussing books and orthodox stories about martial arts. Tahan was very impressed by the fact that the boys knew about martial arts techniques involving the forced direction of energy flow, which allowed them to gain powerful inner strength in a short time. In turn, the athletes were also surprised that such a young man was already a master of massage. Tahan understood that the guys did not believe in his power and did not think that Coach Shim had found a person capable of strengthening internal energy in a short period of time. Of course, it was just a joke. After all, if such a person really existed, there would be many rumors. The players' abilities would skyrocket, and the results of some teams would improve significantly. But then it dawned on the guys, and they listened to what they had just been discussing. They realized that the secret to the improvement of the Hanyun Hawks team was this masseur. This meant that the rumors were true. Tai Han suggested starting the session immediately, since they already understood what they were dealing with. The young man announced that there was too little time left before the match, so everything had to be done quickly. It would be a little painful, but the guys would have to endure it. The next moment, all three were walking through a beautiful, dense forest among tall, slender trees. Kim did not understand why they were walking here, since he was the exclusive masseur for the Hanyun Hawks team. Tai Han confirmed this, and then the players said that they were expecting something more effective than a simple walk in the woods. After all, they had too little time left before the game started. Taehan explained that he gives individual massages based on each client's needs. And now these two players needed mental relaxation, so he brought them here. But the guys wouldn't let up. They reminded the masseur that they didn't have much time before the game started and that he should hurry up and help them. The players demanded a completely different massage. They wanted Taehan to make their muscles strong and their energy boundless, like the players of the Hanyun Hawks team. Player Kim suspected that the young man was deliberately stalling for time so that the guys would not make it to the game, because he was a fan of the Hawks. Taehan confirmed that there was a massage that would bring immediate results. The players did not understand why the masseur did not immediately apply this technique to them, since they had already explained their wishes to him so many times. Taehan thought it would be difficult for the guys to cope with this, but the players suggested not bothering with all kinds of healing stuff and instead working on their bodies as effectively as possible right away. Taehan activated his inner energy and said that the guys would not have to regret what they had asked for. The young man snapped his fingers, and energy waves spread out in all directions from his snap. The players felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. It was like an earthquake, and soon something began to crawl out from under the ground. A huge wooden door appeared right in the middle of the forest. Taehan explained that the guys would be training in another space and suggested they go through the door. Kim and Choi continued to argue, because they had already explained to this stupid masseur so many times that they didn't have time to train, as the game would start in a few hours. Taehan explained that time flows differently here. 1 hour equals 1 year in the real world. It turned out that 2 hours of training would be equal to 2 years, and the players thought this was amazing. They were ready to start right away. The young man wanted to give them some more explanations and instructions, but the guys didn't listen to him and suggested that he just finish the massage. The players opened the door and found themselves in an unfamiliar room. They liked it very much, especially the fact that the effect would be like 2 years of training. The door slammed behind them, and the players saw men with rather sullen expressions. The strangers were in military uniforms, and the room was full of shoes. There was no better place than this, because time passed slowly here, and the guys would train very hard. They were immediately dressed in military uniforms, and the 2-year combat training course began. 2 hours passed, and the guys left the dimension. They felt that no one could defeat them today because they had just returned from the army. Taehan hurried the guys along, saying that the game was about to start, and wished them luck. The guys rushed away at tremendous speed, ready to show the true passion and spirit of Korean reservists and planning to win by a landslide. Taehan noticed that the players were behaving as if they had really served in the army. The young man even wondered if the guys would be able to return to reality after the game. A few days later, in the break room, Song Hyun discussed the Charlotte Gray team's last game. According to all the players, fans, and referees, it was simply insane in a good way. It was a triumphant return and a global defeat of their opponents. Fans who watched the game live noted that it was like a match from a comic book. If this continues, athletes will line up to get a massage from Taehan, and soon the number of players after the massage will be able to influence the outcome of the games. Manager Hwang, although he loved baseball very much, did not have time to watch the games now and wanted to know when the business registration would be completed. The fact was that he hadn't slept for several nights because of too many calls and messages asking to sign up for a massage session. Taehan promised to hurry up with the paperwork, and Song Hyun added that it would be a grand opening. The salon wasn't open yet, but a huge number of customers were already very loyal and wanted to become regulars. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but the massage therapist didn't understand why his colleagues were behaving this way. Manager Hwang was pleased that he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers, and Song Hyun agreed that Taehan's massage skills were unique and unreal. Song Hyun himself knows more about massage than anyone else and understands how unique his friend is. But then a new problem arose. They needed to recruit other massage therapists to work in the salon besides Taehan. Manager Hwan had several people from the salon, such as Mr. Son Hun, who also wanted to join them. Sun Hyun was worried about what would happen to the sauna if everyone left. It wasn't their problem, so there was no point in dwelling on it. Manager Hwang had already warned the owner to improve the conditions for people in the sauna, but the current boss ignored him, so now everyone could leave. When sales at the sauna improved thanks to Master Taehan's skills, the manager suggested that the owner expand the business, but he refused and didn't even want to talk about it. However, Manager Hwang remained concerned, and this did not go unnoticed by the massage therapist. The man understood that after he left the salon, along with the main massage therapist, the whole business would fall apart. Therefore, it was better to take the team with him. Taehan understood that the manager was motivated by cold calculation, but that was fine for someone who was going to run the business. The young man understood that he needed to be on his guard and work hard to justify the trust placed in him. It was decided that everyone would focus on their tasks and not slack off. Taehan planned to start preparing a special massage course for his closest assistants, Sun Hyun and Sun Hun. Classes would begin the following evening, and this was done so that the guys could start earning even more money. The word money had a magical effect on Sun Hyun. Manager Hwang suggested that Sun Hyun and Sun Hun take charge of the master class in Heavenly Demon Massage. If they did a good job, they would receive double pay. The idea of becoming a master of Heavenly Demon Massage was amazing, and double pay sounded sweeter than honey. Taehan would personally teach the Heavenly Demon Massage course, but the master class was also not bad. Sun Hyun felt that the responsibility would be great and said that he was not confident in his abilities, even though Taehan had already taught them a lot. That was precisely why it was decided to hold classes, to help the masseurs acquire the skills worthy of a master class. Sun Hyun understood that it would not be easy, but at the same time, he knew that if he passed the master class, it would be easier than ever to get rich. The guy confidently confirmed that he would cope. After all, if he built a good reputation for himself, even celebrities would come to him for massages. And if that happened, money in the form of investments, inheritance, and all kinds of beautiful women would flow into his hands. Sun Hyun promised to do everything possible to complete the course and not disappoint his friend. Taehan explained that from now on, both of his assistants would go to Heavenly Demon Massage after work every day. The guys really liked their future workplace. It turned out to be even more beautiful than they could have imagined. With each step, the guys felt their devotion to this place grow, and even the thought of working here made them happy. Taehan didn't want to disappoint them, but asked them not to celebrate prematurely. After all, the guys would need to undergo training to officially work with him. He led the massage therapist to a door marked "Staff Only." The door opened, and bright light flooded out of the room onto the guys. The guys didn't understand where they were, and the bright light, which hurt their eyes, prevented them from seeing what kind of room was in front of them. It turned out to be a huge, brand-new gym equipped with state-of-the-art exercise machines. Sun Hyun had imagined his training room to be completely different. He thought it would be a massage parlor, but it turned out to be a training area for staff, because in order to cope with the training, the massage therapists themselves first needed to develop endurance. Sun Hyun was surprised. What kind of training requires physical preparation? But then Sun Hun covered his mouth with his hand. He began to whisper that perhaps this was some kind of secret training technique, so they needed to do everything possible to learn everything they were taught. After all, thanks to this, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Taehyun announced that over the next 3 months before the salon opened, the guys would spend 1 month on physical training and 2 months learning massage techniques. Every day they would do a large number of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and run on the treadmill. The guys will continue to train in this manner until the opening, no matter how difficult it may be for them. Taehyun understood that it might not seem like much. However, this is the most effective way for a modern person to become stronger. It usually takes at least 1.5 years, but Taehyun will open energy points to speed up the process. As a side effect, if the guys are unlucky, they may go bald. Upon hearing about baldness, the guys were ready to abandon the idea, but Taehyun reassured them, saying he would take precautions. Sun Hyun, with tears in his eyes, explained to his friend that if he went bald, he wouldn't even be able to go on dates. Taehyun promised to do his best to help the guys' hair grow back, but they needed to train with great determination and face everything, even baldness. If they managed to complete the training, the reward would be worth it. Sun Hyun agreed to do it only for the money, but if he really went bald, the guy didn't have time to finish saying what he would do if he went bald before he realized that there was no turning back now. And there was no point in regretting it, because the guys had crossed the point of no return. It was decided to start. And so Sun Hoon and Sun Hyun began the most effective training program capable of making modern people stronger. They didn't miss a single day and did exactly as their coach instructed. In just a month, as planned, the guys achieved the physical fitness necessary to begin training. They became real bodybuilders. After that, the massage therapists began formal training to become professional massage therapists. Strength exercises for powerful massage and precision lessons for accurately hitting pain points. They also did concentration exercises to remain impervious to external stimuli. Step by step, the guys prepared themselves to become master massage therapists. 3 months later, they were ready. The team of massage therapists was ready to get to work and dreamed of starting to take clients to put their knowledge into practice. The massage parlor had not yet officially opened, but then an unfamiliar young man appeared in the room. He introduced himself as a television producer named So Kyung-woo. Actor Jang Hyuk, who had once been greatly helped by Taehyun's massage, was meeting with his producer in a cafe. The producer noted that the man looked much better and fresher than before. The actor then told the producer about the massage therapist who had helped him solve all his problems. It would not have been surprising if a lawyer had helped solve the problems, but a massage therapist as a savior sounded very strange. The actor said that after the massage, he felt completely rested, and this gave him the courage to start legal proceedings. In addition, his chronic migraines disappeared, and his overall well-being improved. The producer saw that the actor looked like a truly happy person. Then the actor noticed that Mr. So looked tired. Perhaps something was bothering him, and the actor thought that a massage would help him a lot. Ken Woo agreed. He had been working very hard lately, preparing for the launch of a new show, so now he was completely exhausted. Chung Hyuk said that his massage therapist was about to open a new salon and recommended that the man visit it. The actor added that he would be the salon's first customer and had already booked all his free days in advance. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, and the actor stepped away to talk to his manager. It was clear that Jang Hyuk was upset about something that was going to happen next Monday. He spoke quite emotionally with his manager, asking if it could be postponed, but then resigned himself, agreed, and said goodbye. The producer asked anxiously what had happened and if he could help in the situation. It turned out that something terrible had happened. On Monday, the actor had to go abroad to shoot a new film, and on that very day, a massage salon was opening, and now he would miss his appointment. When the actor calmed down, an idea popped into his head. He suggested that Mr. So go to the massage parlor opening in his place, and that's how it all turned out. Manager Huang accompanied the new client to the massage and considered it simply good luck in the man's life. He was sure that at the end of the massage, Mr. So would not even want to part with the masseur Taehyun. It was like some kind of cult. The man entered the massage room and liked everything about it. The decor was clean and pleasant, as befitted a new salon. The man was very tired and eagerly awaited the procedure. Taehyun immediately noticed that the client had accumulated a lot of stagnant energy due to lack of sleep. The massage therapist saw that this condition had been going on for quite some time. Mr. So's body was naturally very sensitive, and this also affected his well-being. Ken Wu agreed that this was the case, and the massage therapist suggested that he take a seat on the couch so that he could better analyze the man's health. Ken Wu thought these were general phrases that would apply to any office worker, but at the same time, he had complete trust in the massage therapist. In the end, he lay down and asked to be taken care of. Tai-Han activated his inner energy and felt a chilling sensation. The next moment, the man was skiing across the snow-white snow and felt completely relaxed. It seemed as if all his stress had evaporated. The man couldn't remember the last time he had felt this way. He hadn't taken a proper vacation in many years, and now this was better than any vacation he could have dreamed of. When the guy had skied enough, he stopped to catch his breath and smelled a very pleasant aroma. It was the smell of a bowl of delicious hot udon, a must-have dish at any ski resort. Ken Wu ate his lunch and felt his body relax and his stiff muscles soften. He couldn't believe that just one touch could have such an incredible effect. Taehan said that his body felt relaxed, but now it was necessary to move on to the final adjustment before treatment could begin. The adjustment consisted of quick and precise activation of acupuncture points, which the massage therapist performed completely unnoticed by the client. However, his actions could be unpleasant in the future, and the client was allowed to scream as much as he wanted. An hour later, Ken Wu woke up on the couch feeling completely rested. He had slept like he hadn't slept in a long time. Suddenly, his stomach growled with hunger, and he decided to buy himself some udon as soon as he left the salon. But first, he tried the tea and desserts that the salon staff had prepared for him. The tea was very tasty and unusual. It helped improve blood circulation, calm the nerves, and promote restful sleep. The man tried the tea and felt his body completely relax. From the massage to the tea, everything was perfect. Producer So thought about how his film crew had lost their enthusiasm and health as they recorded the program, and how wonderful it would be if Tai-Han gave them all a massage. A brilliant idea immediately popped into the producer's head, because he was a producer of brilliant ideas. He thought he could invite a massage therapist to participate in a television show called In Search of the Legendary Massage Therapist. The show would be a huge success. However, although Tai-Han thanked him for the interesting offer, he had to refuse because he was currently in a difficult situation. Producer So never gave up and quickly came up with an even more brilliant idea, which he presented to Tai-Han. So Ken Wu said that a huge number of people are willing to pay money just to get on television, and the masseur will benefit from this because new customers will flock to his salon. Tai-Han didn't see the need to participate in a television program to attract customers because there was already a huge line outside the salon. Ken Su admitted that he just really wanted to tell other people about the masseur because his massage is something that every Korean office worker should experience. If the masseur appeared on the show, it would help countless exhausted people. Tai-Han really liked the idea of helping others, but it was impossible at the moment. Today was the first day of work, and it would take time to lay a solid foundation for the business. If the guy appeared on television now, it could do more harm than good. Producer So agreed that it was indeed a selfish request, and when you think about it, the initial period is the most important in the development of any enterprise. Tai-Han admitted that he liked the producer's idea, and when his business became more stable, he would definitely take advantage of So Ken Woo's offer. They had already said goodbye, but the client treated Tai-Han to a meal after the procedure, and producer So wanted to buy some of the tea for himself to take home. It turned out that this was impossible because the massage therapist makes and develops tea, taking into account the characteristics of each person's body. The guy makes only as much tea as the salon needs, leaving nothing extra to sell. Tai-Han wanted to thank the producer for his kindness and promised that next time he would prepare a special tea for the client that he would like even more. The happy visitor immediately rushed to the reception desk to book his next visit. When the next weekend came, the couple went on a picnic in the mountains. The nature and weather were just wonderful. CA admired absolutely everything, but most of all, she enjoyed being in the forest with the young man. She was worried that it would be scary at night, but Tai-Han reassured her, saying that they would build a campfire. Of course, a wild forest is not at all like a campground, and the girl was curious how Tai-Han had managed to find such a beautiful and secluded place. The young man admitted that this mountain belonged to a friend of his, which is why he often came here alone. Tai-Han suggested that his girlfriend rest in the tent while he took care of some business. He said he was going to gather some firewood, as it would be needed for a campfire in the evening. It was a lame excuse, but nevertheless. Leaving the girl alone in the clearing, Taehan went deeper into the forest and waited for the person he was supposed to meet. Soon, a huge mountain spirit appeared in the clearing. He had gathered everything he needed and was now waiting for a massage. The young man asked him to be sure to gather arrowroot next time. The guy placed a large order for this plant and asked for it to be gathered as quickly as possible, saying all this with his back to the bag. The mountain spirit said that it was no problem for him and that he would do it by tomorrow. Then Taehan asked him to dry the plant for him as well. 100 kilograms of arrowroot, aged for at least a century, had to be cut into pieces of the right size for proper brewing and dried naturally in the sun. It was cheeky because it was very tiring for the mountain spirit, and it wasn't part of the original agreement, but the guy threw the bag on the ground. The bag contained fresh, organic vegetables, specially brought for the mountain spirit, because this year he had not eaten well due to a poor harvest. This act literally touched the mountain spirit. He loved vegetables very much and planned to devour them with great pleasure. But suddenly a crowd of hungry wild boars rushed in, attracted by the smell of the fragrant treat. A few seconds later, instead of vegetables, the sack contained the carcasses of the glutted wild boars. They had tasted something so delicious for the first time. The mountain spirit was a true parent to his children and shed a tear of tenderness as he watched them enjoy themselves and feel full and happy. Of course, they could have left him a piece. It turned out that the mountain piglets were not unscrupulous pigs and left a whole Chinese cabbage for their parent. The mountain spirit devoured her with relish before the children changed their minds. It was truly a heavenly delight for the taste buds of a wild boar. He was literally floating on air. The mountain spirit was very grateful for the delicious meal, as well as for the opportunity to raise his children. Now he could die without regrets. Taehan asked if he could take the mountain spirit's inner core, but the spirit immediately said that he had not meant that. The mountain spirit was just joking and had no intention of dying. A phone call interrupted their conversation. It turned out to be a call from the salon. Manager Huang reported that a man had come to the salon and demanded to see the owner immediately. Everything would have been fine, but this stranger looked very much like a gangster. His face was frightening, and when he entered the massage parlor, he demanded to see the owner in such a way that Manager Huang almost died of fear. Taehan asked how the manager managed to get rid of this man. The manager simply told the thug that the owner had left and the gangster promised to return. At least he left without making a fuss. Of course, it was strange to realize that thugs still existed in the modern world. In the world of martial arts, the young man would have destroyed them long ago, but here it was impossible. Taehan understood that he would have to teach the gangster a little lesson, but just then the manager announced that the visitor had returned. He controlled the territory and instilled fear and terror in all the establishments under his power. Manager Huang suggested calling the police before something terrible happened, but Taehan forbade it. He was sure it wouldn't come to that, so he boldly approached the man and, continuing to observe, introduced himself. The man behaved completely emotionlessly, looking at Taehan with the indifferent gaze of someone who could do anything. The stranger asked the massage parlor owner to step aside so they could talk. Taehan suggested that the visitor go to the consultation room, where no one would disturb them. The whole time the guy was talking to the stranger, he studied him closely, trying to understand the essence of this person. The night before, a meeting had been held in the hotel conference room. The men discussed current events and found out that many new stores had already opened in the building, but not all of the owners had signed contracts. However, the men had no explanation, as they had to cope with losses until the shopping center was operating at full capacity. It was known that there was a massage parlor in the building that was already fully operational and apparently thriving. They say that despite his young age, a very skilled young man opened a large private salon, which became popular in a short period of time. The line in front of the building was entirely due to the massage parlor, which prospective customers were eager to visit. The man had an incredible idea that could bring them a lot of money, but first he wanted to talk to the owner of the massage parlor. The man introduced himself as the general manager of the hotel located in this building. His name was Kwak Sang-yong. Taehan greeted the man and placed 2 cups of hot chocolate on the table, saying that they could have a drink while they talked. Mr. Kwak was surprised that the masseur had guessed his favorite drink, but then got down to business, saying that even famous people often lack skill and can quickly go bankrupt, regardless of their abilities. Taehan asked if the man had seen the faces of people leaving his salon after a massage. The man thought for a moment and remembered that they were very satisfied, happy, and full of energy and joy, which meant that the masseur was confident in his actions. The hotel manager suggested that Tai-han was overworking his employees, which could lead to rapid failure. However, the young man asked him to look at the faces of his employees to stop doubting his approach. Tai-han had already figured out his opponent and asked him if it would be a problem for a rich kid to run a business as a hobby. Tai-han suggested that the manager get rid of his prejudices when communicating with other people, especially when offering cooperation or doing business. The young man began to activate his energy, continuing to study his interlocutor, and now Sang-yeon felt an unusual aura emanating from the guy, an incredible pressure. Kwok did not understand how the young man knew that the man was going to demand cooperation. Perhaps he was the heir to a wealthy family who had taken elite business courses. Tai-han said that he did not belong to a wealthy family, but had achieved everything through his own efforts and the help of some people. The visitor listened to the young man with great skepticism because he did not believe that it was possible to be self-taught and a good person at such a young age. The man became very agitated and, to hide his excitement, began to drink a beverage, intending to continue the conversation later. After drinking the beverage, his whole life blossomed and lit up with new rosy colors. He called the owner of the massage parlor an amazing person and noted that it would be very good if he started working with the hotel. Tai-han felt that there was some kind of unusually fragile energy in his interlocutor. This huge and powerful man with a cup of hot chocolate in his hands did not radiate strength and masculinity at all. Until now, it had been difficult for him to act strong, despite his inner qualities. Sang-yeon boiled over when he heard this, because he was known for his cruelty in the hotel business. Even CEOs couldn't handle him, and even Tai-han would be too scared to look at the man. Dae-han reached out and put his hand on the visitor's shoulder, saying that he didn't need to behave like that and that the guy wouldn't laugh at him. Tai-han, looking into the eyes of the hotel's general manager, suggested that he take a break and spend some time reflecting on himself. In the middle of the street stood an awkward-looking boy with a briefcase slung over his shoulder, but he was wearing socks with bows and a pink blouse with pigtails. He hadn't worn these clothes since 5th grade. But then someone called out to the boy. 2 girls ran up to him on the street and asked him to go with them, addressing him as Princess Sun-yeon. They were 2 cute girls he had gone to middle school with. They showered him with compliments, saying he was as cute and beautiful as ever. The boy remembered that they had indeed been best friends. They had a great time together and thought each other was very beautiful. At school, Sang-yeon sat at his desk and thought. He couldn't believe he was a 5th grader again. The boy looked into his backpack, hoping to find his favorite things that he always carried with him to school. It was a notebook with a picture of a wedding celebration, a pencil case with Disney princesses, and even Sailor Moon pens. Everything was there. The boys always teased him for looking like a gangster, but he had unique taste, and after that, the boy began to hide his preferences. Of course, it was nice to see all this after so long, but then a blow to the head distracted the boy. The guys who systematically bullied him at school demanded that he not carry such a bag, because a real man had to look tough to be cool. They called Sang-yeon to the game room, but when he refused, they continued to bully him, and one of the boys crushed his favorite pen. The boys wanted to recruit him to their gang to extort money from younger school children. They hoped he would go along with them willingly. The boy didn't want to get involved in such activities, so one of his classmates took his favorite notebook with princesses on it. He tore the notebook in front of Sang-yeon, saying that the boy needed to behave like a normal kid. The boys continued to laugh at their classmate until the boy was overcome with rage and threw a punch. With his face contorted with anger and hatred, the child turned to his classmates and said that they had no right to tear up his notebook and that he would tear them in half for it. The boys realized that their classmate was not joking, and with cries and apologies, they ran away, leaving him alone. Sang-yeon learned a lesson from this situation. Instead of being bullied, he decided to behave in such a way that other people would fear him. After that, he always made a scary face. And even now, when the boy has returned to childhood, nothing has changed. He has to hide his tastes again. Tai-han appeared in front of the boy in the same class and said that if the child continued to hide his desires, he would become even more unhappy. The children continued to tease Sang-yeon, saying he was like a girl. But the teacher believed that they were just jealous of him because he boldly expressed his feelings. The teacher showed the boy other children who, inspired by his example, also began to openly express their feelings and sympathies. They dreamed of what they would become without fear of being ridiculed. Among them were future athletes, scientists, and inventors. The teacher said that it is impossible for everyone to love a person, Even the kindest person will have those who criticize him. But you shouldn't let negative comments upset you. Instead, you should laugh and enjoy life with those who like you. The boy said he understood and remembered his teacher's words for a long time. San Yeon apologized to the masseur, saying that he had been immersed in old childhood memories. The man really enjoyed the massage. It felt like all his childhood wounds had been washed away. The hotel's general manager honestly admitted that during this short meeting, he was convinced that no one could match Taihan's massage skills. Mr. Kwak believed that if massage were included in the range of services, customer satisfaction would be much higher, and handed the masseur an advertising brochure. It was a brochure placed in the hotel rooms. If the massage parlor partnered with the hotel, it would be beneficial for both parties. Tahan looked through the brochure and agreed that it was a generous offer, which he was grateful to accept. However, there was a small problem. The massage parlor already had a long waiting list, and if hotel guests came, it would be impossible to serve them due to capacity constraints. The hotel's general manager saw that the salon offered a standard course of treatments and wanted to know how qualified the other massage therapists were. Taihan said that he had personally trained them and that the guys worked much better than in other places. However, their course was not fully booked. Tahan realized that he needed to make sure once again that his massage therapists were really well trained, and then he could expand the number of clients. A business agreement was concluded, and the massage salon was ready to welcome hotel guests. It was decided to offer hotel guests a comprehensive package that included a regular massage course. It would also be possible to arrange for clients to use the sauna and hotel rooms, so the collaboration would be mutually beneficial. The idea of allowing salon guests to visit the hotel sauna would raise the salon's rating in the eyes of customers. Sun Hyun wanted salon employees to receive discounts on hotel rooms so that they could stay late at work without worrying about getting home late. And although no agreements were reached for the employees, a lot of useful things were done in terms of customer services. Manager Huang believed that luck was a very important skill because a person cannot take advantage of an opportunity if they are not prepared. In addition, the manager was concerned that the regular massage for hotel customers should be of a high standard, but Taihan had already taken care of that. The young man wanted to apply his training methods to other massage therapists as well. Son Hyun was horrified at the mere thought that the staff masseurs would go through the same school of suffering that he had experienced. The mere thought that the young man could go bald caused him PTSD. Others would also have to suffer like this, but nothing made him happier than other people's misfortune. The guys were having a snack at a nearby cafe, and manager Huang said that after a massage, many clients feel hungry and ask where they can get something to eat. This place had very tasty food, and it would be nice to establish cooperation with it to help each other. Of course, people could take care of their own meals and go home to eat, but if they could establish a partnership, it would be beneficial for everyone. Sun Hyun didn't understand how the salon would benefit from a partnership with a restaurant since they work in different industries. As a rule, people feel hungry after a massage, and if the salon staff can offer a lower price thanks to the partnership, it will increase the flow of customers. Taehan instructed manager Hwan to negotiate with the restaurant owners and sign a contract with them if possible. But Song Hyun still resisted and did not understand why they should cooperate with the restaurant. Taehan received a message from Seo inviting him to go shopping together the next day. Before the young man could reply, he received another message, this time from golfer Eun-bi, congratulating him on the opening of the salon. She said she was flying out for a competition the next day, but wanted to come in for a massage in the evening after practice. Eun-bi was delighted with the atmosphere in the salon when she came for the first time. She sincerely congratulated Taehan, admired the magnificent interior, and presented him with a pot of flowers. The young man accepted the gift and said that he had achieved a lot thanks to Eun-bi, as she was also his client. Taehan led the athlete to the massage room, hoping that Saya would understand how important the competition was to her. The night before, the guy had to text his girlfriend that he had some unexpected work and wouldn't be able to hang out with her at the mall. Sia was cutting an apple with a knife when the knife slipped and blood dripped. The girl immediately realized that she was tormented by an unpleasant feeling. Eun-bi said that her performance had become even better than before, and her success in golf was on the rise. Taehan saw on the news that she made her professional debut immediately after returning to the sport and took second place in the tournament. Taehan said he had been following her progress because she herself had sent him a link to the TV broadcast. The girl conquered Korea and then moved on to America. It was impressive, but Eun-bi didn't see anything difficult in it. Taehan asked her to lie down on the couch so he could check her physical condition. The young man massaged the athlete's body and noted that her overall condition and physical shape had improved significantly. The girl said that she did the stretching exercises he had taught her every day, although the massage was still very helpful and beneficial to her. Taehan increased the intensity of the massage, noting that the girl had become healthier and needed to be patient, even if it caused pain. Yunbi asked the masseur not to hurt her too much. Taehan noted that there were still residual effects in some areas, that her kidney energy needed to be restored, and that her lower back needed work. Sitting in the sauna, Yunbi said she was too hot. However, the masseur explained that this was opening up a blocked meridian. She would feel refreshed as soon as he stimulated that point again. And soon a wave of freshness swept through the golfer's body. It was as refreshing as menthol chewing gum clearing her nose. Taehan heard for the first time that chewing gum was used to relieve drowsiness and did not understand why the girl needed it. Yunbai explained that during slumps, she would train until she was exhausted, and chewing gum helped her fight sleepiness. Taehan immediately understood why. When he first met her, she had been exhausted and tired. Continuing the massage, the guy believed that these efforts would be enough to win in America. Yunbi hoped to at least make it through the qualifying rounds, but Taehan was confident she would win. The masseur strengthened the athlete's thigh and gluteal muscles, allowing her to swing more powerfully and accurately than any other player. Taehan activated her energy and stimulated important points responsible for the hip joints and lower back. It was really painful for the girl. Finally, the masseur felt that the preparation was complete and that the session could be ended. Yunbai was like a superwoman from the world of golf, and now everyone would be waiting for news of her victory. The massage session was over, and the satisfied, physically and energetically strengthened golfer said goodbye to Taehan. While Yunbi flew to America, another plane landed at Incheon Airport. Among the passengers on board was a man wearing a cap pulled low over his forehead. He was a world-famous English Premier League soccer player named Kang Ju-wang. Although the athlete tried to hide by wearing a mask, people still recognized him. The young man denied it, saying that such a footballer could not come to Korea in the middle of the season. People agreed that now was the time to play for the club, not fly to his grandmother's for pies. They thought the guy was very lucky because he looked like soccer superstar Kang Ju-won. Once he arrived in the city, Kang enjoyed eating his favorite national food, which he had missed while working in England. Today, he met his old friend Tai Jung, a baseball player for the Hawks, at a restaurant. The guys discussed various news from food to girlfriends. They hadn't been able to meet for many years. Each played for his own team and was busy, keeping in touch only by phone. Finally, it was time to ask the uncomfortable questions, and Taejung inquired about Kana's injury. The guy honestly admitted that otherwise he would not have been able to come to Korea in the middle of the season. Taejung said he should have told him earlier, because his own results had improved, but he had overcome everything. The baseball player began to ask his friend about how the decline and injury happened. It turned out that during the FA Cup final, regular time had ended and the game was going into extra time. He needed to break the streak of no trophies and score a goal. So Ju Wang rushed to the opponent's half of the field. He passed several players and instantly found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The stadium fell silent. Everyone thought he was about to score the decisive goal, but the defender injured Kana. His knee twisted backwards. The opponent was, of course, given a red card. But Kang couldn't get up from the field. It was a serious injury. He had surgery and he worked hard on his rehabilitation. Since then, he has been unable to return to his former form, no matter how much he kicked the ball. The coach suggested that he travel to his homeland, despite the playing season. After all, it is difficult for a footballer to watch his teammates play from the stands, knowing that he cannot change anything. Ju Wang thought the coach was hinting that he might have to leave the team for good. The professional world of sports is cruel, and only skill can keep you on the team. Now Kang couldn't do his job properly. In addition, young players were coming up from below, so he had to accept the possible end of his career. Taejung thought for a moment and then said that the soccer player's coach seemed to be an excellent manager. Kang did not understand what he meant. The baseball player explained that there was a person in Korea who could help the soccer player regain his lost opportunities. The Hawks player handed his friend a business card. Inside the advertising brochure was the key to a hotel room where he suggested he stay. He recommended staying there at least for the night. It was a new, recently opened hotel with a massage parlor on the first floor. Taejung gave his friend the reservation details for the massage parlor owner. The guy needed to come for a session at the appointed time, It sounded strange, but the baseball player said that if the massage helped, the soccer player would buy him a Porsche. Ju Wang drove up to the hotel, looked at the huge building, and was surprised by everything that was happening. He didn't know whether to believe Taijung's words, but decided that it couldn't get any worse. Besides, the hotel was really comfortable, new and beautiful. Soccer player Kang gazed thoughtfully at the view of the city at night. It was beautiful, but nothing made the man happy. He really hoped that his friend was right and that the massage would really help. Even if it meant buying a Porsche. The main thing was to get well. Ju Wang was amazed at how confident his friend was in success. Betting a Porsche seemed excessively wasteful to him. The footballer thought that his friend had always been a bit of an eccentric. After all, there couldn't be anything special about a massage. The man turned on the TV and came across a news report about how he had secretly returned to the country in the middle of the football season. The report mentioned a serious injury sustained as a result of a tackle by an opponent, as well as ongoing problems with his physical condition. It was reported that the player had returned to Korea at the request of his coach and was now spending time in his homeland. It was awful, and the guy was shocked that his physical condition and departure had already become public knowledge. Internet news feeds were flooded with reports about him, and he wanted to quietly undergo treatment. Now everything was ruined. One thing was clear: he had to recover, and only then would his life get back on track. Kana's head was a complete mess. He was very nervous and upset, so he decided to go to the sauna and go to bed early. The footballer checked that the hotel sauna was open late and decided to spend the evening there. Deciding to relax, he went up to the sauna, hoping to distract himself from his negative thoughts. The hotel sauna turned out to be new, empty, and really cool. There were no visitors. Kang remembered his friend's word that there might be someone there who could help him find his lost wings. This was the first time Taijung had looked so confident. Maybe there really was something special about massage. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of an unfamiliar guy in the sauna. Ju Wang was even slightly frightened. He decided that this was another fan who had sneaked into chat and immediately covered his head trying to leave. The footballer quickly got up, apologized, and started to leave, asking the man to pretend he didn't recognize him. But suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his entire body, and he froze, cursing. Tai Han looked at the man in surprise, guessing that he was some kind of celebrity. The next day, the massage parlor was buzzing with talk of only one thing: the soccer player's return to the country. The men argued about how serious his injury must be if Kang Ju Wang had come in the middle of the season. Of course, it was sad that he might be fired from the team, but perhaps his skills were weak to begin with. Manager Huang did not know where exactly the footballer was staying and thought it was unlikely to be at this hotel. Otherwise, the journalists would have already written about it. The men continued to discuss the footballer sitting in the restaurant with the baseball player whose name was on the reservation. But suddenly their faces stretched. It seemed that strange things were happening in this life. Standing in front of them was a man who looked exactly like the world-famous soccer player Kang Ju-won. One of the guys asked if he was in the right place. He needed a heavenly demon massage. Sun Hyun could no longer contain himself. His eyes bulged, his jaw dropped, and he pointed his finger, even though he knew he shouldn't. Manager Huang asked him to pull himself together. This was just a customer, even if he was a world-famous athlete. It was important to behave normally and follow the rules of service. At the same time, Huang himself stuttered as he greeted the respected client and asked for the name given at the time of booking. Ju Wang explained that the reservation was made in the name of his friend, baseball player Tai Jun. He added that his friend had made the reservation and sent him here, so he hoped that everything had been done on time and without mistakes. Finally, the formalities were settled and the guys began to calm down, although the presence of the world star still made them nervous. Sun Hyun read the note attached to the reservation. Instead of the baseball player, his friend would be coming. Manager Huang volunteered to personally escort the visitor. He handed over the clothes and the locker key, suggested that he change, and then walked down the corridor to the heavenly demon's room. The manager also clarified that if the clothes did not fit, they would bring another size. As soon as Ju Wang disappeared into the locker room, the guys couldn't contain their excitement. They were thrilled, considering it a grand event for the salon. Tai Han went out to the reception area to meet the next client and did not understand what the commotion in the office was about. Sun Hyun was literally stunned to see the masseur not at his workplace and pounced on him, shouting, "To the office! And quickly! The best footballer from Tottenham is here!" The footballer's future was now in Tai Han's hands. No more, no less. Zhu Wang had already gone into the massage room, looked around and saw nothing unusual. His friend probably wanted to reassure him, considering the treatment effective. Tahan followed him in, greeted him, and asked how long he had been waiting. The masseur remembered that he had seen this man somewhere before. Indeed, it was the guy from the sauna. He reassured the client, saying that there was no need to avoid him and that he hadn't told anyone anything. He only knew that the footballer had come on Taijung's recommendation. The masseur asked the client to lie down on the couch. The footballer was surprised as he had not yet said where he was feeling discomfort. The next moment, Tai-Han poked Juwan's knee with his slipper, saying that this was where the pain was. The guy literally fell to the ground. The touch on his knee was serious for him. Tai-Han said that the athlete was physically fine, but his blood and energy were blocked and distorted due to his proximity to the blade. The masseur suggested that he fix them, for which he needed to lie down on the couch and not move, as he would be working on the pain points. The professional instantly worked through all the points, and the footballer immediately began to feel sleepy. Constant strenuous exercise with blocked energy leads to problems, and the masseur first had to absorb the murky energy. Taehan had done this many times before, but this time the intense murky energy was the most difficult he had ever encountered. It was no surprise that the athlete had lost his abilities. He understood that Zhu Wang had not neglected his training even during his decline. The masseur explained that he would first touch the points to align the energy channels and release the blocked energy from above. Then he would clear the channels of the foot and direct the energy up the leg, and then concentrate it at the 3 miles point. Zhu Wang felt electricity rising in his knee. Taehan warned, "Don't move. This is the most crucial moment." The masseur activated all his abilities, but the energy did not fill the 3-mile point. Due to a previous knee surgery, the energy continued to leak away. Taehan explained to the client that his body was now like a broken pot. Not a toy children's pot, but a ceramic jug whose cracks needed to be sealed. To do this, the massage therapist had to work with the whole body, not just the injured leg. Taehan massaged his head, shoulders, knees, and feet, and Zhu Wang felt a refreshing effect around him. It was time to activate the secret technique of the heavenly demon. It was a cloning technique that gave the impression that several people were working with the client at the same time. Head, shoulders, knees, feet, knees again, head again, shoulders. The energy was evenly distributed. The client did not notice the cloning technique as he was completely relaxed. The masseur was able to focus his internal energy on the knee. Taehan used the gathered energy to strengthen the injured knee. He applied the cloning technique again. Several hands simultaneously filled the knee with energy. Towards the end, Zhu Wang woke up and felt as if a clot had fallen out of his knee. The sensations were so real that it seemed like crystallized murky energy that the masseur had extracted from his knee. It could explode if touched. Zhu Wang jumped to his feet and, not believing that this filth had been removed from his body, hit the clot as if it were a ball. The blow was so powerful that it knocked a wall out of the building. Taehan believed that the force of the blow was an indication of how well the footballer had recovered. Zhu Wang stood near the broken window and tried to see where the remains of the murky energy had flown. At that moment, Taehan pushed him in the back and said, "You don't need to know the details, just focus on flying back into the sky." With a wild scream, the guy fell from a height onto the asphalt, afraid to open his eyes. The next moment, he sat down on the couch with a cry. It turned out to be a dream. The sensations were so real that Zhu Wang couldn't believe it was a dream. The masseur suggested going to the relaxation room and drinking some restorative tea. The athlete swung his legs off the couch, and when his injured leg touched the floor, something amazing happened. The sensations in his knee changed, or rather, disappeared completely. A healthy person hardly feels the parts of the body that do not hurt. A cup of tea and sweets were waiting for him in the relaxation room. Zhu Wang enjoyed the taste, breathed deeply, and felt as if he had shed his old skin. His overall condition was so good that he could have played a match right then and there. The only thing left to figure out was how that jerk Taejung found out about such a cool place. The footballer immediately dialed his friend's number to tell him that he was not a gentleman for keeping the information about the masseur a secret for so long. From his enthusiastic voice, Taejung realized that his friend had already been for a massage and that everything had gone well. The masseur was truly amazing. The new problem was that now he would have to buy a Porsche. So Zhu Wang started changing his tune on the fly, saying that nothing surprising had happened. Taejung asked a few more questions, but his friend insisted, "There's no effect. The baseball player assured him that his friend should lie more convincingly and that he had already signed a contract to buy a Porsche, so he needed to get the money ready. Ju Wang understood that it would be impossible to deceive his friend. He had already experienced the effect himself. The soccer player hoped to regain his skills as the baseball player had done, and even the purchase of a Porsche would not be a waste of money. Kang Jawang approached the manager and asked if he could personally thank the massage therapist. Everything had gone great, and he was sincerely grateful. The manager said that the owner was busy with his next client, so it was difficult for him to come out. After some thought, realizing that the athlete was satisfied, manager Huang approached him with a request. The man asked if it would be possible to get an autograph, as he was collecting signatures from famous clients of the salon for a wall of fame. Ju Wang agreed and asked what inscription to write. Manager Huang said something about a refreshing massage with a great effect and complete satisfaction, but at that moment, a monstrous monster with black energy peered through the door. Sun Hyun stood like a real ghost behind the door and watched what was happening with one eye. Ju Wang noticed him, called him closer, and asked if he wanted an autograph too. The footballer offered to sign anywhere the guy wanted. Sun Heung-min was well prepared for this moment. He lifted up his work uniform, revealing a Tottenham Hotspur Football Club jersey underneath. It was the footballer's debut jersey, and at that time, few people knew him. Therefore, the athlete was genuinely surprised and impressed. It turned out that the masseur was a longtime fan and had kept the shirt all these years, hoping that one day he would be able to get an autograph. And now rumors had spread that the footballer was staying at the hotel. Sun Heung-min said that he fell in love with soccer thanks to player Kang Ju-won. It was very touching and heartwarming. The jersey reminded the young man not to forget his original passion for soccer. And now that he had received an autograph from his favorite soccer player, he would keep the jersey as a family heirloom. Suwon was the athlete's hometown, and after taking care of all his health issues, he went there to visit his parents. Ju Wang rode in a taxi and tried to recognize the streets of the city. Of course, much had changed. Before, there had been nothing but fields, but he remembered how his childhood had passed. The young man asked the taxi driver to drop him off in the middle of the street. He realized that this was the place where he had found his original passion, the high school he had graduated from. The young man was looking at the familiar walls through the fence when suddenly a familiar voice called out to him. It was his first and only coach, who had worked at a regular children's sports school all these years. The men hugged and were very happy to see each other, and the coach said he had stayed there because he hoped that the world football star would one day return to his native land. The coach expressed his sincere support for his former student, saying that he understood how much the young man had been through recently and that he was genuinely happy to see him. After that, they visited the school stadium where Ju Wang began his sporting career. In the coach's room, the coach treated the young man to tea, which he poured from a thermos, still the same one he had used for many years. Ju Wang drank the tea with pleasure, and the best and kindest memories immediately filled the athlete's mind. The coach said that he had heard about the footballer's injury and sincerely sympathized with him. But then Ju Wang announced that he seemed to have overcome the problem and that everything would be fine now. The coach advised the young man to take care of himself, because he had always pushed his body to the limit since he was a student, and if he continued in the same vein, he would not last long as a player. But then the coach noticed that he wasn't the only one who recognized his student. Other people had gathered near the coaching booth. They were new soccer students who were training at the stadium. Ju Wang hoped that his presence would not interfere too much with their training. But then the coach had a brilliant idea. He suggested that the footballer test his condition by playing a light game with the children, which would be a great experience for them. This was probably the coach's original plan, but he believed that harmony between older and younger players was a wonderful sight. Ju Wang apologized to the boys for interrupting their training and offered to practice with them once, if they didn't mind. Of course, the children were thrilled with the idea. The coach told the captain to get ready for the game. Even after many years, the school field brought back memories, and it was wonderful. The coach warned that although the boys were amateurs, the soccer players should be careful because unpleasant surprises might await him. In addition, Ju Wang had to play carefully so as not to get injured again. After that, the coach blew his whistle and announced the start of the game. At first, the players on the same team were not in sync, but that was normal for the first few minutes of playing together. The opponents began to attack, and it was necessary to act faster and more cohesively. At one point, in order to intercept the ball, Ju Wang jumped high into the air and headed it away, impressing the boys with his physical fitness. The game continued, and with each passing minute, it became more intense. But the team captain was still unable to keep up with the ball. He needed to focus. The boy apologized to the footballer for not being able to keep up. However, the problem was Zhu Wang, whose speed exceeded all conceivable possibilities. He advised the child to train to respond faster to passes if he wanted to play in the higher leagues later. Zhu Wang himself was amazed at his speed. He realized that his physical condition had indeed improved significantly. The speed and accuracy of his passes were top-notch. In addition, the boys couldn't control their emotions and cope because they were playing on the same team with such a brilliant athlete. Zhu Wang realized that he could pass the ball wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, and his legs became even more responsive than they had been before his injury. Zhu Wang decided to break through the group of opponents, bypassed all their blocks, and broke through the defenders. All that remained was to test his shot. The shot did not disappoint, and the ball flew into the goal at tremendous speed. Of course, the goalkeeper couldn't handle such a ball and flew away with it, breaking through the goal. Zhu Wang was amazed at his physical condition, but realized that he couldn't control his strength. Incredible energy emanated from his knee. Perhaps in this state, the footballer could beat any team. Reporters were waiting at the airport, hoping to catch and interview Korea's best soccer player. They knew that the athlete was returning because he had experienced a decline. Now he is returning with absolute confidence, and journalists do not understand how he overcame the crisis. Zhu Wang thanked his fans and apologized to them for making them worry. He said that he had completely recovered from his injury and was in excellent physical shape. Now Kang Zhu Wang will return to the Premier League and repay his fans with even better play, surpassing even what he himself has seen. Taehan watched the news report about the triumphant return of the great footballer who had flown away to win trophies. Si-ah was mad that her date was distracted by his phone while they were buying camping gear. She warned him not to let anything distract him during their date. The girl scoured the entire store, choosing equipment. She liked and suited absolutely everything. But these were things that did not interest Taehan at all, and he was genuinely bored. CA didn't think things had to be useful if they were beautiful, and she was going to buy everything she liked. Besides, there was another couple nearby buying things for a joint hike. The young people were discussing plans for their first anniversary. They were going to grill meat, watch the fire, and do something else enjoyable. But the girl kept hinting at something, and the guy was confused and didn't understand what else he needed to buy. The girl agreed to such a wonderful way of spending their anniversary, although in her heart she was already ready to break up, because it was boring to sit around roasted meat and watch the fire all the time. CA noticed that the couple was arguing, but still planning to celebrate their first anniversary. It was very sweet. The girl decided to discuss their first anniversary with Taehan on their next trip. She thought she should hint at a candlelit dinner, and then he could give her a bouquet of flowers and fill the trunk with balloons. And of course, confess his love. But the coolest thing would be if he gave her a diamond ring and proposed. The girl was already dreaming about the wedding, but suddenly realized that Taehan had never even said that he liked her. It immediately became clear that the masseur was not going to propose to her, and it was unclear what kind of relationship they had. The young people were going on another picnic, but the mood in the car was not very cheerful. They settled down for the picnic again, and the young man grilled the meat. Then they enjoyed dinner for a long time and complimented each other. CA put down her chopsticks, gathered her courage, and asked the young man who they were to each other. Taehan was a real blockhead and didn't understand what she was talking about. So Saa explained that, for example, the couple from the store had their first anniversary. They didn't have an anniversary because Taehan had never confessed his feelings. Taehan realized that he had made a huge mistake and missed something important. In the world of martial arts, there was no need to say anything. If you liked someone, you just had to reach out and make them yours. After several meetings with Sea, the guy thought they were already dating, even without a formal confession. But now the young man was a heavenly demon, not just a 26-year-old guy. That meant he had to voice his confession, otherwise he would be a real scoundrel. He reached out his hand and decided he needed to clarify everything right now. His hand glowed with some kind of bright energy, and he said that CA's beauty seemed to have attracted someone. It was some kind of unreal firefly. The girl liked it very much, and she had never seen anything like it in real life before. The young man tried to continue his confession, but the beauty immediately took out her phone and started taking pictures of the firefly. Taehan asked the girl to turn around, and she saw a huge number of fireflies flying around her. Taehan said that he felt he hadn't confessed to the girl properly, so he planned this evening to make up for it. He had brought her to this place specifically to confess his feelings. Si-ah realized that she had gotten upset prematurely and should have been more patient. But the guy apologized for making her wait so long and said he was now ready to confess. He really liked her and wanted to know if she would be his girlfriend. The beauty immediately realized that today was the first day of their relationship. This meant that she immediately downloaded an app to track their anniversary, entered their details, created a secret account, and added a heart to her name in her contacts. Then she asked the guy to come over so they could take a selfie. 1, 2, 3, and the wonderful photo became their love talisman, which the beauty immediately set as her boyfriend's phone wallpaper. After that, the picnic continued, and the beauty had never eaten such delicious meat before. Taehan watched his girlfriend's reaction and realized that his adjustment after returning from the world of martial arts did not affect dating. Nevertheless, he liked the feeling of nervousness and awkwardness he experienced with CA. Watching his girlfriend's happiness, Taehan was amazed at how kind thoughts and feelings could make people happy. A few days later on his way to work, the guy was texting his girlfriend. But these messages were exhausting him because he still couldn't predict Sae's reactions. The guy realized that he would be tired before he even got to work. The young man stopped texting, saying he had to go, and sped up. Taehan used a secret technique of the heavenly demon and used instant teleportation. The young man took a photo of the building and sent it to his girlfriend, saying that he was already at work and couldn't be distracted by messaging. Now he could just walk calmly, realizing that young love was quite a challenge. He would probably have to increase his endurance to live up to all the qualities of a good guy. Approaching the elevator, the young man stopped next to two men who were waiting for the car to arrive. Suddenly, the elderly man felt very strange. It was as if he had begun to fall into some kind of pit. He was falling into it, and the light above him was diminishing. Soon the man felt that he had fallen into the water and was sinking to the bottom with his back down. The old man did not understand where he was or why he had fallen into the water, but he knew that he needed to get to the surface urgently. The man realized that he was running out of oxygen and couldn't breathe because he couldn't get out of the water. In the next moment, the old man's lifeless body sank into the water, and most likely it was death. And then when the man had given up hope of being saved and his lungs were full of water, someone's hand reached out to pull him from certain death. When he came to, the man saw the frightened face of his assistant, who was trying to revive him, asking if the chairman could see him. The man recognized the secretary, who explained that they were in the hotel elevator, and that the unfamiliar guy standing next to him had given him first aid when the chairman fainted. The savior turned out to be our hero, who was riding to work in the same elevator. The chairman thanked the rescuer for his help, and the masseur asked the stranger how he was feeling. Taehan had already noticed that the stranger had a blocked coronary artery, which had caused the attack. Due to his age, the man had weak blood vessels and a weak heart, and although the crisis had been overcome for the moment, it was too early to rejoice. Taehan asked permission to examine the man, realizing that it was difficult for the chairman to move at the moment. Taehan activated his internal energy and directed it toward the patient. First, he pressed on certain points to clear the man's mind. Then he moved on to the points that prevent cardiovascular disease. And finally, he reached the points that correspond to the expulsion of cold energy. After that, the masseur suggested that the man stand up, and he followed his instructions, getting up from the floor. But it turned out that the fears were unfounded. The man felt great, was toned, and said that he felt literally renewed. At the same time, his boss began to appear slightly taller. Patting his subordinate on the back, the chairman did so more than strongly because he possessed energy that he did not even expect. Afterwards, the man turned to his savior and said that he wanted to thank him for everything he had done and invited him to lunch. Taehan accepted the gratitude but declined to go to lunch, saying he had to work, and in turn, the young man invited the man to ask for help if he needed it. The business card had the name Heavenly Demon Massage written on it, and it turned out that he was a massage therapist. At that moment, the elevator reached the desired floor, and Taehan left the men, saying goodbye. But at the last moment, the stranger called out to him. He was amazed that the masseur had helped him without even knowing who he really was. He was the founder and honorary chairman of one of Korea's leading companies, Mr. Chang Woo-young. For many years, people who approached the man always wanted something and tried to win his favor with all kinds of bribes and entertainment. However, Mr. Chung did not feel anything like that from the young stranger in the elevator. And even at the last moment, he tried to leave without offering his business card or trying to establish a profitable connection. The young man bowed his head in respect and said that he was just trying to help the man who had fainted. After that, he advised Chairman Chan to be careful. Mr. Chan studied the business card for the Heavenly Demon Massage Parlor and, seeing the owner's name, was surprised at how young he looked. Could this guy really be experienced at his age? Mr. Chan decided to visit this establishment because he rarely met such interesting people. A few days later, an important event took place at Chairman Chan's residence, which was a huge modern mansion. The man's personal doctor brought the results of a recent examination, and Chairman Chang was ready to listen to another lecture about his health. However, the doctor, with surprise in his voice, said that he was not going to scold his patient, but on the contrary was surprised by the results of his latest examination. In some unreal, almost magical way, Chairman Chan's vascular condition had improved significantly. The doctor described this phenomenon, saying that the heart of his regular and most important patient seemed to have rejuvenated. The doctor was interested in what new things his patient had started doing, how he had changed his environment, and whether he had added anything to his diet. Chairman Chan immediately remembered that a few days ago, when he fainted in the elevator, an unfamiliar massage therapist had helped him. The doctor, of course, agreed that massage could help blood circulation, but it couldn't improve the condition of the heart that much. Most likely the reason was something else. However, Chairman Chang was sure that he had not added anything new to his life and decided to go for another massage right away. Chairman Chang called his secretary and instructed her to book him in for a massage at the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon at the earliest available time. The secretary was a very good and far-sighted employee, so he had already inquired about booking an appointment at this establishment. But it turned out that it wasn't that simple. It would be at least 3 weeks before he could get a massage from Taihan, and even on weekends a month from now, there were no appointments available. According to the salon's policy, there were no exceptions, VIP services, or anything like that, and the secretary suggested going there in person to persuade the masseur. Of course, Chairman Chang could have used his position to get a massage reservation, but he decided that there was some pleasure in the anticipation. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement about anything, and now he was ready to wait like a normal person. Meanwhile, the soccer semifinals were taking place in Europe, and Tottenham was playing in the match. Unfortunately, their opponents scored first and Tottenham immediately fell behind. Sports commentators and experts believed that the team was having difficulty attacking because the list of injured players was very long. In addition, they would not be able to use striker Kang Ju-won. If the predictions are correct, the striker will play today. However, he is still not there, and it turns out that the reason for his absence is completely unrelated to football. His flight from Korea was delayed, and he will only arrive at the game now. It's a shame and a pity, but the guy won't make it to the start of the match. However, he is on the list of substitutes, and maybe he will play in the match, but he will have to perform a real miracle. And if the young man fails to do so, he will be criticized for leaving the team in the middle of the season. And so the team owners will most likely part ways with him. The first half of the soccer match was over, and the players were resting in the locker room. The Brazilian soccer player understood that with everyone else out, the team's hopes were pinned on him. The guy was very nervous, and his calf muscles were so tense that he couldn't even run properly. The rest of the team was not in the best physical or mental shape. Their mood left much to be desired, and they even preferred not to joke around. The players tried to support each other, promising to play better in the second half, block everyone, and focus on scoring goals. After all, the game was not over yet, and there was no need to give in to negativity. The guys were getting ready to take the field after the break and were going to do everything in their power. However, the athletes' inner state was terrible due to nervousness and a high level of responsibility, because no one could guarantee that they would be able to score in the next half. And if they failed, the players would be heavily criticized, and it is very difficult to cope with such psychological pressure. But at that moment, a strong, friendly hand was placed on the Brazilian footballer's shoulder. Kang Ju-won thanked his friend for holding his own on the field during the first half. The friends hugged, and the Brazilian footballer was relieved to realize that he would not be alone in defending the team's honor. Rishi asked how his friend was feeling, as he had not been in the best physical condition before leaving. Ju-won reassured his friend that he was in good health and asked him to leave the second half to him, as he was going to show his best football. At that moment, the coach approached, having listened to his players' press conference, where he said that he had recovered perfectly and hoped that there would be no more health problems. Ju-won confirmed that he felt like Superman. The coach liked the guy's confidence. He understood that psychological attitude was very important, and Zhu Wang promised to show his best game in the second half. But to the surprise of everyone present, the coach did not put Kang on the field, saying that he needed to trust his teammates. The player would sit on the bench. As sad and painful as it sounded, the coach was absolutely right, because Zhu Wang was acting selfishly and thinking only of himself. He supported his friend, saying that they had trained a lot together and now Rishi had a chance to prove himself. Zhu Wang promised to warm up and wait on the bench, as the coach had said. But today was Rishi's moment to shine, and everyone wished him luck. The second half finally began, and fans of both teams eagerly welcomed the players. The commentators noticed Zhu Wang on the bench, but didn't understand why he hadn't been sent on yet. Perhaps he wasn't physically ready. The game continued, the match was coming to an end, the players were playing excellently, but it was completely fruitless. The referee added extra time, and it became clear that the team would still lose because they had been unable to do anything during the main match. Rishi decided that if it ended like this, the press would criticize him, and the young man wanted to play well here and move to the Spanish Soccer League. He literally wanted to run, and with these thoughts in mind, he rushed forward, positioning his head as perfectly as he could. It proved to be effective. A stunning header, and the score was tied. Looking at the scoreboard, Rishi couldn't believe his eyes. But it turned out that he had indeed scored a very important goal for his team. Zhu Wang realized that the coach was trying to turn the situation around and raise the players' morale. He was a true master of tactics. But at that moment, the coach turned to Khan and announced that there would be a substitution and that he needed to get ready. Zhu Wang was called on for the last minutes of the match. The guys greeted each other and wished each other luck. From his very first steps on the field, the player rushed into attack. No one had time to react, and in the first seconds of his triumphant return, Kanu scored a goal. The soccer commentators were shocked and wanted to see a replay immediately to study this amazing goal. The coach was amazed by Kang's incredible form and even thought he should have been brought on earlier. But just a few seconds later, another goal was scored. It was simply an amazing performance after returning from his hometown. The match ended with a crushing victory for Tottenham, who advanced to the championship final. Although a week had passed since the game, the football fever continued at the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon. The employees watched their favorite player's game over and over again. The guys always knew that Taihan's massage was truly amazing, which is why world-class sports stars came to him. Manager Huang considered it a huge stroke of luck that viewers around the world had seen Zhu Wang's performance. After all, if things continued like this, the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon would become famous all over the world. The guys were so engrossed in discussing famous visitors and their super director that they didn't notice when customers approached them. Sun Hyun and manager Huang immediately noticed that these strangers were foreigners. The visitors were indeed non-Koreans and were using a translator on their phone. They asked if they gave massages to soccer player Kanu, and it turned out that they were world-famous players. The salon employees were literally stunned by the appearance of such celebrities. They immediately started fussing, checking customer lists and records. Sun Hyun had messed up. He hadn't made a note because the call was in English. The guy didn't understand anything and just hung up. Manager Huang was furious. He was literally enraged that his subordinate had not passed the phone to him, but had simply hung up. Manager Huang understood that something had to be done because such a rare opportunity should not be missed, and immediately rushed to find an opening to arrange a massage for the celebrities. Unfortunately, Master Taehan had absolutely no openings, and the only option was a course for beginner massage therapists, such as Sun Hyun. At that moment, Taehan finished another session, and the gorgeous beauty left the salon, literally gliding like a swan. For some reason, the master finished the massage early today. It turned out that the client had personal problems and asked for an express session. This was amazing news, and manager Huang decided that this time he was really lucky. The manager apologized to his boss and asked him to accept the client right away. The man said that the footballers had called about the reservation, but the employee did not understand English and simply hung up the phone. Now the clients had flown in from England, confident that they had a reservation. They were teammates of Kana Zhu Wang, and they had to be accepted, otherwise the salon would be disgraced. Taehan agreed that it was his employee's mistake and that he would accommodate the clients. So he demanded that the manager quickly arrange a session. Taehan undertook to help one of the athletes, but the second had to go to Song Hyun, who was already qualified enough to handle important tasks. Sun Hyun was surprised to hear that he could handle important tasks, which meant that he himself was an important person. The young man felt a surge of strength and confidence and promised to do his best. Still in shock, the masseur invited the player to the massage room. The masseur still had enormous problems with English and realized that he would not be able to cope without an interpreter. Son Hyung inquired about the footballer's general condition and asked what specifically needed attention, where the player felt discomfort. It turned out that there was no particular discomfort, and he had come with Rishi, who for some reason was afraid to go alone. This was excellent news, and Sun Hyun realized that he would indeed be able to handle the client. Now he would give him a relaxing massage and make him feel his best. The massage therapist literally growled with pleasure, realizing that he would now become famous after such a cool client. In Taihan's office, things were not so relaxed. Rishi was literally screaming in pain, but the masseur told him to endure it. The athlete's body was stiff, and the upper part needed to be warmed up. After that, Taihan could move on to working with other parts of the body. Taihan pressed on the athlete's temples to give him a feeling of freshness. The freshness was debatable. The guy was literally boiling over. When he thought he was already dead, Rishi heard a voice calling him. And now he was a child again in his hometown, on the soccer field, and the ball hit him in the head and flew away. Someone yelled at him to run, find the ball, and get back in the game. But he had to be very careful, because you never know where the gangsters might be. The weather was beautiful, the air was clean, and the old favorite soccer field in his hometown reminded him of the uniform he wore as a child, hoping to become a world celebrity. Finally, the boy saw the ball and rushed to pick it up. It had been a long time since he had run after a ball like that. How much fun it was as a child. I wonder what his soccer friends are doing now. The boy was so absorbed in his memories that he didn't notice the danger and felt the barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head. The child apologized for trespassing. He needed to find the ball that had rolled away. However, the villain accused him of theft. The boy denied it, saying he hadn't stolen anything, but the bandit demanded proof of his honesty. He handed him a small bag, which the boy had to take to the right place to prove his honesty. Moreover, this would save Rishi from a life of hunger. At that moment, he understood what his childhood friends, who had been unable to break through and escape the city, were doing. The boy did not want to ruin his life. However, he understood that the gangsters had seen his face, and if he did not agree to carry out their orders, they would kill him. Rishi thought that he needed to succeed in soccer to repay his grandparents who had raised him. At that moment, the police arrived, and the gangsters realized that they could lose their goods, so they had to run away. They shouted at the boy that he was just lucky, but next time he wouldn't get off so easily. At that moment, the coach approached and asked the child how he was doing. Rishi realized that his coach had saved him by appearing in front of the gangsters and shouting about the police. The coach was surprised that the child had not dropped the soccer ball even in such a dangerous situation. But it turned out that it was the most valuable thing for the boy. Taihan, in the role of coach, made sure that the child never forgot what that soccer ball meant to him. The soccer ball was irreplaceable and precious to him. The footballer's face relaxed because the memories of his childhood reminded him how important football was to him. Manager Huang greeted the player with tea and desserts and asked about his impressions of the massage. The athlete confirmed that the massage was indeed amazing, but his attention was drawn to a root sticking out of the cup. Manager Huang explained that the salon makes individual teas based on the condition after the massage. For the footballer, they had made tea with ginseng, which stimulates physical strength and mental concentration. Ginseng also helps fight fatigue and promotes recovery, so it should have been perfect for the athlete. Rishi looked at the root with surprise, seeing it for the first time in his life, but decided to try it, believing that the tea had been brewed correctly. The effect was amazing. The young man immediately felt a huge surge of strength and clarity in his head. Complex mathematical formulas immediately appeared in his mind, all mixed up with physics, mathematics, and geometry. Someone's hand rested on his shoulder and brought him to his senses. The tea had overexcited the footballer. Rishi was perfectly fine, although he was talking logarithmic nonsense. He offered his friend some tea, which tasted like math problems. But his friend said he had already drunk his share and could remember what he had heard in his mother's womb. The guys realized it was time to stop fooling around and get ready, because they had a flight that evening. But they really wanted to thank Taihan for his services. He suggested that they all have lunch together, as it was already break time, and the owner joined their company as well. Taihan happily told the foreigners about the national food and vegetables that they often eat. The whole company was very relaxed. The table was laden with delicious food, and the guys enjoyed chatting and sharing their impressions. The massage therapists were in shock. It was unbelievable to think that they were having lunch with world stars. The athletes enjoyed trying traditional Korean dishes, just as their new Korean friends had advised them to do. It was incredibly delicious, and the footballers did not deny this fact. The vegetables and meat created a fantastic harmony of flavors. Rishi said that he had been to many famous restaurants around the world, but had never eaten anything tastier than this. Taehan doubted the sincerity of his words, but Rishi was ready to swear that it was true. Sun Hyung asked how the players found out about the massage that made them travel halfway across the world. Everyone saw the incredible match with Kana's comeback. His performance was fantastic, and when asked about the secret, he told them about the massage. Rishi was so desperate that he almost didn't believe in himself and clung to any opportunity, so he rushed to Korea just for the massage. The team made it to the league finals thanks to Han's performance. Now they had a very important final match ahead of them, and they needed to prepare thoroughly for it. Taehan realized that the players really needed his help and support and had come from far away for him, so the masseur decided to help even more. The young man activated his inner energy and filled the food with it. Taehan handed the energy-filled dish to the athletes, saying that it would give them more strength and help them win the final. He promised to cheer for the team from here and handed another portion of food to the athletes. The next day, the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon was buzzing with talk about the recent visit by the soccer superstars. Many did not believe that the world-famous footballers had been there in person, but the signatures on the autograph board spoke for themselves. It was unreal and fantastic. The footballers came for a massage before the final, but it really made sense. A new client arrived and announced that he was there for a massage session. The man's name was Lee Yae-man. This name was known to all Koreans and made an impression on the salon staff. The visitor was shown to the changing room. The massage therapist looked up information about the celebrity on his phone and was shocked. It turned out that the chairman of one of the most famous and influential companies in the country had come to their salon. Manager Hwang returned to the reception area from the restroom, saw the new client, and asked his subordinates how they had greeted him. The massage therapists were shocked, and the manager tried to find out what caused such a reaction. The name of Chairman Chan, who was a very respectable and important person in the country, came up in the conversation. Manager Hwang admitted that he was not familiar with this man. However, the client who had just come in for a massage looked exactly like Chairman Chan. Manager Hwang had already decided not to be surprised anymore. After Premier League players who flew halfway across the world for a massage, anything could happen. However, the manager immediately had the idea of asking such a high-ranking client for an autograph. Chairman Chang changed into massage clothes in the dressing room and looked at himself in the mirror. In his youth, he was full of energy and could work tirelessly, but old age was taking its toll. This was excellent news. His heart had been rejuvenated, so today's session could make the man even younger. And if that really happened, he would be able to feel young again. Taehan greeted the client and asked how he was feeling. The man was pleased that the young man recognized him. He said that thanks to the masseur's actions, he felt much better. But last time the young man called it only an emergency treatment. Now the chairman had come to undergo the rest of the treatment and finish the job. Taehan laid the client down on the couch and began the examination. Chairman Chan was interested in the masseur's age, and the young man said he was 26. The chairman thought it was a wonderful age. When he was that age, he was afraid of nothing. If he were 26 now, he could have grown his corporation tenfold. Mr. Chan said that his doctor had noted a rejuvenation of his heart, and the man believed that this was due to the masseur's touch. He wanted to rejuvenate himself with massage and was ready to make a deal. If the guy made him younger, the chairman would grant him any wish. Taehan felt an ominous energy emanating from the man, which he had not noticed last time. The guy realized that excessive greed had led the man to trouble and refused to make a deal, saying that he would do the massage first and then they would talk. Without wasting time on conversation, Taehan concentrated his energy and began the massage. After a while, Chairman Chang said that he was beginning to lose strength during the massage and was frightened. Was this normal? The masseur reassured him, saying that everyone reacts differently and that with age, even massage can be harmful, so one must be careful. After that, Taehan wished the client a good day and continued the treatment. The bright sun shone in the man's eyes and he squinted and couldn't open them. He felt pleasant and relaxed, and the luxurious hotel only enhanced this feeling, especially since his family was nearby. Finally opening his eyes, the man noticed his hands and feet. Not a single wrinkle. He jumped up from the sun lounger, ran to the mirror and saw that his face had become younger. It was crazy. Indeed, he was not imagining things. The man had become younger. In that case, he could get to work sooner and work even harder, thereby expanding the company several times over. At that moment, his children ran up to him with their swim rings and asked their father to play with them in the water. The man remembered that he had come on vacation with his children, but he thought that if he worked even harder now, he would be able to spend more time with them later. He told the children that he was too busy and would come and play with them next time. When one of the children took him by the hand to drag him away, the father reacted negatively. He yelled at his son and accused him of almost damaging his laptop. With an angry expression on his face, the man told the child that he had to work and that he should go play with his sister until his father scolded him. The children were upset and frightened by their parents' violent and aggressive reaction and ran away in tears. The man's wife tried to talk to him, but he rudely told her to hurry up and do her chores because he was very busy and was doing everything for the family. The woman reminded him that they rarely had family vacations, and her husband was busy with work again. He was always busy, so he could at least spend a little time with his family on vacation. In response, he said that she was being immature because she knew that he was doing everything for the well-being of the family. The man was sure that the children would understand everything when they grew up, and there was no need to worry now. All he wanted to say to his wife was that he needed to work and asked her not to interfere. He advised his wife to focus on her responsibilities and look after the children. She replied that if work was so important to him, she would no longer invite him on trips together. This answer seemed reasonable and ideal to him. The whole day passed, and the sun was already setting, painting the sky in shades of pink. The man had just finished work and was about to relax when he suddenly noticed that the water in the glass and the glass itself were shaking. The sudden noise and screams caught Mr. Chan's attention. He ran out of the pool area and saw that an earthquake had begun, causing the hotel building to collapse. The man realized that his wife and 2 children were in the building and immediately rushed there. Mr. Chan knew he had to save his family before the building collapsed. The man could barely feel the ground beneath his feet. He ran, jumping over cracks in the asphalt, with debris falling around him and flames shooting up. His only wish was that his family would be safe and wait for his help. Finally, Mr. Chan reached the hotel room where his family was staying. He ran out into the hallway and began calling their names. The room was half destroyed. The chandelier had fallen from the ceiling, the floor was shaking, and his loved ones were nowhere to be seen. The floor was covered with glass, and the man continued to run around the room looking for his wife and children. Rescue workers, firefighters, and ambulances arrived at the building. People who had left the dangerous area waited on the lawn. One of the rescuers asked the guests to immediately report if anyone was injured and needed help. Mr. Chang approached the rescuer, looking very bad, tears streaming down his face. The man said that his entire family was still inside the half-destroyed building and asked the rescuers to hurry. Fortunately, his wife had managed to leave the building with the children and came to her husband. The whole family was crying with happiness and stress. When it became clear that everyone was safe, the children noticed cuts on their father's feet. He had run barefoot from the pool, searching for them in the ruined building, and had ignored the pain. Mr. Chang realized that his son had grown up when he started to worry about him. The man sat down next to his children and apologized for his behavior, for not being able to play with them during the trip, and promised to spend more time with them now. He suggested they have some fun since the vacation was still going on. The children immediately suggested going to the night market for sweets and then going on a safari. Mr. Chan was ready to fulfill any of the children's wishes, realizing how scary it was to lose his family. From that moment on, he promised to do whatever the children asked. Soon the massage was over, and Tai Han asked Mr. Chan how he was feeling. The man replied that he felt no discomfort and that the massage was exactly what he desperately needed. After the session, it was time to pay, and Mr. Chang handed the young man his credit card. The chairman added that, according to the doctor, his heart had become younger. He came for a massage thinking that it was all thanks to Tai Han's treatment, and now he had not only improved his health, but also gained insight. Tai Han was happy for his client and asked what new insights the chairman had gained after the massage. Mr. Chan realized that his time was limited and that he needed to use it wisely and effectively. In his youth, he cared little for his family, devoting all his time to work. Now that he was older, Mr. Chan couldn't change that, even if he wanted to. But now, thanks to the massage sessions, he was healthy again and would try to spend more time with his family. Tai Han felt that the harmful energy had finally disappeared and congratulated the client, saying that his family would be very happy. Mr. Chang was unsure, but remembered that he needed to call his son, dialed the number, and waited for an answer. Instead of the usual, "Hi, Dad," his son's voice said, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." Mr. Chang was stunned and demanded that his son call him Dad, but his son did not understand why his father was using informal language. The man asked if the weekend was free and suggested that the whole family go hiking. The son thought that something was wrong with his parent and that he should not overexert himself. Mr. Chan did not consider it overexertion and warned his son not to complain of fatigue during the hike, asking him to contact his sister and pass on the invitation to her. Mr. Chang ended the conversation, which seemed strange and unnatural to his son. Only later did he realize that he had not planned the hiking route, as he had never been to the mountains before. It so happened that Tai Han witnessed this conversation, so he suggested going to Mount Kiryusan. The young man said he had been there several times and that it was a great place for a family hike. He hoped that the energy of this mountain would have a positive effect on Mr. Chang's health. The chairman agreed to take advantage of this recommendation and added that all that remained was to find a restaurant where they could have lunch after their walk in the mountains. Tahan also had a suggestion for that, a well-known noodle restaurant in the area where there had been long lines of people waiting to get in lately. The men said goodbye and Mr. Chan left the massage parlor with the light gait of a confident and healthy person. He realized what was most valuable in life, and his steps became truly light. Tahan thought that his own story was very similar. He also neglected what was most valuable, believing that he was working. By the way, it was his father's birthday coming up this weekend, and the young man decided to visit him. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from a CA. She had a shoot the next day, but she had fallen ill, and her throat was very sore. Tai Han rushed headlong into the utility room, using the energy of the heavenly dragon. A few seconds later, he came out with a jar in his hands, completely ignoring the shouts of manager Juan, who reminded him that the next recording was waiting. The boss said he had urgent business to attend to, so he was leaving early, which was unheard of, as the next client was waiting for him. Tai Han asked the manager to apologize and transfer all clients to the assistants for massage, and to pay the masseur double the rate. As for the clients, they would receive the service today without using their coupons, and the establishment would give them an additional one-time coupon. A few minutes later, the young man was already at Sae's house. The girl's mother answered the door. Tai Han introduced himself and said he was Sa'a's boyfriend. The mother assessed the groom and liked him. The guy was really handsome and looked reliable, and it was immediately clear that her daughter had good taste. The woman led the young man into the kitchen and asked what had happened and why he had come all this way. Taehan explained that Saya was not feeling well and that he had brought her something useful. In his hands was a jar of ginger tincture. The woman said that the girl's fever would not go away, it was very difficult, but she had recently fallen asleep from exhaustion. Sia was sleeping in her room with a cold compress on her forehead. The young man did not want to wake her, so he asked his mother to give her ginger tea as soon as she woke up so that she would recover faster and feel better. Tai Han decided to take his leave, as he had come unannounced and didn't want to disturb anyone. The woman said that he wasn't disturbing anyone at all, and that it was wonderful that the young man had come all this way for Sao. His mother asked him not to leave until she had served him tea and fruit, because Sao might wake up soon. The girl's sleep was restless. She tossed and turned and raved. The compress fell from her forehead, and she called her mother to bring a new one. Ca felt someone put their hand on her forehead, and her body relaxed, the pain gone. The girl felt relieved. Ca thought it was her mother stroking her, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Tai Han in front of her. He believed that his hands could also heal. The girl couldn't believe that her beloved was in front of her, and thought that her fever was causing her to hallucinate. But she liked this hallucination, so she decided to believe that Tai Han had really come. Then she realized that she could feel his touch, and that it was impossible to feel a ghost or apparition, which meant that Tai Han was really there. The young man explained that he had put off all his work and rushed over, even though his workday wasn't over yet, because she had said she was sick. It was very touching. The girl realized that she was unwashed, with dirty hair and unbrushed teeth, and couldn't appear before her beloved looking like that. Taehan believed that when someone is sick, they get worried, and when they get worried, they want to visit the sick person. He was sure that Sa'a would do the same. Of course, that was the case. Finally, the girl came to her senses, and the young man offered her some tea to help her recover. It was ginger tea that he had brought with him, prepared according to his recipe. It was supposed to relieve her cold and ease her body aches. The girl usually disliked ginger tea because of its pungent taste, but now she was ready to drink it. Taehan had come all this way for her, so it was impossible to refuse. After just a couple of sips, CA felt as if she were in that very tea house where they had once met. Taehan remembered that she really liked this place. It was warm and cozy, so he brought her back here. Sia felt her body and mind relax thanks to Taehan. After that, the young man asked her to turn over so he could give her a massage, which was good for colds. Sia tried to refuse, saying that she was already feeling better after the tea and that it would be better if Taehan rested without straining himself. The young man said he would stretch the muscles that were aching from the cold and wanted to look at her back, so he asked her to turn around. CA didn't really want to do this and kept insisting that she was fine, but the masseur had already begun the process. Placing his hand on her back, he felt the energy circulating between them. The girl felt as if she were heating up. This was normal for her condition because the murky energy was coming out with her sweat. The guy continued the massage, and sometimes it hurt Sae, and she sighed and moaned. These sounds attracted the attention of Sae's vigilant mother, who immediately reacted. Realizing that something was happening behind the closed door, she quickly approached her daughter's room and opened the door without knocking. It is unclear what she expected to see, but she found the masseur at work. He was kneading her daughter's back as she sat on the bed. The young people turned to their mother and asked what had happened. She replied that everything was fine and that dinner would be ready in a few minutes. Sia felt that the massage had really healed her, and she knew that there would be no problems with tomorrow's shoot. Taehan advised the girl to get a good night's sleep so that she would be completely healthy the next day. He also said that they would not be able to meet on the weekend because he would be busy. It was his father's birthday, and Taehan had to go to his hometown to congratulate him. A brilliant and fantastic idea immediately popped into Saa's head. She declared that she also wanted to go with him, and this desire literally stunned Taehan. Sia confirmed that the two of them would go to celebrate his father's birthday and that it was not up for discussion. Thus, the following weekend, the rising Korean star and Taehan celebrated the man's birthday together. The young people, along with Ho-yeon, sat at a table with a fancy cake in the center. Everyone wore Christmas hats and held party poppers in their hands. After making a wish, the man blew out the candles on the cake. Mr. Kang was touched by this situation, and he was especially pleased that the girl woke up so early for him, despite her fame. Although his son had warned him about Sea's celebrity status, the man was still amazed. CA said that her fame was nothing unusual and asked to be called by her first name. The amazed father looked at his son, his head swarming with questions he wanted to ask. He decided not to ask anything now and simply stated that Taehan continued to surprise him. The birthday cake was truly magnificent, and Mr. Kang was proud of his son's inheritance. The young man was just like his father. Mutual compliments, jokes, and laughter filled the restaurant when the first visitors arrived and the bell above the door rang. Chairman Chang said that the family had gone hiking in the morning, but had arrived in town earlier than expected and were now ready to eat. The noodle maker noted that the restaurant was not yet officially open. Taehan recognized the guests and warmly greeted the chairman. The young man's father heard the word chairman and remembered that the man's face seemed familiar to him. He just had to figure out where he had seen him before. The restaurant owner racked his brains and realized that it was Chairman Chang Woo-yeon, the head of one of the largest groups in the country. Chairman Chang was pleased to meet the young man and asked how often he visited the restaurant. Taehan admitted that it was actually his father's restaurant. Chairman Chang's family joined the conversation. The man explained that Taehan was the benefactor who had helped him regain his strength and health for such hikes. After that, Chairman Chang introduced his family to the masseur, starting with his wife. The man's daughter, Ji-young, was the head of a hotel group. His eldest son was next in line to lead the group, and his name was Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, Taehan's father came to his senses and offered the chairman a snack, inviting everyone to sit down at the table. After the Chang family sat down, the man approached to take their orders. Noodle chef Kang talked about the signature dishes that they prepare regularly. Everyone chose a serving of the signature noodles, as well as vegetable and meat dishes. Everything was prepared quickly and appetizingly. Taehyun tried one of the dishes and said that there was nothing special about it, just ordinary sweet and sour pork with a banal sauce. Mr. Chang immediately scolded his son for his criticism because they had done them a big favor by serving them before the restaurant opened. "Eat without complaining," he said. After that, the whole family ate the prepared dishes silently and with pleasure. Mr. Kang was so carried away by the noodles that he was transported back in his memories to many years ago, when his children ate with pleasure and sincerely shared their emotions with their parents. He promised that he would earn enough money to go to this restaurant every day. The father warned his children that he would not be able to play with them much because he would have to work to afford such trips, and this would continue until they went to college. But it turned out to be longer. Even though the children had already graduated from college, their father was still working hard to provide for the family. The son admitted that he resented this during his school years, but after becoming the head of the company, he realized that it was not an easy task. Now he is proud to be the son of such a respected father, and is not offended that he did not see him often as a child. His mother noted that this was normal. It was the price they paid for their father's pursuit of work in his youth, and the children did not learn to spend time with him. Mr. Chang thanked all the family members for finding the time to spend the day together. Jae-young, the chairman's daughter, said that the situation was becoming awkward and asked to finish the meal quickly. The girl recalled one of her birthdays when she sat at the table wearing a party hat and receiving congratulations. The whole family was together. Her parents had prepared a cake and gifts, and she wanted every day to be her birthday. Now she couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She cried about lost time, even though the family looked friendly from the outside. The restaurant owner thanked his son and his girlfriend for visiting and was happy to meet the beautiful CA. At that moment, Jae-young approached them and addressed the restaurant owner. The man thought she wanted to order more. The girl asked for the bill, and the man realized that she was going to pay for the meal. But Jae-young shook her head and poked him with her phone. She said she wanted to invite him to work as a chef at the hotel's Chinese restaurant, promising any welcome bonus. Jae-young added that she could offer any salary, even $1 million, and everyone's eyes widened. At that moment, Mr. Chan's son intervened in the conversation, saying that the salary was too high for such a specialist. His sister sternly rebuked her brother, saying that they had never experienced such emotions from eating such food before. The girl was sure that they really needed this chef. If the noodle chef joined the hotel team, he would become its strength and center, and the restaurant would be included in Forbes' list of the best. Ji-young summed up her speech by addressing the chef. This is a great opportunity for everyone. She added that she would meet any of his salary demands, but in response, she heard a clear and concise no. Mr. Kang said that he was very flattered by the offer and sincerely grateful, but he had to decline. Jae-young couldn't believe what she heard and didn't understand why he was refusing. If the salary seemed too low, she was willing to pay more. The chef explained that it wasn't about the money. He couldn't leave a place that held so many memories. The restaurant captured the entire history of his family. Perhaps even the soul of his deceased wife remained there. In addition, the man had to pay off a debt. He had part of the money he had inherited. The restaurant is open and customers bring in income, which allows him to support his son. After such kindness, he cannot simply leave. Mr. Kang will stay here, repaying his family, friends, and beloved visitors by keeping the restaurant as it is. Chairman Kang intervened, saying that when fishing, you need to pull the rod so that the line does not break. The metaphor was clear. Sometimes you have to let go in order not to lose. The girl understood the meaning and agreed with her father's opinion. After that, Chairman Chang thanked the noodle maker for the delicious food and asked if he could visit him when he felt lonely. Chairman Chang assured Seah that he would not tell anyone that he had seen her there, and the girl was surprised to have met such a great man. Only Chairman Chang's son remained silent, looking at Tai-han with distrust, perhaps jealous of his father's admiration for another young man. After the guests left, Seah admired the chef's decision to turn down the tempting offer. The man explained that the visitors had brought him to his senses. People cannot be compared to money, and in choosing, one must always choose people. Tai-han remembered his mentor's words, "Help those in need, and you will not be alone." Life seemed to be the embodiment of all wise quotes, but Tai-han himself still had a lot to learn. A few days later, several athletes were checking in at the hotel lobby. The guys had already received their keys and were dreaming of a massage, but something caught their attention. Looking around, they noticed athletes from other teams. It seemed that rumors had spread throughout the industry. There was truth to these rumors, and it was no surprise that people were whispering about the massage master, Tai-han. Many athletes moved on to the next season at a high level after several victories. Of course, they expected this, but the sudden surge in competition made the start of the season more difficult. On the other hand, one can be glad that everything turned out this way. One footballer thought he would have to end his career after the season, but wanted to rest and prepare for the transition as the previous season had been unsuccessful. All the negative publicity about him was true. Now he is back in top form and has decided to forget about retiring from the sport. But the hotel is full of players with the same thoughts. It would be great if Monsieur Taihan could help them all with his amazing skills. Sometimes it seems that athletes are superficial, but in reality they are deep and understand the feelings of others. The success of the Tottenham footballer has boosted everyone else's self-esteem and inspired them. If the Masseur helps, they will be able to reach the semifinals next year and go on the tour of America they have dreamed of since childhood. But even with Taehan's help, success is not guaranteed. The situation in the Korean teams was so difficult that the help of a massage therapist could not save them completely. The guys stopped getting upset and went to play soccer with the locals. Gradually, some players became faster and more effective. They didn't admit what was happening, but the changes were noticeable. One of the athletes said that he was reborn, shed his old shell, and became a new promising soccer player. Every year, they brought results to the team and planned to continue until victory, even if it took a lot of effort. The footballer believed that he was underestimated, but he would show the power of his rebirth and everyone would be surprised. Sometimes the footballer's conversations seemed like utter nonsense, egocentric and boring. They didn't understand the essence of what was happening, but that's how people are who don't read books and only think about working with their feet. Soon another player appeared, returning from Korea, where he had also improved his skills. After that, the athlete looked admiringly at Ju Won, who had recommended the trip. He said that everything went well, and he especially remembered the meat after the massage. After all, the meat was prepared by the massage master himself. He was a master not only in massage, but also in cooking. More and more players joined those who had already traveled to Korea, and soon the guys planned a joint trip. They discussed how to do it, because the season was almost over and massages might not be available due to busy schedules. The owner of Tottenham Hotspur was a young, promising, and very wealthy man named Tarvin Marches. The coach came to see him, but the owner did not want to listen to him, citing the fact that things were not going well at the club. He had already heard that Ju Wang and Rishi were doing well and advised the coach not to whine, but to organize decent games to get the most out of them. The coach noted that he had recently sent the two to Korea, but the owner did not like the idea. It was the middle of the season. Nevertheless, the coach claimed that despite the absence of players, they had returned and were achieving great success. The owner wanted to know how this was happening and whether it was related to doping. The coach replied that it was all about massage. The coach hoped that it would help, and judging by the results, it really worked. This idea literally intrigued the club owner. He had never heard such nonsense before. Tottenham Hotspur hadn't won a trophy in 17 years. Although the coach understood that the effect of massage is not the same for everyone, if it helped the players, they would be able to achieve even greater success. The owner was only interested in one thing, whether they could win, which meant they could make a lot of money. If one massage had such an effect, one could imagine the income that regular sessions would bring. Tarvin only knew how to count money, so he ordered the coach to take action and wished him luck. The hotel was almost fully booked, and this had been going on for several days in a row. There were more and more guests in the massage parlor. There were no specialists left, and the queue at the reception was considerable. Manager Huang was happy that the services were in demand, even for the most minor procedures. Taihan turned and headed for his office, but Manager Huang called out to him. The man asked if they could talk about something during their lunch break. The manager said that recently there had been a lot of comments about classic massage. For example, one client had long ignored problems with his arm because of deadlines. The man decided to save money and went for a regular massage. But the regular massage had an unexpected effect. The muscles in his arm grew stronger than the customer had expected, and he had to change his specialty to bodybuilding. Another man wanted to reduce the muscles in his legs, but the effect was too strong, and another man's back muscles grew so much that they didn't fit. Taihan was horrified by this information and was going to deal with his subordinates, but Manager Huang said that it was not a matter of technique. The manager found out that everyone was attracted by the busy schedule of the massage therapists. Since the salon opened, business has been good, and no employee has complained about their salary, but excessive workload can reduce the quality of work. Manager Huang did not want the salon's reputation to suffer, as it would be difficult to restore. Taihan agreed with this point of view, but the manager already had a plan. He suggested that everyone take a week's vacation and close the salon completely. Knowing that this was an unpopular decision, naturally the decision was difficult for the salon owner, who had to consider whether it was worth making. A meeting on business development strategy was taking place at the office center. It was clear that the company would not move forward with its current plans. The manager told the manager to leave the room and come to the next meeting with some good ideas. The company's shares had fallen sharply, and one of the managers explained that this was due to sales in the markets. The manager was stressed and noticed that his hair was falling out. Everyone knows that stress is linked to hair loss, but the manager yelled at the employee, demanding that he focus on his work. The manager explained that the shares had fallen because of a new company that had debuted last year and taken their place in the market. The manager wanted to know why they had been displaced, but received no answer. The subordinate shared a rumor. There is a well-known massage therapist who is used as a consultant for working with clients. The manager asked him to repeat it and tried to remember where he had heard about this masseur. He remembered a scene with his father, Chairman Chan, and a young massage therapist who opened a studio in a large hotel with the chairman's support. Manager Cho explained that the salon belonged to a young man who had helped Chan when he was unable to continue the business. Tae-hyun remembered that the name Divine Massage refers to the novels about the Demon King. The man found the name suspicious, but customer reviews showed that nothing bad was happening. The men didn't know how to feel about the establishment, and Manager Cho said he had found a way to learn more. Tae-hyun no longer wanted to listen and was about to leave the office. He decided that if his opponent had a plan, he needed to work on it, rather than lying around and losing in the stock market. Tae-hyun realized that he would have to act actively and strategically. Otherwise, he could lose his position. Soon, the man arrived at the hotel where Heavenly Demon Massage was located. He was sure that his intuition was right, and today he would learn about all the masseur's dark intentions. Entering the lobby, Tae-hyun thought that he had never planned to come to this place and hoped not to meet her. But luck was not on his side. His sister called out to him and said she did not expect to see her brother here. He must have heard good reviews about the hotel and decided to stop by. In response, he explained that he had not come for her work, but as the chairman of the Daishon group and had to attend to his business. His sister did not stand aside and stated that he would soon be fired due to endless failures and that it was not his place to tell her how to do her job. The girl added that it was true and she wasn't making it up. Moreover, she had heard that no one needed his massage studios because of a new, more successful company. She thought he had come to advertise massage chairs, but she was ready to disappoint him. Her hotel only buys the best products, and his equipment would not be suitable. He replied that his company works exclusively with high-quality establishments, and her hotel would never become a customer. They parted ways, feeling hatred and anger toward each other. Jae-young didn't understand why her father had left the group to this loser, because she could have done better. But if the hotel grew, her father would understand who should run the corporation. She would always be a rival to her weak brother. Tae-hyun was annoyed. His sister owned only one hotel, but she was overly arrogant. At that moment, the masseur called out to him. He recognized Chan's son from Yeon. The young man asked why Tae-hyun was there, and he replied that he was just passing by. Nevertheless, he was glad to meet him. Tae-hyun admitted that he had his own plans and asked what the masseur was doing. The masseur said he was on his lunch break. After that, Tae-hyun bowed and wished the master a pleasant meal, then left. Everything was strange. When lunch was over, the next client was waiting to see Tae-han. The masseur was surprised to see Tae-hyun as his client. The man admitted that he had been referred for a massage for health reasons. In fact, he had come early to check out the place. He looked around the reception area and changing rooms and talked to other massage therapists and clients. Tae-han listened to everything and said that it was necessary to do the massage before the situation worsened. He thought it was a serious matter, but first he wanted to examine the man, so he asked him to take off his clothes. The client was surprised. He was already wearing a massage suit with only his underwear left on. Tae-han pointed to his head and said that it also needed to be prepared for examination. The masseur felt intense heat from the scalp, probably due to stress. He stated seriously that everything was clear from the appearance and insisted on an examination. Tae-hyun did not argue and took off the wig that hid his huge bald spot. Tae-hyun carefully examined his head and said that it was not too late to fix the situation. He warned that he was about to begin the massage, activated his internal energy, and placed his fingers on the client's head, right on the bald spot. A stream of refreshing water poured over the man. The sensations were extraordinarily pleasant. The water pressure was too strong, and the client thought his neck would not withstand the pressure. The masseur explained that they would continue working on the neck and stimulate several points at its base. Taehyun felt like he was at a water park, waiting for the next stream of water. Taehyun said that the massage was not over yet and asked the client to stand up. Taehyun admitted that the sensation was pleasant and refreshing and gave his hand to the masseur. Taehyun pressed the point between the thumb and index finger, stimulating it strongly. The man's tension and explosion of internal energy caused his hair to stand on end, and his body felt as if it had been electrified. The helpless client lay down on the couch, and the masseur warned that there would be subsequent effects soon. He recommended coming back if he liked the effects, but did not disclose any details. The next day, morning came in Chung Taehyun's apartment. The man felt great, his head was clear, and his body felt light, although he didn't understand if this was due to the massage. Stretching, he realized that he was full of energy and ready for an active day. He hoped to learn about all the effects soon and visit the massage parlor again. Looking at himself in the mirror, Taehyun understood why his father liked the masseur so much. He felt wonderful too. He took off his wig, regretting that Tae-han might be a spy for the competition. Squeezing shampoo onto his hands, he began to wash his hair, thinking how nice it would be if the massage had an effect. As he lathered his head, he noticed that it wasn't as smooth as usual and wondered if the bald spot had been damaged by the greenhouse effect from the wig. He remembered the masseur's promise about the subsequent effects and was overcome with anxiety. As he frantically rinsed the shampoo out, he suddenly saw that his hair had indeed grown. The man could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at his reflection. He remembered Tae-han's words that it was worth coming back for another session if he liked the effect. Chung Tae-hyun got dressed in a few seconds without even eating breakfast, grabbed his phone, and urgently called a car through his assistant. He immediately headed to Divine Massage. Everyone was surprised by the presence of the chairman of Daecheon Group, who was looking for Tae-han. Taehyun knelt before the masseur and confessed that he had misunderstood everything, caused unnecessary trouble, and sincerely regretted it. There were rumors that the massage parlor had achieved success thanks to the advice of a certain great man. Taehyun thought that perhaps his father had revealed some secrets during the massage, and that the masseur had taken advantage of the old man's weakness. Now he felt ashamed. He was ashamed to suspect Tae-han, because if he had been their enemy, he would not have helped with such an amazing massage. When the man took off his wig, it turned out that his hair had started to grow, and the massage had really helped. The result was truly incredible. Tae-han reached out his hand and suggested moving to another room, as there were too many ears in the reception area. In a separate room, the masseur explained that he had transferred the heat caused by stress from the head to the whole body, distributed it correctly, thanks to which the nervous system recovered, blood began to circulate better, and hair growth resumed. Previously, this was only his ability, but now he was training employees, and soon all the salon's massage therapists would be able to use these techniques. Taehyun was impressed and listened to the explanation with interest. Ideas immediately popped into the businessman's head, and he asked Tae-han if he could teach his company the same massage technique. The massage therapist understood that the businessman wanted to adopt his techniques. Taehyun suggested using this to develop a new care device. Tae-han replied that he did not work with machines, but was willing to give advice and share his massage wisdom. Tae-han did not fully understand what massage wisdom meant, but he was willing to consult. The businessman agreed to pay for any advice, techniques, or training. Tae-han helped people and followed his mentor's wishes, but he couldn't handle the flow of clients on his own, so he fulfilled her wish using his own strength. The massage therapist agreed to cooperate. The men shook hands and agreed to start when it was convenient for both parties. At that moment, Manager Hwang entered the office and apologized, informing them of an urgent call for a massage. Tae-han remembered that the company had previously decided not to travel to clients, preferring that they come to the office themselves. Manager Hwang reported that a request had come in from England. The Tottenham team was ready to accept any conditions if the massage therapist came from Korea. The new information changed the plans, and Tae-han decided to postpone the massage therapist's training. He announced that all staff would travel to England and continue their training upon their return. A few days later, the salon team flew to London. A representative of the Tottenham team met them at the airport with a welcome sign. On behalf of the staff, Tae-han thanked them for the welcome and said that the flight had gone well. The massage therapists were driven to the Marchesini estate, where servants were waiting to escort them to their rooms. Everything was magnificent, and the team did not hide their emotions. Team owner Tarvin personally greeted Tae-han and thanked him for accepting the invitation. Tae-han in turn thanked the owner for the invitation and the comfortable conditions for the employees. Tarvin immediately stated that the purpose of the visit was to win the European League. However, the team owner was surprised by Tai-han's young age and delicate hands, and began to doubt that he would be able to help. He was not sure that such a young master could be trusted with the players. Tai-han sensed the owner's coldness and nervousness. He realized that the strict and businesslike owner was actually very sensitive and hid his emotions. The young man decided not only to help the athletes, but also to improve the quality of life of their boss. He put his hands on Tarvin's shoulders and said that the massage would be not only for the players, but also for him. Tai-han promised that the club owner would like it. A little boy of about 10 was standing in the square, dressed in white Middle Eastern clothes with his head covered. He looked at his hands and body and realized that he had become younger. It was little Darwin Marches. Looking around, the child realized that he was in the courtyard of the huge mansion where he had spent his childhood. The boy hardly remembered the house, but deep down he missed it. Back then, he only played and didn't think about money. Suddenly, there was a growl behind him and monsters appeared. Two huge predators, a lion and a lioness, pounced on the defenseless child, ready to tear him apart in the first 30 seconds. But instead of attacking, they rolled the child onto his back and began to lick him. And the boy laughed and called them by their names, Max and Coco. The three friends hugged each other, and the child said how much he had missed his furry friends. The boy's father, as usual, ignored his request to play with him, saying that he was busy with work and would buy him new toys. Darwin's only true friends were the lions. With unchildlike seriousness, the child told the animals that he missed them, that they were his true friends and that spending time with them was the best thing in his life. At that moment, the lion brought the wallet that had fallen out of the boy's pocket while he was hugging the animals and gently handed it to him with his teeth. Inside the wallet was a photo of a soccer club. The boy looked at it and realized that he couldn't hide forever in this world behind the lions. Important things were waiting for him. Tarvin had to keep his promise and lead the team to the top. The boy turned to his loyal friends and said that he had things to do now, but he would definitely come back and they would play together again. The child said goodbye to the predators, hugged them, scratched their backs, and wished them good health, assuring them that they would meet again soon. Tears of happiness flowed from the eyes of the serious businessman who did not even take off his glasses, hiding behind dark lenses. Tarvin confessed to the massage therapist that thanks to his help, he felt joy again and met up with his old friends. Tai-han promised that every player on the soccer team would receive a personalized massage, as massages can be tailored to each individual. The club owner recalled his feelings and agreed that it was a wonderful experience, and he hopes that the players will experience something similar. The man asked the massage therapist to help the club win an award. Everyone was interested in having the same amazing abilities as Kana for all the players on the team. The club bus with the players arrived the next morning. Rishi was in a hurry and called his teammates to meet the massage therapist as soon as possible, feeling excited about meeting Tai-han. The other athletes were skeptical of his behavior, thinking he was exaggerating. What could be so special about a massage therapist? Kang Ju-won confidently told his teammates that Rishi was not exaggerating and that they would indeed feel better than ever. He knew what he was talking about because he was the first to experience the effects of Tai-han's massage. The other players had already noticed an improvement in their game after returning from Korea. They were happy to meet again with the man who had given them back not only their physical fitness and football success, but also their joy of life. The team of massage therapists led by Tai-han was already waiting for clients, and the guys couldn't believe they would be working with Tottenham players. The three of them would be working together. Tai-han had taught his personal techniques only to Sun Heung-min and Sun Heung-min. The rest of the salon staff were resting, and Sun Heung-min thought this was unfair, as he was one of the best massage therapists and also wanted to rest. Tai-han reminded him that with great money comes great responsibility. The best employees should not rest while the weak ones rest. Son Hoon was worried that the players would feel worse after the massage, but his boss reassured him, saying that he would start himself and his assistants would continue what he had started. Tai-han assured his subordinate that they had honed their skills and now needed to believe in themselves. Sun Hyun supported his friend, saying that it was time to show the power of divine massage. Sun Hong agreed that there was no need to be afraid because he already knew a lot and was ready to show his abilities. Rishi was very sensitive, and tears of happiness appeared in his eyes when he met Tai-han. The guys greeted each other and exchanged words of good luck, but Sun Hyun was still nervous. He was confused by the fact that these tough players spoke Korean. It all seemed too good to be true, but the boss suggested taking it as a sign of respect. Tai-han announced to the athletes that the massage would begin and asked them to take their places on the couches and lie down flat. After the massage, the players immediately showed a new level of play and training. The balls flew at crazy speeds. The goalkeeper caught them accurately, and tactics and transitions from defense to attack were honed. Tottenham Hotspur, watching the game, noted that the players had indeed started to play better. Another player finished his massage and confessed to his friends that his muscles had become as strong as a real horse's, and energy was literally emanating from him. The young man said that in his dream he was a centaur and ran a whole mile, and when he woke up, he remained strong and full of energy. Those who were nervous before the massage were supported by their teammates, who assured them that soon they too would become strong and fast. Soon, almost the entire club had been treated by the massage therapists. One of the players doubted his abilities and did not believe he could become a champion, but Kang assured him that without such a professional, the team would never have made it to the league. The player constantly doubted himself, believing that if he were a little stronger, he would bring the team closer to victory. Ju Wong advised him to trust the massage and stop criticizing himself. The young man decided to get a massage, push himself to the limit, and earn the cup so that he would have no regrets later. Kang supported his friend and said that everything would work out and that the player was already close to his goal. It was Ben's turn, and he went for a massage with hope for success and faith in the best. The European League final was held in Bilbao, Spain, and the decisive game was about to begin. The final saw two very similar teams face off: Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur, both of which had not won a trophy in a long time. Until the very last moment, it was unknown which team would break the losing streak and win the cup. There were masseurs in the VIP box of the stadium, and Sun Heung-min still couldn't believe he would be watching the game from such a cool place. He was nervous and fidgety on the eve of the match, but asked his boss not to fire him if the game didn't go well. Tai-han said that he would make his conclusions after the final game, but for now he should just watch the match and try to enjoy the event. At that moment, the masseur received a message asking if he was free the following evening, as someone needed to discuss something important with him. Tai-han replied to the message and suggested that Sun Hyun finally calm down and relax. He wished his colleagues a good evening and advised them not to get drunk after the game and to go to bed early. He also instructed the masseurs to make sure that the players were fine after the match and that they would not be late for their morning flight. Dae-han left the VIP box without even watching the match, informing the staff that he was urgently returning to Korea because he had important business to attend to that evening. He did not tell his colleagues what exactly awaited him, but said that he knew for sure how the match would end and who would win the cup: Tottenham Hotspur. The next evening, Tai-han arrived at the meeting he had been invited to the day before. The young man greeted Chairman Chan and asked why he had been invited to the restaurant. The man really liked Tai-han's businesslike approach, but he suggested having tea first to make the conversation easier, as the topic made him a little uncomfortable. Chairman Chang said that among his sponsors was a powerlifter named Choi Aram, who had won gold at the last Olympics. Unfortunately, something bad had happened to the girl. She was suffering greatly from an injury. The chairman asked the masseur to examine her personally. Tai-han realized that the injury had a complicated history, which surprised Mr. Chang. Chan admitted that he understood the seriousness of the situation and asked Tai-han to tell him everything he knew. The athlete Aram has a sister named Boram, who is about 12 years older than her. The sister's parents died in a terrible accident when Aram was in first grade. The relatives did not know what to do with the child. The older sister was also in a difficult emotional state. The relatives asked Boram directly what she was going to do with her younger sister. The girl did not understand what they meant, so the relatives said directly, "It would be better to put the baby in an orphanage." They tried to persuade Boram, saying that modern orphanages were not bad, and she would be able to visit the girl and help her financially. After all, they had no other relatives. Wouldn't it be easier to leave the child and live their own lives? Boram was outraged and said that her relatives were simply afraid that she would ask for help, and the man confirmed this. They had their own children, and if she demanded help, they would not have time for her. The girl was outraged. She never expected such betrayal from her relatives, because it was not their concern, but a desire to rid themselves of problems. Her relatives continued to persuade her, saying that if Boram sent her sister to a shelter now, she would be able to get back on her feet and take the girl back later. Boram was adamant the baby should not become an orphan when she had a living family nearby. She decided to take care of her sister herself and promised never to burden her relatives. Unfortunately, little Aram overheard this conversation. After the tragedy, Borm had to drop out of college and work tirelessly to support herself and her sister, but they were happy because they had each other. Tae-han asked why Chairman Chan liked these sisters, because of their difficult and unhappy lives. Chan explained that his company had always supported athletes from difficult families and continued his story. The sisters grew up, and one day on their way home from school, the older sister fell in the middle of the street, and the younger sister didn't even help her, only remarking that Borm had become clumsy. Aram demanded that her sister get up quickly and not embarrass herself in front of people. Borum, with tears in her eyes, confessed that she couldn't feel her legs. One day, the girl completely lost the ability to move. It was terrible, and even Tae-han couldn't imagine such a thing. Indeed, it was a tragedy. The world is cruel, and the poor girl had suffered a terrible fate. The main irony was that after that, Aram started playing sports. Since her sister could no longer walk, she decided to become strong. And when she became strong, she would be able to carry her sister in her arms and repay her for all the kindness she had received from Borum. The younger sister was not easy. She worked hard and eventually won Olympic gold. The injury manifested itself later, but its nature was not simple. It was not damage from training. She developed the same syndromes as her older sister. Once Aram was exercising on a treadmill when her legs gave way. She fell off the treadmill and hit the floor. Fortunately, it was not fatal, only minor bruises. But something inside her was still damaged, and with each workout, she could lift less and less weight until even walking became difficult. Tae-han analyzed the situation and realized that it was either a mental problem or a spinal problem, and he could only help in one case. Chong admitted that his request sounded silly because even the most famous doctors couldn't help, but he asked anyway. Tae-han became the man's only hope. The young man asked when Aram could come for a massage, and Chong realized that his request would be granted. Tae-han admitted that he couldn't take her for a direct appointment. All the slots were full, the salon was busy, but he could work with the girl after closing time. However, he asked for 2 days to prepare. Aram spent her time in the gym trying to lift weights, but she realized that with legs like hers, she couldn't exercise. There was a wheelchair standing nearby. The athlete realized that this was the end of her career, and therefore, the end of her life as she knew it. At that moment, Chairman Chang entered the gym and asked if the girl should take a break. Aram greeted the man and said she hadn't noticed him coming in. He admitted that he had entered very quietly, deliberately, so that she wouldn't notice him. The chairman asked how she was doing, and Aram replied that nothing had changed due to idleness. The girl was trying to adapt to the situation. Her older sister had worked hard to provide for Aram until her victory. Even if the athlete could not walk again, she had to take care of Borum. There would be competitions in the coming days, and the girl hoped to take first place there, as that would guarantee a good prize. Chairman Chang chose his words carefully for a long time, but in the end said that he wanted to make Aram happy, seeing how determined she was. Aram decided that the man wanted to treat her to sweets, but Chang held out a piece of paper and said he wanted to help her for everything she had done for others. The chairman was sure that the athlete's body was very tired and thought she needed a massage. The girl looked at the business card for the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon and thought that she had never had a massage before, and it might be beneficial. On the appointed day, Aram was brought to the salon in a wheelchair. The room was empty and completely silent, despite the establishment's reputation. The secretary explained that, at the chairman's request, they had been given time after the end of the working day. It would have been awkward to bother the masseur at that time. Tae-han recognized the secretary and greeted him. The young man said he was helping Ms. Aram in his spare time. The girl held out her hand to the masseur and introduced herself. He also greeted her. Tae-han took the athlete's hand, and his senses immediately began to analyze her energy state. Aram was sweet and pleasant. She noted that the masseur's hands were warm, which was probably due to his profession. The secretary seemed unhappy to hear compliments directed at another person. Finally, they went into the massage room, and the secretary helped the girl move from her wheelchair to the couch. The guy took her firmly by the arms and carried her to the massage table. It was clear that he was doing this with trepidation and tenderness, as if he were in love. But soon he was disappointed. Tae-han asked him to leave the room, which caused a violent reaction from the secretary. Tae-han noted that he had not noticed such behavior before, but Aram said that the secretary was very caring, even more than it seemed from the outside. The girl lay down on the couch, and the masseur warned her that it would be a little painful so that she would not be frightened. Aram asked him to focus on her shoulders and arms. She said that she was going to switch to Paralympic powerlifting, where strong shoulder and arm muscles are important. Tai Han said that Chairman Chang had not asked him to strengthen her arms, but wanted Aram to take up weightlifting again. The girl appreciated Chang's concern, but understood that in her situation it was impossible. Tai Han said that he would achieve the impossible and that the athlete should not think otherwise. He placed his hand on her body and activated her inner energy. In fact, he understood her inner state when he first met her and shook her hand. Fortunately, the problem was not in her brain. That was exactly what she wanted to avoid. The flow of energy in the lower back area was blocked, so the lower part of the body was not responding. Tai Han was confident that he could restore sensitivity and began to stimulate the necessary points, causing Aram severe pain. The girl distracted herself from the pain by focusing on her memories and heard a voice calling her name. It seemed to her that she was riding in a car with her sister on the way to the memorial park and accidentally fell asleep. A lot of time had passed. Boram said that after her sister's leg problems, they hardly went anywhere, and Aram was constantly busy training. The girls decided to communicate more often, meet up and visit each other now that they had time. The taxi driver noted that the sisters were very close to each other. Aram smiled cheerfully and confirmed that she was the best older sister in the world. Boram admitted that she couldn't help before because she didn't have the opportunity. The driver remarked that the sisters had to work hard to get through difficult times. They continued chatting when suddenly a young and foolish fawn jumped out of the forest. The driver tried to avoid a collision and braked sharply. The force of the impact was so great that Aram, who was not wearing a seatbelt, was thrown through the windshield. She flew off the cliff, not understanding what had happened, trying to grab hold of the air. When the girl came to, she realized that she had miraculously survived and remained unharmed. Her thoughts were preoccupied with her sister, who remained strapped into the car. Boram was unconscious. Aram shouted to her sister not to worry and rushed towards her, but realized that the path was not easy. She looked down and noticed that she was standing in a swamp. Her feet sank into the quagmire, and it was impossible to get out. Her body was gradually sinking deeper and deeper. At that moment, there was an explosion. Gasoline from the car ignited, and the car was engulfed in flames. Aram was very nervous, afraid for her sister, and did not understand why she could not get out. The girl noticed the driver who appeared near the fire. Aram shouted at him to save her sister, but it turned out that the driver had already pulled Boram out of the burning car and carried her to safety. Tears of relief streamed from Aram's eyes, but now she had to get out herself. The swamp had already sucked her in, up to her waist. The driver shouted for her to lie down, but the girl did not immediately understand what he meant. He explained that she needed to lie down and wait for her body to float up. It was scary. She could drown. The driver asked her to trust him and promised that everything would be fine. Tai Han continued the massage and noticed that the energy channels had opened slightly. Now he needed to release the energy. He stimulated the energy flows and suddenly felt the energy rush to her immobilized limbs, even before he began to interact with the girl directly. The driver shouted again for Aram to lie down quickly, otherwise she would really die. Of course, it was scary, but Aram trusted the man and lay down on her back in the swamp. Gradually, she was able to move her legs up and down, and soon her body began to free itself from the quagmire. Lying on her back, Aram pulled her legs out and crawled to the edge of the swamp. Incredibly, she did it herself. The driver shouted for the girl to take a break, get to her feet, and carefully walk around the swamp. Aram agreed to listen to the man, relaxed and focused on his voice while he watched over her. After the procedure was over, Tai Han asked if she enjoyed the massage. Aram apologized. She had to leave. She was worried about her older sister and asked to finish for today. The girl jumped up from the couch and ran out of the massage room. At that moment, the secretary was consumed with jealousy and drinking water in the reception area. Aram ran out there and asked if the secretary could call home, but saw the frightened face of the man, water dripping from his mouth. She thought that there was something on her face or that she had gotten dirty, but the secretary couldn't find the words. Finally, he spat out the water and shouted that Aram was standing on her feet, and only then did she realize that she had come on her own. The girl threw herself into the secretary's arms, sobbing with happiness. Neither of them understood how it had happened. Aram cried, but she understood that now she would be able to play sports again. The secretary was sincerely happy for her. The masseur entered the reception room, thinking that Aram had already run off to her older sister. Aram apologized to Tai Han. She hadn't even realized that her legs were healthy and hadn't thanked him. Tai Han said he hadn't done anything. The client's body had begun to heal itself from his touch alone. It seemed as if someone had shown her the way to recovery. Tai Han reminded the girl that she was in a hurry to see her sister. They didn't have time to say goodbye. Soon the happy secretary and athlete rushed off to bring joy to all their friends. A few days later, visitors who had not been to the memorial park for a long time appeared. Aram said that this was fate. They had struggled for a long time and finally managed to get here together. Now the situation had improved, and they would be able to visit their parents more often. The secretary told Aram that he was happy to spend the day off with their company and ride in the car. The sisters drove to their parents' burial site and apologized for not visiting them for so long. Aram looked at her father's photo and felt as if she had seen his face somewhere else very recently. The girl realized that she had been right to trust that man. She mentally thanked her father and promised that she and her sister would live well. She also asked her father to continue guiding them through life. The office of the Heavenly Demon Massage Salon was crowded, as always. Manager Huang suggested to his boss that they open small massage parlors in different parts of the city. He was confident that true professionals with good training would focus on the basic principles and promote massage services. Massage therapists should follow standard marketing methods. The same methods work in any field. Taehan realized he was lucky to have a manager who was willing to explore opportunities for small businesses. Manager Juan was pleased to receive a compliment and words of support from his boss. He thought development was a good idea. In any case, it was important to move forward gradually. They would discuss this in more detail in the near future. Taihan said he had plans for the evening. Chairman Chang had invited him to dinner. There would be many interesting and important things ahead, but the main thing was to be true to himself and his principles.